Lord of Mystery. I traveled through time and became Amon's clone by author Li Meng Zhen. Chapter 151-200. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel. Get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 151. She looks just like a person. It's a pity for this mentor of deceit, Beander characteristic. I'm afraid even number 0 won't be able to dispel this corruption. Number 4's voice carried a hint of regret. Clad in a classical black robe, he extended his right hand, attempting to pull a crystal ground monocle from the void to place it over his right eye. His right hand paused in midair for 2 seconds before withdrawing, and he pinched his right eye socket. No 1011 walked in through the door. The battle just now had happened too quickly for him to react. Open black lens bracket at this point. I hope readers will remember our domain name, Taiwan Novel Network. It's super easy to use and very comprehensive. Close black lens bracket. Of course, it was also possible that he simply didn't want to come in. What do you need us to do? His voice remained as steady as ever, as if the now out-of-control number 23 sitting in the high-backed chair had never existed. Using the authority granted by No. 0, I stole everything of mine, temporarily blocking the source of corruption, preventing that powerful outer god from continuing to project power into my body. As a price, I have lost everything and cannot even move. I can only use my spirit body to engage in a final struggle against the corruption left by the outer god, preventing it from fully grasping the key of fate tracing. Only the most ignorant would dare to recklessly steal items corrupted by an outer god. Thousands of years have passed, and No 23's potion hasn't been digested at all. At this point, number 4's voice suddenly became somewhat regretful. Having lost the symbol of uniqueness, I can no longer be considered a true avatar. Matters involving outer gods are not something you can interfere with. Take him to the northern continent. I am returning to the forsaken land of the gods. No 1011 was silent for a while before saying somewhat gloomily. I would rather you were in the land of betrayal. Number 4 curled the corner of his mouth, seemingly wanting to respond with a smile, but in the end, he said nothing. He raised his hand to pinch his right eye socket and vanished within the Grey Palace. In the empty hall, only number 7773 and No 1011 remained. The identity prepared for you this time is that of a pirate. You can start practicing now. No 1011 turned around, looking at number 7773, who was still hesitating at the door about whether to enter. Let's go, I'll take you there. Before number 7773 could react, No 1011 had already grabbed his shoulder, and he felt his body begin to fly uncontrollably. This is the ruins of the Battle of Gods. Even the 4 kings and 7 admirals of the sea cannot perform spirit world traversal here, but I can, though the distance isn't very far. Number 7773 felt the air from the wind rush into his mouth, forcing him to shut it just as he was about to speak. Compared to number 9998, you are lucky not to have to enter Backland, but you are also unlucky for not obtaining a sufficiently weighty sealed artifact. No 1011 suddenly accelerated in midair, descending toward the turbulent sea. Backland Queen District, the back door of the Hall family castle. Susie, do you really want to attend the Beander gathering hosted by Mr. A? There are many Beyonders there, and it's very dangerous. Audrey stroked the top of the golden retriever's head, wanting to unfasten the chain around its neck. You can play in the garden and wait for me to come back. Right pointing arrow. Audrey, I've told you, I am safer than you at any time. No one would treat a real dog as an opponent. I won't speak carelessly and scare those cowards. All right, you've convinced me. Let's go together. Audrey nodded vigorously, watching Susie walk ahead and skillfully jump onto the carriage. She looks just like a person. Looking at Susie's back, Audrey felt a wave of daze. The carriage traveled onward to Viscount Glaint's door, where Furs and Zio were already waiting. The group then took the carriage together to the Beander gathering organized by Mr. A. Audrey, thank you for the apothecary formula. Your potion's effect is truly excellent. You'll never guess what potion I've concocted, will you? Seeming to find the air in the carriage a bit stifling, Viscount Glaint spoke up to lighten the mood. Flailing his arms with a flushed face, he was in a state of high excitement, which could also be the consequence of taking a certain drug. Audrey entered her spectator state, silently observing him, not wanting to speak at all. Audrey, you're truly amazing. Not only did you have the sheriff formula, but you also got the trickmaster one I needed. I simply can't believe the potion formula would appear before me in this way. These were some of my eldest brother's gains from the southern continent, Audrey explained calmly, having already prepared her excuse, and smoothly changed the subject. I am actually quite curious how Zio obtained the arbiter formula. That Beander pathway is held by the Loan royalty, it's very difficult for normal people to possess. Even I only learned this information through my father. Seeing everyone's gaze turn toward her, Zio Derecha, who was wearing a black and white dress and had stubborn shoulder-length blonde hair, said with a hint of apology, "Sorry, this is my secret. Perhaps if there's an opportunity in the future, I'll tell you all, but I really can't right now. I hope there are the potion materials you need this time. Do you really not need the medicine I concocted? I've tested it myself, and the results are excellent." Seeing Viscount Glaint lean in again, Furs said with a bit of embarrassment, "Sorry, we really don't need that kind of medicine. Perhaps you could try selling it at the gathering or to other nobles, they would surely like it." Having said that, she turned to Audrey and said somewhat bashfully, "Beautiful Miss Audrey, if the main materials for Trickmaster appear at the gathering, may I request your help? I'll pay you back once next month's royalties arrive. After buying the formula, just purchasing the supplementary materials has already exhausted the rest of my royalties for this month. The Beander path really consumes money quickly. Ah, Miss Audrey, do you need a maid? The kind with Beander abilities who can open doors for you at any time. I only need £20 a month, 15 would be fine too. I'm not picky about food either, as long as there's a place to sleep." Your train of thought is jumping too fast. I can't quite keep up. Audrey was scrutinizing Furz's every move in her spectator state, but being disturbed by this sudden question, she abruptly snapped out of it. "Don't worry, as long as there are suitable materials, I will certainly help. I believe you are an excellent novelist and will write even more best-selling works to earn more royalties." Audrey's voice sounded crisp and powerful, and Furz felt she suddenly had inspiration again. The story set in a circus she had thought of last time. She could start another new book, and it would definitely be a bestseller. Furz immersed herself in the conception of the new book in her mind, no longer wanting to speak. The carriage returned to silence, driving toward a small villa not far away. Chapter 152, Have you heard of the true creator? Chapter 152, Have you heard of the true creator? Audrey sat bored on the sofa, watching the blackboard not far away. Attendants were constantly writing various formulas, materials, and news upon it, only to quickly wipe them away again. Zio Derecha was wandering around. Since her face was concealed, Audrey could only find her in the crowd by her height. Furz Wall had finally obtained one of the main materials for Trickmaster, 20 milliliters of deep-sea marlin blood, with Audrey advancing the £190. She was now sitting on the sofa next to Audrey, helping her keep an eye out for the materials she needed. The most active trader today was Viscount Glaint. He had already sold dozens of vials of the potions he made, though they hadn't even added up to £100 yet. "Audrey, don't worry. I know of a few other Beander gatherings. If we can't buy the main materials here, we can go check elsewhere," Furz said, comforting Audrey as she saw her sitting there motionless, worried she was too anxious. "I've only taken the spectator potion for 2 months. Compared to a Beander like you who has gone 3 years without even knowing the name of the Sequence 8 potion, I'm not worried at all. Besides, I even know the formula for Sequence 7. Audrey, hidden beneath her black hood, couldn't help but let a smile touch her lips. "No, I'm not anxious. I just find it a bit boring. Mr. A is the most powerful Beander I know, he will surely have the materials you need." Furz leaned back against the sofa, letting her whole body relax. "Although he is dangerous, his reputation is excellent. As long as you pay some pounds, they can help you search. Even if they don't have it this time, they'll find it by the next." It seemed they still didn't know how dangerous Mr. A was. Audrey, who had gained a significant understanding of Mr. A through the Tarot Club, suddenly felt an information gap between herself and them. Could this be what Emperor Russell often said, the more one knows, the lonelier one becomes? I don't like this feeling. Mr. Fool mentioned the criteria for new members before, should I introduce them to the Tarot Club as well? Looking at the few people before her, Audrey fell into deep thought. Viscount Glaint definitely won't do. If he sold those kinds of potions at the Tarot Club, would Mr. Fool get so angry that he'd kick him out immediately and blame me? Zio is good material, but she seems a bit too violent, that's not good. Moreover, her identity is full of secrets. Before I figure them out, I shouldn't casually expose my own identity. Furs, on the other hand, is possible. I've had someone check her identity, she used to be a doctor. According to her, she became a Beander through the legacy of a certain patient. More importantly, she seems relatively simple, just a bit lazy and poor. Mr. Fool shouldn't mind. Halfway through the gathering, Viscount Glaint finally finished selling his potions and sat down next to Audrey, speaking with a hint of excitement. Luckily I chose the apothecary pathway back then. If this keeps up, I'll soon be able to marry Miss Elena. Audrey didn't really want to talk to him and turned her head away, but first took up the conversation with interest. You broke off your engagement. The very night I took the potion, I went to Lady Connie to break the engagement. I told her I was already a Beander and that it wasn't appropriate for us to be together. Furs covered her face with her hand, not wanting to look at him anymore. Audrey, however, seemed quite interested and asked, and then? What did Lady Connie say? She threw out everything I had given her before and quoted a famous saying from Emperor Russell, do not insult a young girl because of her poverty. I really don't know why she acted like that. I just wanted to marry Miss Elena, I never thought of insulting her. Besides, she isn't poor either. Her father is a famous herb merchant in Backland. To concoct my potions, I even bought quite a few medicinal herbs from him. Viscount Glaint continued to talk incessantly, completely unaware that the two ladies beside him no longer wanted to pay him any attention. I must never let him know about the Tarot Club, Audrey decided in her heart. Just then, she suddenly heard Susie, who had been crouching by her feet sleeping, give a soft bark. It had been a long time since she heard Susie bark like a dog. Ever since she learned to speak, the frequency of Susie's barking had become lower and lower, and now it was almost never heard. Audrey, look, isn't that the material you want? Zio Derecha, who had been wandering around, had returned at some point and pointed to the blackboard, looking at Audrey. For sale, one complete pituitary gland of an adult 7-colored lizard dragon. Seeing Audrey raise her hand in signal, an attendant wrapped in a black hood walked over and said in a low voice, £210. The seller requests to meet you. Do you wish to proceed with this transaction? A meeting. Audrey had a bad feeling, but she couldn't put her finger on what the problem was. Seeing her seemingly hesitate, Zio touched her cuff and said to Audrey, I'll go with you. The attendant's features were hidden under the hood, showing no expression, only repeating, the seller said he will only see the buyer alone. Why won't you let us go together? Zio's right hand reached into her left sleeve, her voice carrying a hint of sternness. Just then, Audrey felt something furry touching her calf under her skirt. She looked down and saw Susie poking her dog head into the skirt, rubbing against her leg. Communication became so inconvenient without human speech. She remembered when Susie couldn't speak, she could easily judge what she wanted to do through her barks and movements. But since she learned human speech, Audrey seemed to have forgotten this ability. Let me think. If she wanted to stop me from going, she should have bitten my skirt and pulled me back. Her current movement isn't opposition, it's approval. I should go see the seller. Wow, Audrey, you really are a genius to think of that. Audrey couldn't help but feel a small surge of excitement at her own cleverness, and she pressed down on Zio's right hand, which was stirring within her wide black sleeve. You stay here. I'll go with them and be right back. Audrey reached out to adjust her hood, letting the hanging veil cover her more securely. Susie climbed up from the ground, stretched her front and back legs out for a long yawn, then bit onto the hem of Audrey's black robe, following her step for step up the hall stairs to a private room on the second floor. The attendant respectfully pushed open the door and made a gesture of invitation to Audrey. In the empty room, a gas lamp burned quietly. Directly opposite the door, a person also wrapped in black robes sat with legs crossed, giving off a condescending air. The seller's gaze merely swept over Audrey once, and she immediately felt that familiar surge of nausea, the feeling of being peered at with malice. Mr. A. She confirmed that this seller was Mr. A. Susie also followed behind, walking in casually and sniffing around everywhere, looking just like an unrefined stray dog. Mr. A raised his right hand, preparing to use a spell to drive away this mongrel from who knows where. Audrey hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Susie's collar, saying apologetically to Mr. A. "This is my dog. When I left today, she wouldn't stop biting my clothes, so I had to bring her along." Mr. A lowered his right hand indifferently and said in a voice so shrill it was hard to distinguish gender. "Are you the one who wants to buy the complete pituitary gland of an adult 7-colored lizard dragon?" "Yes. At what price do you intend to sell it?" Audrey's voice was steady, neither humble nor arrogant. £250. Mr. A sized Audrey up again, making her feel uncomfortable all over. "That is a reasonable price. Shall we begin the transaction now?" Audrey took a step back and sat down on a simple wooden stool. This was to lower Mr. A's alertness and incidentally reduce the feeling of nausea in her body. Although he was called Mr. A, Audrey always felt his temperament was very peculiar, a bit perverted. From beneath his wide robes, Mr. A pulled out an exquisite, translucent pituitary gland that radiated rainbow light. Its strange shape immediately made Audrey think of some unspeakable object. "Do I really have to turn this thing into a potion and drink it? This looks too shameful." Mr. A was in no hurry to trade. Instead, he casually placed the pituitary gland on the side table and asked in a low, mysterious voice, "Have you heard of the great, omnipotent true creator?" "I hear about him often at the Tarot Club," Audrey grumbled internally, while putting on an expression of worry, shock, and fear, even appearing somewhat speechless. Mr. A lifted his hood, revealing a beautiful, eerie face that looked almost feminine. "All of this comes from the Lord's blessing. It will make you more youthful and beautiful, preserving your youth forever. No one can refuse this gift." As he spoke, Mr. A's expression became fanatical, and his beautiful face twisted slightly. "He's taking me for one of those girls obsessed with beauty at any cost. But I'm not that kind of person at all." Mr. A's confident look is truly ridiculous. It seems he has already deceived many women this way. "I am a believer of the Evernight goddess. I have never heard of the true creator." Audrey's voice carried a tremble and doubt, just as a believer of the Evernight goddess should behave when facing an unknown evil god. Mr. A's interest immediately waned, and he casually tossed over the complete pituitary gland of an adult 7-colored lizard dragon. "In a few months, you will understand that the true creator is an existence greater than the 7 gods. Let's trade." Audrey quickly pulled £250 from her pocket and handed it to Mr. A. Turning her head, she saw Susie already holding the pituitary gland in her mouth, happily wagging her tail and waiting at the door to leave. This teamwork is just too good. Seeing this scene, Mr. A's beautiful face twisted even further. He waved his hand weakly, watching Audrey open the door, walk down the stairs, and reunite with Furs and the others. Chapter 153, Squeeze it in, there's room for more. The last day of August, a moonless night, Iron Gate Street appeared even darker. Backland's autumn nights were starting to get cold. Li Meng changed into a thin black jacket, trousers and leather shoes of the same color, and knocked on the door of the Brave Ones bar. As the fiery summer passed, the bar's business entered the off-season. Those guests who used to gulp down beer switched to wine, sipping it slowly. The tall bartender was dozing on the bar counter. Seeing Li Meng walk up, he slightly raised his head to look at the guest. "Casper is in the last room over there. The person playing cards with him is very fierce, so be careful when you go find him." Li Meng calmly took 7 pence from his wallet and placed it on the bar. "1 Nanwale beer." The bartender took the money, bent down with some effort to rummage under the bar, and finally brought out a glass of flat Nanwale beer, placing it on the table before returning to his nap. Li Meng took a sip and found the beer taste very weak, as if it had been sitting for too long. "Is this how you treat your VIP customers?" Li Meng remembered he was already a regular at the Brave Ones bar. Every time he attended a Beander gathering or contacted Casper, he would order a Nanwale beer. By his count, he was a big customer with a cumulative spending of nearly £2. Seeing it was still early, Li Meng decided to go to Casper first to buy some firearms and ammunition. As a transmigrator, after coming into contact with various magics, he looked down on these gunpowder weapons a bit. But after the battle with Kilangos, he deeply realized the utility of modern weaponry. Most Beyonders, spirituality is precious. Although their spells can easily kill opponents, their spirituality is fixed, and issues of spiritual exhaustion inevitably arise during combat. To solve the problem of a Beyonder's combat power dropping significantly after spiritual exhaustion, many Beyonders carry extra weapons. The most common among these is the convenient and powerful revolver. Li Meng planned to buy a pistol first, then find a shooting club to practice his marksmanship seriously. After all, his shadow ascetic potion had been completely digested, and there was still no news on the materials for Rose Bishop. Gun control in Loan is very strict. Only certain privileged departments and individuals can carry guns, or one must pay a high price for a gun permit. However, there are many shooting clubs where using guns isn't restricted. This results in many people in Loan having great marksmanship but being unable to legally own a pistol. After spending £3.10 on a high-powered custom revolver and 50 rounds of ammunition, Li Meng opened his pocket watch and checked the time. There were 15 minutes left before the gathering started. The timing was just right. Since he hadn't bought a holster, Li Meng could only tuck the gun and bullets into the inner pocket of his jacket, making his chest look bulging. Following the back door of the bar's kitchen, he entered the alley behind and circled to a dark house. Li Meng took out a mask that only covered the upper half of his face, put it on, and walked to the front door. 5 heavy knocks, 3 light knocks, with an interval of 3 long and 2 short. While recalling the details from the newspaper, Li Meng knocked on the door. A man also wearing an iron mask skillfully opened the door and handed him a hooded robe. The two didn't say a word throughout the process, yet their movements were incredibly familiar. In the living room illuminated by the dim, yellowish candlelight, quite a few people were already waiting patiently. More than half of them were already familiar with each other. Duckwell the apothecary, with his chubby face, was pacing anxiously in the room. Seeing Li Meng enter, he immediately walked up to him and asked with extreme urgency. "Where did that herb grower you introduced last time go? My herbs haven't been tended to for several days. When I went to check yesterday, I found most of them had been eaten by wild beasts. Counting the seeds, I've lost at least £200 this time. I don't know either. Maybe he went to be a pirate." Li Meng took out the letter left by number 9521 and handed it to Duckwell. "How is that possible? Why wouldn't he do such a promising job as growing herbs? What's so good about being a pirate? Fighting and killing all day, one careless mistake and you'll lose your head." After reading the letter, Duckwell still seemed skeptical. "I don't know either, I can't contact him now." Li Meng took the letter back from Duckwell and put it in his breast pocket. Perhaps everyone has their own ambitions. During the chat, it turned 8 o'clock. The old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, sitting on the central sofa, stood up and announced the start of the gathering. The lady who frequently sold weapons was the first to speak, her voice fluctuating. "Who has the potion formula for the next sequence after Barbarian? Tell me the name of the corresponding potion, and I can pay £20 as a reward." It seemed this lady had already obtained the Barbarian formula. Li Meng glanced around and noticed the gloomy man who had previously bought the Barbarian formula sitting not far to the lady's right. "How many pounds do you intend to pay for it?" Li Meng asked in a low, slightly raspy voice. £900, the lady's voice was firm and strong. Li Meng thought about how he had quoted £2,500 for the Sequence 7 formula he sold to Miss Justice and couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Had he fleeced Audrey a bit too much? However, that feeling of guilt quickly vanished as he remembered Audrey's multi-million-pound family fortune and her £300,000 of pocket money. Despite the many Beyonders at this gathering, all their wealth combined might not even match Miss Justice. Many Beyonders Li Meng knew at this gathering often bickered over a few pounds, like old ladies at a vegetable market. The parched die of thirst, while the flooded drown. "All right, do you need it now?" Li Meng asked back. "Right here. I request the notarization of the Eye of Wisdom and will bear the corresponding costs." The lady seemed very excited, even forgetting to disguise her voice. Li Meng skillfully wrote down the formula and handed it to the attendant. As the seal formed by golden light landed on the paper, The lady breathed a sigh of relief, took out a thick stack of pounds from her bosom, and counted them out for the attendant. The attendant took the pounds and handed them directly to Li Meng. He counted them, exactly 900 pounds, and stuffed his wallet full again. The lady glanced at the formula and immediately tucked it away. Stimulated by this transaction, Black Snake stood up, his raspy voice echoing in the living room. Who has the potion formula for Rose Bishop? I'll offer 2,000 pounds. Li Meng felt the wallet in his pocket and thought he could squeeze in a bit more. If you pay the notarization fee, we have a deal. Li Meng's voice echoed in the room. Chapter 154, The Genius of Playing the Clown. With Briber, plus Rose Bishop, plus the Interrogator formula purchased by the gloomy man later, and the Provoker formula bought by a mysterious person completely wrapped up, Li Meng's income for tonight was 4,200 pounds. Since it was all cash payment, Li Meng even physically felt the weight of the pounds. 420 banknotes stacked together weighed well over 500 grams. Under the arrangements of the old gentleman, Eye of Wisdom, Li Meng was the first to leave the drawing room, exiting the venue through a separate exit. Looking at the wallet in his arms, stretched almost to the point of splitting, Li Meng felt that he probably couldn't come to this Beander gathering anymore. He could adopt a completely unrelated identity. The people here, for various reasons, found it very difficult to obtain formulas through official channels, so the demand for formulas was still quite high. There were at least a dozen Beyonders here. If each one bought a Sequence 8 formula once, he could earn at least 60,000 pounds. If each one bought a Sequence 7 formula once, he could earn 150,000 pounds. If each one bought a Sequence 6 formula once, he could earn 300,000 pounds. If everyone could buy a Sequence 5 formula from him once, he could earn 700,000 pounds. With a bit more, he could even buy a noble title. But all this was just wishful thinking. Most people couldn't gather the materials listed on the formulas in their entire lives, so naturally, they wouldn't purchase higher sequence formulas. People like Justice were always an extreme minority in the world. The lady who could afford to buy the Briber formula most likely got the money from the artisan backing her. As for that gloomy man, his every move showed he was a noble, and a very wealthy one at that, often buying seemingly useless collectibles at gatherings. And Interrogator just happened to be the Beander pathway controlled by the Lowen royal family. That gloomy man must have some connection to the royal family, perhaps even being a member of the royalty. Of course, definitely not a core member, otherwise he wouldn't spend so much money buying the formula. As for Black Snake, Li Meng had known from the start that he was involved in some bloody business. By selling these formulas this time, he had pretty much exhausted the gathering's potential. Unless special circumstances arose, he wouldn't need to come back for a while. Leaving the Brave One's bar, Li Meng immediately ducked into a nearby alley, planning to use the Faceless One's ability to change his appearance, circle the area a few times, and then return to No. 7 Iron Gate Street. Living too close to a Beander gathering spot wasn't good, it was very easy to expose oneself. He'd have to be more careful when renting places in the future. Ting'an City, Evernight Goddess Church. In the alchemy room behind the Charnus Gate where potions were concocted, Klein was pacing the room holding a cup of hot coffee. Tonight was his turn for the night watch, guarding the sealed artifacts behind the Charnus Gate. Klein checked the remnants of the clown potion within his body and found they had long since vanished. The clown potion had been completely digested. From Weensward of the goddess Crestet Sisma completed his assessment, concocted the clown potion for him, and he consumed it. To now fully digesting and mastering it, it had taken exactly 1 week. He had once desperately hoped to digest the potion, to grasp more power, to find the way home sooner. But now, he was frightened by this speed of digestion. Most importantly, through divination, he found all of this was normal. Even divining above the gray fog showed no abnormalities. The divination results from the spirit world indicated he was simply a genius at playing the clown. How come I didn't know I was so talented? Klein paced anxiously around the room. It had taken him a full 2 months to digest the seer potion, so why did the clown potion only take a week? Logically speaking, shouldn't potions become harder to digest the higher the sequence? Could there be something special about the clown potion? Or was there something special about himself? Could playing Mr. Fool simultaneously mean playing the clown? Was there some inevitable connection between the fool and the clown? Just as Klein pondered these questions, he saw Leonard, with his dark sideburns, green eyes, and a poet's romantic air, come down holding a deck of cards. "I bet you're terribly bored keeping watch alone." Leonard's voice carried a tone of flippancy and provocation. "If it were a girl, I might stay awake, but a man saying this just feels weird." Klein casually retorted, "As far as I know, fighting evil requires at least 2 players, and I can't leave here. So how should we start our card game? Lo Yao and the others are playing cards upstairs. They had one too many, so I came down to check on you," Leonard said, slightly blushing. "All right, actually, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it? I hope it's not helping you write poetry or something. You should know that although I'm a history graduate, I'm not skilled at writing. My job is to understand others' works." Klein took a sip of the now lukewarm coffee, his spirits reviving. He raised the cup towards Leonard. "Would you like one? The captain left it, we can use it for free." "How could you think of that? I'm a midnight poet, how could I plagiarize others' work? That's an insult to my intelligence." "You must apologize to me," Leonard glanced at the coffee and said disdainfully. "As a true Beander, I believe maintaining vigorous energy to work for over 20 hours is reasonable. Those who rely on coffee to stay alert can never become protagonists of the era. No, in the world I came from, the real protagonists chat while drinking coffee every day, making money lying down. Only the poor wage slaves need to work overnight constantly, even taking pride in their long working hours, going bald young, just like the captain. Ah, I finally understand why I instinctively rejected the sleepless pathway from the start." Klein felt as if he had suddenly unraveled a puzzle in his heart, and his body and mind relaxed all at once. Regardless, having a hot coffee on a cold night is a pleasure. Klein lowered the raised coffee cup because he remembered a popular science article from his previous life claiming that coffee causes hair loss. "You need to improve your physical fitness, not rely on coffee." Leonard put down the cards, his green pupils fixed on Klein as if trying to discern some secret from him. "Have you completely digested your clown potion?" In an instant, Klein's relaxed body tensed up again. Could Leonard see his potion digestion progress? "Don't be so nervous. Everyone has their own secrets, I'm no exception." Leonard seemed to quite enjoy Klein's slightly tense expression. "You don't need to emphasize, you have secrets too." Having grasped the key point of the other's words, Klein immediately understood his intention. Chapter 155, A Man's Unspoken Understanding. "Isn't that perfectly normal? After you take the potion, it starts digesting on its own." "I didn't do anything special," Klein said in a matter-of-fact tone. "That's impossible. I learned about the acting method before you did. Even so, I still haven't fully digested the Midnight Poet potion yet." Leonard's voice carried a mix of frustration, confusion, and overwhelming disbelief. Klein spread his hands, indicating his innocence. Leonard paced around the room a few times, then suddenly stopped in front of Klein, asking in an unusually urgent voice, "How on earth did you manage it? Can you tell me? As payment, I can tell you a secret, or something you want to know. You probably won't believe this, but I don't know why it digested either." "I was just thinking about that myself." Klein tried to make his voice sound sincere, but to Leonard, it still came across as mocking. "Are we still colleagues? Leonard, we will always be comrades who can fight side by side. I can swear that to the Evernight goddess." "Forget the swearing. Let's talk about something else." Seeing Klein raise his right hand, ready to trace the holy emblem on his chest, Leonard finally dropped his "I don't believe a word you say" expression and grabbed his right hand. "All along, my potion digestion has been incredibly fast, much faster than the captain's at least. I always thought I was the special one, until I met you." Leonard's voice grew melancholic again, like a prince who had just been heartbroken. "You digested the seer potion in just 2 months. I thought that was a fluke back then. I never imagined you'd digest the clown potion so quickly too, even getting ahead of me." Leonard stared into the distance, his eyes unfocused, his voice hollow and despondent. "Do you know what this means?" "What does it mean?" Klein asked promptly. "In all sorts of novels and poems, someone like me might be a giant of the era, but you're the true protagonist, standing on the giant's shoulders, stepping over the giant to become the final winner." Leonard's voice sounded filled with a sense of fatalism, like a scholar recounting ancient history. What on earth is all this? Did he misremember one of Russell's famous quotes? But if Leonard is saying this, could he have discovered I'm a transmigrator? That I'm the protagonist of the story? Who am I? Where am I? Influenced by Leonard, Klein also fell into these perplexing philosophical questions, unable to extricate himself for a while. While Klein was still pondering these issues, Leonard, whose eyes had been vacant, suddenly perked up as if hearing something, even nodding vigorously. A few seconds later, his eyes regained their sparkle, and he seemed to come back to life. "Ah, even if abandoned by the world, I must face adversity head-on, defy fate, and carve my own path. My destiny is mine to control, not anyone else's, not any other god's." Leonard raised his hands high as if reciting a passionate poem, though the content made Klein want to look away. "I think you might be contaminated by some evil god and need psychiatric treatment." Klein involuntarily took a few steps back, moving closer to the door to make it easier to open it, escape through the Charnus gate, and call for help from Luo Yao and the others who were playing cards. "What are you doing?" Hearing Klein's slightly stern voice, Leonard seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. Casually drawing 4 points on his chest, he said with some embarrassment. "I just had a sudden burst of inspiration, you know. They popped into my head like potatoes. I tried to express them, thinking a great poem was about to be born. But it didn't turn out as I imagined. They don't sound beautiful at all, not even like poetry. No, I think the sentiment is quite beautiful, it just lacks polish. If you read more poetry, you'll definitely write better ones in the future," Klein comforted him while handing Leonard a cup of coffee. This time, the young Nighthawk offered no resistance. He took the coffee cup and drank it all in one go, as if it were water. "That's Blue Mountain coffee. It's not the most bitter, but a normal person can only take one sip at a time. To help you sober up better, I didn't even add anything sweet to it." The thought had just crossed Klein's mind when he saw Leonard's facial features scrunch up together, his voice even beginning to distort as he spoke. "Why is the coffee so bitter? Why didn't you put sugar in it? How was I supposed to know you'd drink it that fast?" Klein grumbled inwardly while pouring a glass of water and handing it over. Leonard drank the water, and the bitterness gradually subsided. He looked at Klein and asked very earnestly, "Can you not tell anyone that you've digested the clown potion for now? Or at least wait until I've digested my Midnight Poet potion?" Afraid Klein wouldn't agree, Leonard added, "My Midnight Poet potion is already half digested. It'll be completely digested in at most 2 months. Actually, I wasn't planning to report it to the church anytime soon either. That would make it too easy to expose my secrets." Meeting Leonard's hopeful gaze, Klein nodded firmly. They looked at each other and smiled, as if sharing a common secret, reaching an unspoken understanding unique to men. "Actually, the reason I came down today is for a very important matter. I feel only you and I are qualified to know about it." Leonard dropped his frivolous demeanor, his voice unusually grave. "Klein, have you noticed, the captain's condition isn't quite right? I don't want to tell others. They might not understand, but I think you should know. I secretly entered the captain's dreams. I saw things inside that don't belong to the Evernight goddess, some strange statues. They looked evil just from their appearance, definitely not belonging to the 7 gods. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't believe it. The captain's sequence is higher than mine. Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't be able to enter his dreams. But you know, there are always some people in the world with their own secrets, capable of doing things others can't. You don't need to keep emphasizing that. I think my secrets are probably bigger and more complicated than yours." Klein silently complained while watching Leonard sketch an image on a piece of paper. Truly Leonard's handiwork. It's as bad as his poetry. Seeing the look in Klein's eyes, Leonard coughed twice and pointed his pen at a specific part of the drawing. "The most striking one among them is this sculpture. It's an inverted giant." Chapter 156, Follow Your Heart. Leonard left the alchemy room, leaving Klein alone to stare at the painting. Looking at the abstract figures and forms, he suddenly remembered what the Hanged Man had mentioned during the Tarot Club meeting about Mr. A and the Aurora Order behind him, as well as the true creator they worshipped. According to the Hanged Man, the image of the true creator is that of an inverted giant. What is the relationship between an inverted giant and Mr. Hanged Man? Could Mr. Hanged Man be the true creator? Klein was startled by his own thought and immediately dismissed the speculation in his mind. Open black lens bracket. Remember, this site's domain name Taiwan Novel Network is super awesome, with a vast library close black lens bracket. Back then, everyone's titles were taken from tarot cards. If there's any coincidence, it's a coincidence caused by the names of the tarot cards, caused by Emperor Russell. Most importantly, if Mr. Hanged Man were that fallen deity, I've already spoken ill of him many times. If he wanted to deal with me, I would have no means to resist, I could only lie down and let him have his way. Since he hasn't made a move yet, that means he isn't. That's very logical. As for the captain being contaminated, that is the current focus. Mr. Hanged Man once said that the Aurora Order is organizing large-scale divine descent activities, one in Backland, and the other location is currently unknown. It couldn't be in Tingen City, could it? I must be overthinking. Things aren't that coincidental. The Hanged Man said that once an offspring of an evil god successfully descends, it would be at least an angel. What in Tingen City is worth deploying an angel for? I've encountered too many things lately, frightening myself, scaring myself. The captain is just contaminated, that's all. As for why Leonard told me about this, that's because both he and the captain are on the sleepless pathway and know each other very well. If he were to bring this up, it would seem very abnormal and might even expose his secret. However, if a seer were to bring it up, it would be much more normal. After all, every seer seems mysterious and holds some unknown secrets, that's perfectly normal. But it's best to do a divination first and decide the next course of action based on the results. A qualified seer must base every action on divination. I need to be more attentive lately, to see if I can obtain an item the captain has used for an accurate divination. What item of the captain's would be suitable? Coffee, books, these are communal items and might not yield accurate divination results. Going to the captain's office to look for something now, if discovered, would have very serious consequences. Klein recalled the captain's image in his mind and suddenly had an idea. Let's see if there are any hairs the captain has shed. His hairline is so high, he must be secretly losing hair. And since the captain was on night duty yesterday, and he doesn't have the habit of cleaning the alchemy room, I'm sure to find some. The captain has black hair, quite short, very similar to the floor's color. I need to be careful. Having made up his mind, Klein started searching from the table in the alchemy room. The table was clean, with no foreign objects. There was a black hair on the chair, but it looked more like Leonard's, as the captain's isn't that long. Klein casually performed a divination and found that this was indeed left by Leonard just now. He found a few more black hairs, all of which were Leonard's without exception. It seems Leonard is starting to lose hair like the captain. But he's still young, it should be many years before he becomes like the captain. After searching the table and chairs, Klein began looking on the floor and in various corners. The gas lamp's light was somewhat dim, making his search more difficult. Here's a long, dark, smooth hair. It belongs to Ms. Luo Yao. It seems hair loss doesn't discriminate between men and women. How much hair does the Evernight goddess have left? This blasphemous thought had just surged when Klein suppressed it deep in his heart. Finally, in a very remote corner, Klein found a unique, short black hair belonging to the captain and confirmed it through divination. He carefully picked up the hair and placed it in the center of a piece of paper. He removed the necklace wrapped around his wrist and let the yellow crystal hang straight above the black hair, barely touching its tip. He half closed his eyes with a serene expression, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The pure yellow crystal moved slightly, causing the uniquely styled silver chain to rotate clockwise. The owner of this hair has been contaminated. The owner of this hair has been contaminated. After silently reciting it 7 times, Klein opened his eyes. The crystal was rotating counterclockwise, indicating the divination result was negative. The captain had not been contaminated. That's impossible. Leonard seemed so confident, he shouldn't be mistaken. Fortunately, having dealt with similar situations before, Klein immediately made a decision. Divine above the gray fog. Inside the palace-like giant's dwelling, looking at everything before him, Klein suddenly realized he could no longer do without this gray fog. Besides the tarot club, This gray fog also provided him with divination assistance, allowing him to obtain the results he desired. This ability even made him feel dependent. After skillfully materializing the divination tools, Klein closed his eyes and began a new divination. The owner of this hair has been contaminated. This time, the crystal rotated slowly clockwise. Although extremely slow, it ultimately gave Klein the result he wanted. The captain was indeed contaminated, and this contamination had been concealed by some method, making it impossible to confirm through normal means of divination. Leonard has some skills to discover such a hidden contamination. But I'm even better than him. This also plunged Klein into another problem. Was the contamination the captain suffered related to the Aurora Order's offspring of an evil god? Thinking of this, he suddenly had an inspiration. He could divine the cause of the captain's contamination and its source. This would allow him to understand the incident better and perhaps lead to new discoveries. He picked up the materialized pen and wrote on the paper. The source of contamination on this hair. After thinking for a moment, Klein, following his heart, crossed out these words and changed them to, divining the source of contamination on this hair will pose a danger to me. The impression left by divining 30782 a few days ago was too profound, letting him truly feel the might of a deity. That golden sun, just a drop of liquid, pierced through the gray fog, ignited his body, and damaged the eternally majestic palace and ancient long table. If not for this miraculous gray fog, his fate would have undoubtedly been reduced to ashes. Now, involving the inverted giant, who is likely a true deity, he couldn't be too cautious. After all, he only has one life. After silently reciting it 7 times in his heart, he saw the yellow crystal rotating rapidly clockwise. There is danger, and it's very significant. This speed is frightening just to look at. Having just experienced an attack from the eternal blazing sun, Klein decided not to take this risk for the time being. Chapter 157, My Wallet is Gone. Chapter 157, My Wallet is Gone. A direct divination carries great danger. Does that mean the captain is also in great danger right now? Having just experienced the incident of old Neil's corruption, Klein was extremely sensitive to this. He knew that matters involving evil gods could not afford the slightest negligence. He believed Leonard must have sensed this danger too, which was why he had come to find him. Klein felt as if he had been placed at a crossroads: save the captain or continue to hide his secret. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the bronze long table, feeling somewhat agitated and confused. Without the captain, even possessing this gray fog and controlling the Tarot Club, he would find it difficult to escape the subsequent pursuit of the Hermetic Order, let alone deal with the mysterious and unpredictable Antigonus's notebook. Even now, he didn't know what method the notebook had used to kill him, nor did he understand the meaning of the symbol revealed by the notebook, and he was even more baffled by why he had died and revived that night. While the Tarot Club had indeed brought him many gains, in the real world, the captain was an excellent guide. Without his help, he would have found it very difficult to progress so far and so smoothly on the Beander path. However, if he told others the captain was corrupted but couldn't verify it through divination, then the one who might become corrupted could be himself. He might even have to drag people from the church into this gray fog for verification. That would be equivalent to completely exposing his secret. At that moment, he suddenly realized he had already formed bonds with this world. If he found a way home, could he really bear to just leave Benson, Melissa, the captain, and the members of the Tarot Club behind? But, from a secluded alley on Iron Gate Street emerged an extremely tall and thin man. He had gray eyes, slicked back hair, a sharply angular diamond-shaped face, a long and slender aquiline nose, a square and prominent jaw, and wore a pair of black-framed glasses, looking like a somewhat neurotic detective. He wore a very thin gray suit, the chest pocket bulging conspicuously, his eyes vigilantly scanning his surroundings. This was Li Meng in disguise. The thin jacket, when reversed, looked just like a suit. Li Meng had specially purchased it from a secluded, detective apparel shop. He had also bought a hat with adjustable height and style, and black-framed glasses with removable lenses, allowing him to use his faceless ability to disguise himself anytime, anywhere. Although the faceless ability was useful, clothing was a major problem. A detective dressed in beggar's rags was somewhat understandable, but a lady dressed in formal attire in this era would suffer social death right on the street. Iron Gate Street at night was already very quiet. A seemingly drunkard staggered down the street, his gaunt arms flailing wildly as if trying to grasp something non-existent in the air. Under a plane tree not far away, a coachman was dozing against his carriage. The horse pulling the carriage also seemed asleep, its head hanging low. Li Meng gently reached out and woke the coachman. Sitting in the carriage, Li Meng suddenly remembered something. Why was he going back? Shouldn't the current task be to deposit the money in the bank? Before crossing over, as a standard, confidently average man, Li Meng's biggest habit was saving money, a hobby inherited from a certain ethnicity over millennia. This habit had helped him to get through a difficult period. In the current situation, number 7 Iron Gate Street wasn't really much safer than some high-end hotels. Since he carried the sealed artifact with him, combat wasn't an issue anywhere. Thinking this, Li Meng couldn't help but engage in some deep self-reflection. It's just a few £1,000s, worth getting so tense about. Always looking like someone has designs on your money, not the least bit suave. This shouldn't be the life of a transmigrator. A real transmigrator should never worry about money. Even spending thousands or tens of thousands of pounds in one night wouldn't cause a twinge of heartache. If he wished, more money would appear in his storage bag the next morning. Storage bag. What am I thinking? Just then, he suddenly felt something was off. His clothes seemed too loose. Why would he feel his clothes were loose? When he stuffed the wallet earlier, his chest even felt a bit tight. Damn, my wallet is gone. Li Meng reacted instantly, his eyes sweeping over the carriage interior but finding no trace. At some unknown time, the wallet had just vanished, stolen from his chest without him noticing at all. He put on the shepherd's gloves and swiftly jumped down from the carriage. The coachman was a simple, honest fellow. Perhaps feeling the carriage suddenly lighten, he hurriedly opened his eyes. Seeing Li Meng's scrutinizing and angry gaze, the coachman spread his hands and said somewhat nervously, "Why did you get out? Although I was a bit drowsy, I know these roads very well. I wouldn't go wrong even with my eyes closed. You didn't fall, did you?" After witnessing that young man racing a rented carriage through the streets in Tiana, this time he actually encountered a coachman who drove with his eyes closed. It seems the taxi industry is fiercely competitive too. My wallet is gone. Seeing flames seemingly erupt from Li Meng's eyes, the simple, honest fellow panicked, frantically patting his own pockets. "Look, I didn't take your wallet. This is what I earned today, not even 2 sol. My child's tuition for next week still isn't settled." Li Meng looked at the copper pennies and worn-out paper bills one by one in the coachman's pockets and shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Clearly, the other party neither seemed capable of such a trick nor had such intentions. There was no need to waste time on him. Seeing Li Meng had no intention of continuing to pick a fight, the coachman turned back and searched the carriage again. Again, nothing was gained. Could it have been lost on the road? "Let me take you back along the way we came. We didn't go far, and there aren't many people at night. If it's lost, it should be easy to find." The coachman looked at Li Meng and said with utmost sincerity, "How many pounds did you lose? If we can't find it, we can go to the Iron Gate Street police station and ask them to help look. What kind of characters they are, I know all too well." Li Meng didn't answer, just had the coachman drive the carriage ahead while he followed behind, activating the cryptologist ability on his gloves, scanning every corner of the street. Since the wallet was stolen along with everything else, leaving no associated items, he couldn't even use his deciphering or divination abilities now. A full £4,200, gone just like that, baffling. The two walked all the way back to the starting point and, unsurprisingly, found nothing. A cold wind blew, swirling plane tree leaves, making this late autumn night feel extremely cold. Some friends have questioned the protagonist's luck. I'd like to offer a slight explanation. After a meander of the thief pathway, or someone using a sealed artifact created by a thief, takes something that doesn't belong to them, they will suffer misfortune. This is a secondary setting I inferred based on the original work, because in Loan and across the northern continent, there isn't a single top-tier rich who follows the thief pathway. Why hasn't such a powerful wealth-gathering pathway produced any tycoons? A. They are morally upright, taking only what they need. B. They are bound by some invisible reason. C. Insufficient ability. But through the example of Lane Uris, one can see that a Sequence 8 fraudster managed a scam worth £10,000 at once, and he had no moral qualms either. Yet what ultimately awaited him was death. Therefore, I believe the issue of thieves losing their luck is an implicit setting in the original work, and also a reflection of the human belief that good and evil are rewarded. Of course, there are deeper reasons, which belong to foreshadowing for later stages. Chapter 158, This Person Cannot Die. On the broad street of Iron Gate Street, the coachman stood behind his horse, watching with a nervous heart as Li Meng searched everywhere. This gentleman clearly didn't look like a good person. That kind of mean and sarcastic expression was exactly like those robbers carrying briefcases on the street. They often brandished various legal statutes, claiming some action of yours was illegal. The coachman knew nothing about these things and could only force a smile, waive their fare, even escort them home, and on several occasions had to compensate them, handing over the savings he had worked so hard to earn. Li Meng circled the street again and again, but still found no clues. This was absolutely the work of a meander. And it was very likely from the thief pathway. No one else could have done it so silently, with such practiced skill. It was exactly like the scene when he used the Dream Stealer ability from the Shepherd's Gloves. No. 9998. He just never thought that one day, he would become the victim. Such a large sum of money, gone just like that. The thought alone was enough to make one feel terrible. That damn thief, don't let me catch you. In a very secluded grove within Pritz Harbor. A group of pirates with fierce, murderous faces were gathered in twos and threes under the shade of nearby trees, gulping down cheap lilanchi. Many of them had women dressed in gaudy, colorful clothes in their arms, teasing and flirting with them wantonly. A pirate with a terrifying scar on his face, seemingly having drunk too much, suddenly stood up and slammed his wooden cup heavily onto the ground. The cup rolled a few times and promptly vanished into the crimson moonlight. How much longer must we wait here? We are pirates, not dockworkers. Waiting like this is driving me insane. A young pirate standing beside him, holding a woman in his arms, roared at him in displeasure, "Scarface, what are you yelling about? Isn't this good enough? Isn't the booze the boss brought enough for you to drink?" The pirate nicknamed Scarface discontentedly drew his cutlass, waving it back and forth under the moonlight. The cold, sharp glint of the blade shimmering in the moonlight was somewhat dizzying. "Too young, what do you know? A real pirate should be on the ship, on the sea, on the way to a raid, on the deck where men are killed. Hiding here drinking every day, what kind of life is that? If you keep drinking like this, will those hands of yours that are always fondling women even be able to hold a blade steady?" The young pirate named Tuyong pushed the woman in his arms away discontentedly, eliciting a coquettish protest from her, before reluctantly drawing his own cutlass. "Who says I can't hold a blade? Where's that fool the boss brought back the other day, that guy called Xiao Dixie? I'll go kill him right now, then you'll see if I can hold a blade or not. Come on then, he's tied up right under that tree over there. If you can't kill him with one stroke, don't bother getting on the ship next time." Scarface casually waved his cutlass, even making a chopping gesture towards the young man. Tuyong poured himself a large cup of lilanchi and downed it in one gulp, then strode towards the tree, shouting as he went. Tied to a not very thick cypress tree was a young man with black hair, brown eyes, a slender build, ordinary features, strong and sturdy limbs, and wearing a pair of black framed glasses. He was No. 9521. After being captured by Kilangos, the other party had not killed him. Kilangos told him that as a pirate, he could earn £1,000 a year, and he wouldn't even have to fight or kill, he'd just need to repair the ship. Life on the ship was also exceptionally free and easy. You could do whatever you wanted, and there would be no more evil overseers or policemen. Right pointing arrow. After thinking it over for a full 3 minutes, number 9521 decided to take up this very promising career as a pirate. He even, under Kilangos's guidance, wrote a letter to Li Meng at Pritz Port, informing him of his choice. After he finished the letter and was brought to Kilangos's crew, the captain disappeared, leaving him alone to face a group of pirates he didn't know at all. These pirates quickly revealed their true colors, starting to drink and kill wantonly. Ordinary people who accidentally stumbled into their gathering were killed. The women bought for the crew's amusement were also killed after they grew tired of them. Heads rolled on the ground one after another, completely extinguishing the ambitious spirit number 9521 had finally mustered. Being a pirate actually involved people dying and blood being shed. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Moreover, he couldn't blend in with this group at all. He was allergic to alcohol, and he blushed when talking about women. When he talked about the knowledge he had read in books, the pirates all thought he had lost his mind. Just as he was thinking of leaving this place, a drunken pirate suddenly invited him to escape together, to leave this loathsome place. He believed every word this pirate said without a shred of doubt. Under his guidance, the two ran through the woods all night. By the early hours of the morning, number 9521 found that he had actually returned to the very spot where the pirates were gathered. And the drunken pirate looked exceptionally excited, pointing at number 9521 and shouting loudly. "See, I told you this kid wanted to run. You didn't believe me, made me run with this kid all night, and only now do you believe it. Look, just look. This kid even says he's read a lot of books, but in the end, he got tricked by an illiterate like me into running around the woods all night and coming right back here on his own." The ruddy-faced pirate delivered 2 heavy slaps to No 9521's face, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. "What should we do? Just kill this kid outright." The pirate drew his knife, scraping it back and forth against No 9521's face. Number 9521 was now so frightened he was almost out of his wits. He nearly blurted out, "I am Amon's avatar," but thinking of the authority of number 4, he managed with great difficulty to hold it back. Just as number 9521 thought his undercover career was about to end, a pirate leader stepped forward, parting the crowd. This was a Loan native dressed in wide-legged trousers and a brown jacket, with local attire. His eyebrows were short, only half the normal length, his eye sockets deep-set, his eyes a brownish color, and his features quite angular. He was Mithril King, the highest-ranking person among the pirates here after Kilangos left the ship. The silver-tongued, with a bounty of 5,400 pounds, the second mate of the Hurricane. Unlike the other pirates, as a sequence 6 inches barren of corruption, of the lawyer pathway, he had an extremely deep understanding of Kilangos's power and methods. Normally, if it was someone who could be killed or spared, Kilangos would definitely kill them. If he didn't kill someone, it meant that person was useful and could not die. It was precisely this cleverness that allowed him to become the second mate on the Hurricane, earning Kilangos's deep trust. After Kilangos left, he managed the remaining crew, continuing to wait for news from the captain. This person cannot die. Everything will be decided when the captain returns. At that moment, number 9521 felt that Mithril King was radiating light from head to toe. Before he could say anything, he was firmly tied to a cypress tree by the pirates, who also conveniently stuffed a sock so foul it made one dizzy into his mouth. Chapter 159, I will definitely make him satisfied. 1,000 miles from the North Islands, on the vast sea, a several dozen meter long, clean and tidy sailboat, reflecting a golden hue in the sunlight, was steadily navigating through some waves. Compared to its counterparts, it appeared extremely special, with a main cannon positioned along its central axis. The cannon barrel was covered in layers of symbols and patterns, radiating a faint but pure light. That was the extremely powerful Purify cannon, which required 6 priests of light to perform a ritual, praying to the deities, to fill it with spirituality. After 10 shots, the spirituality would be exhausted and needed replenishment. A single shot from it could blast open the armor of any ironclad battleship on the sea. With this colossal cannon, Golden Dream achieved its formidable reputation across the 5 seas, and also made Edwina Edwards the awe-inspiring Admiral Iceberg of the 5 seas. Admiral Iceberg, who resembled a teacher more than a pirate, was currently frowning, looking at the figure struggling to swim in the distance. It was a young man with striking red hair, and his exposed limbs were covered in flame-like scars. His clothes, having been submerged in water for a long time, had turned white. Seeing Golden Dream not far away, the young man immediately spotted a savior, shouting loudly and waving his arms vigorously. Pirates were not adventurers, nor were they passing merchant ships. They had no habit of rescuing the injured. Not shooting a drowning person in the head was already a great act of mercy. Of course, Golden Dream was not a true pillaging ship. At most, it would simply ignore those who fell overboard. Just as Edwina was withdrawing her gaze, preparing to return to the captain's cabin, she saw a young man in a white shirt, black vest, and a patterned cravat, looking more like an office worker than a pirate, approaching. The man had a good appearance, with golden blonde hair that was darker at the roots, neatly swept back to both sides. His eyes were a very light lake green, his nose bridge was prominent, and his lips were thin, giving him a trustworthy demeanor. This was the third mate of Golden Dream, Yodson, known as Cravat, with a bounty of 5,200 pounds, a Prometheus of the Thief Pathway, Sequence 6. Yodson's gaze swept across the sea, and he immediately saw 7,773 arsonists frantically calling for help. He squinted his eyes and pulled out the long-barreled flintlock pistol tucked into his belt. Unlike a revolver, this type of flintlock was ancient in style, with a low rate of fire, its only commendable feature being its excessive lethality. No one hit by this flintlock had ever been found with an intact body. He took down the flintlock, slowly moved the muzzle, and pointed it at 7,773 arsonist. "Why are you trying to kill him?" Edwina, who was already preparing to return to the captain's cabin, couldn't help but turn back and ask curiously when she saw this scene. "Captain, I think he deserves a beating," Yodson said in a serious tone. Edwina frowned, seemingly asking Yodson, yet also muttering to herself. Is the thief pathway particularly sensitive to provocateurs, or is it due to the provocateur's own special nature? 7,773 arsonist, who was swimming towards Golden Dream, saw Yodson step out of the cabin, took a deep breath, and prepared to approach the ship. Seeing the dark muzzle pointing at him, for a moment he didn't know where to swim. "Captain, we can capture him, beat him up first, and then study him carefully." Although Yodson's suggestion seemed very strange, Edwina did not object. With her strength, she no longer needed to concern herself with these low-sequence beyonders. Yodson reinserted the flintlock into his waist, picked up a long rope from the ship, tied it into a running knot, swung it a few times over his head, and then forcefully threw it out. The rope flew dozens of meters through the air, drawing a precise arc, and the knot at its end perfectly looped around 7,773 arsonist's neck, not an inch too much, not an inch too little. So accurate. Edwina couldn't help but exclaim, the thief pathway's application of wrist strength is even more refined than a warrior's. Yodson didn't turn back, his voice sounded full of confidence. As a qualified thief, if they wish, they can take anything they desire. Upon contact with the rope, 7,773 arsonist immediately reacted, using both hands and feet to tightly grasp the rope, refusing to let go. Yodson pulled the other end of the rope, dragging forcefully. 7,773 arsonist's body surged with the waves, struggling to approach Golden Dream. So heavy. Just as Yodson was about to complain, a man with a bulging waist next to him had already grabbed the rope. "Bosun, Bucket," Daniels pulled the rope, shouting loudly. "Let go, let me do it." Seafarers may not be as nimble, but their strength is definitely the strongest on the sea. "You must be jealous of my performance in front of the captain." Yodson cursed inwardly as he reluctantly released the rope. There was nothing for it. As a hunter, 7,773 arsonist had long been fighting in the harsh environment of the forsaken land of the gods, and his weight had already exceeded 200 pounds. The waves on the sea at this moment were neither too big nor too small, but they were beyond what he, who was not adept at strength, could handle. In Daniels, what he lacked least was strength. With Daniels' roars growing louder, 7,773 arsonist's body drew closer and closer to the deck. With the help of the others who rushed out from the cabin, 7,773 arsonist was finally dragged from the water onto the deck. 7,773 arsonist had passed out, lying on the deck with his limbs relaxed, unsure if he was choked or had simply fainted. Yodson untied the rope from his neck, laid his body completely flat, and awaited further instructions from the captain. Edwina lifted 7,773 arsonist's eyelids and said in a calm tone. "He's been adrift at sea for at least 3 days, suffering from severe exhaustion. Now that he's in a safe place, his mind has relaxed, and he's simply fainted. He'll recover after some rest. For now, put him in that empty guest room, give him some light, easily digestible food and clean water." Edwina looked at the pirates gathered to watch the commotion, finally fixing her gaze on Yodson, and said in a commanding tone. You are responsible for looking after him. Bring him to the captain's cabin once he wakes up. Anyone who appears here is either a pirate or an adventurer, he might be dangerous. Don't worry, I will definitely make him satisfied. Yodson said, bending down and hoisting 7,773 arsonist's heavy body onto his shoulder, then strode into the cabin. Before long, Gourmet, Brewerth brought a plate of stewed bread paste and a large glass of clear water, placing them on the bedside table, and asked with a touch of concern. How is he? Has he woken up? No, he seems to be asleep. It will be a long time before he wakes up. Yodson slapped 7,773 arsonist's face hard, making smacking sounds, but he showed no reaction. Brewerth watched, his face twitching. Chapter 160, Fierce Battle with Black Snake. It was already past midnight by the time he returned to No. 7 Iron Gate Street, and Li Meng felt incredibly weary. Anyone who had experienced gaining and then losing such a massive fortune would not be able to feel happy at this moment. He fumbled for his key, opened the main door, and found the hall in pitch-black darkness. Now, he was the only one left in the entire house. In Backland tonight, there was no moonlight, only a few stars struggling to emit faint glimmers through the thick smog. By this faint light, he fumbled his way up the stairs, preparing to enter his second-floor bedroom to rest. Feeling it was too much trouble, he did not turn on the gas lamps in the hall. The moment his hand touched the iron railing, the spirituality in his body began to surge frantically. Before he could make a move, a dagger as pitch black as the night was already plunged into his chest. The dagger ignited with grayish-black flames, quickly burning Li Meng's body to nothingness, leaving behind a pile of paper ash fluttering in the wind. The paper figurine substitute had blocked this fatal blow for him at the critical moment. Shadows gradually twisted in the darkness, turning into a figure wrapped in a black robe. He held a curved dagger like a venomous snake, looking exceptionally creepy under the dim starlight. Li Meng put on the shepherd's glove number 9998 and was about to activate psychological invisibility when he saw the shadow twist into a bizarre posture and disappear back into the dim night. Shadow ascetic. If Li Meng still did not know what ability the opponent was using by now, he would have come to the Beander world for nothing. He had encountered a Beander of the same pathway, and the opponent was very likely at the same sequence 7. In this Beander world, sequence suppression was very common. Normally, a Beander of the same pathway would find it hard to challenge a Beander of a higher sequence. In some eerie pathways, high sequence Beanders could easily suppress low sequence ones. Relatively speaking, the secret supplicant pathway wasn't as obvious in this regard. The reason he judged the opponent to be a shadow ascetic was that a rose bishop's flesh and blood magic was even more terrifying and powerful. Since the opponent had not used it, he was likely also at sequence 7. The shadow vanished into the darkness, and Li Meng activated his own shadow stealth, also disappearing into the dark hall. At this moment, the hall became quiet again as both sides tried their best to hide themselves while searching for the enemy. Just as Li Meng was quietly infusing his spirituality into the notary's soul, intending to use a sudden, wide-range intense light to force the opponent out of the shadows, an extremely cold, snake-like energy bit his arm within the shadow. Li Meng watched as his etherealized body quickly transformed from a shadow back into flesh. His bitten left arm was no longer smooth and supple, but covered in grayish-black patches, emitting a foul stench. Poison. This was not just a toxin acting on the physical body, it could even pollute one's spirituality. Li Meng felt grayish-black patches appearing on his etheric body as well, corroding his spirituality and causing it to drain rapidly toward exhaustion. Illusory ravings began to surface in his mind. Due to the HLKY necklace's isolation, he could only hear extremely faint sounds, but even this tiny bit of sound passing through the necklace caused his spirituality to begin mutating, twisting, and falling into depravity. He leaned against the wall, quietly using the Faceless's damage transfer to concentrate the injury on his left arm, ensuring the flexibility of the rest of his body while trying to look weak but determined not to collapse. The shadow on the ground gradually lengthened, revealing a figure wrapped in a long black robe. The figure lifted the hood covering his head, revealing a pale and bewitching face. Right-pointing arrow. Even though Li Meng had never seen the entirety of this face, he recognized the person instantly. Black Snake. At the Beander gathering hosted by the old gentleman Eye of Wisdom, it was Black Snake who had spent £2,000 to buy the Rose Bishop potion formula. Though he had always worn a mask covering the upper half of his face, the contours of his features were still so familiar. In Black Snake's hand was a dagger twisted like a cobra. At the very tip of the forked dagger, black blood was still dripping. That was Li Meng's blood. Black Snake had relaxed by now, his pale and bewitching face wearing a playful expression. Surprised. I've been waiting here for you for a long time. My money is never that easy to take. With a gentle flick, all the blood on the dagger was flung to the ground, and the dagger became pitch black and straight again. Listen well to the voice of the true creator. Last time, some idiot turned into an ear, which wasn't worth much. I hope you can turn into an eye or a hand or some other sealed artifact, so you can be sold for a better price. Black Snake walked slowly around Li Meng, his eyes constantly sizing him up. Why did you come back so late? You made me wait so long. Do you know? Poison Fang Bite must be coated with a person's entire body of blood before each use. But after midnight, the blood coating loses its effect, and I have to coat it again. To wait for you, I had to use my own blood for the coating. As Black Snake spoke, he toyed with the dagger in his hand, casually walking around Li Meng. The moment he reached Li Meng's side, the dagger struck out like a venomous snake, heading straight for Li Meng's heart. Li Meng, who had been on high alert, deeply uttered a word in ancient Hermes language. Purify. A dazzling light centered on Li Meng, containing high temperature and intense heat, expanded rapidly and slammed right into Black Snake, who was holding the dagger. The dagger in Black Snake's hand pierced through the light and into a body covered in fine, dark gold scales. A strong sense of resistance came from the dagger. After barely penetrating 1 centimeter, it couldn't advance even another millimeter. The intense light of purification scorched Black Snake's body, twisting his bewitching features as his clothes began to burn fiercely. You possess a sealed artifact made by a shepherd, you are an oracle. Black Snake's voice became exceptionally terrified, as if sensing impending doom. His body rolled rapidly on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames and re-enter a state of shadow. Li Meng also seized the opportunity, condensing beams of light of purification, attempting to finish off Black Snake for good. But a grazed soul was, after all, slightly more inconvenient than one driven by the Beander himself. Very few beams of light of purification hit Black Snake, and even when they did, his body would recover after a brief period of either realization. Clearly, this was a new ability Black Snake had acquired from the true creator's ravings, allowing him to alleviate and heal his injuries through shadows, and it seemed quite effective. Black Snake's dagger also seemed to have an extraordinary connection to the true creator. After being stabbed, if it hadn't been for Li Meng's HLKY necklace blocking the creator's ravings, he would be a sealed artifact by now. The kind that could even drop 3 treasures. From the sneak attack to being completely suppressed by Li Meng, Black Snake quickly realized his current situation. With the sound of breaking glass, Li Meng saw a shadow tumble out of the window and fall into the Tasok River. Chapter 161, Poison Fang Bite. Black Snake was filled with terror at this moment. As a professional assassin, he had already thoroughly understood Li Meng's situation. In his view, as long as he killed his opponent and then turned him into a sealed artifact, he would better please the true creator and gain even more powerful abilities for himself. He had already obtained many unimaginable abilities from the true creator through this method, which allowed him to easily escape or even defeat many Beyonders who were stronger than him. But this time, his Poison Snake's Bite had actually failed. Through his extensive experience fighting Beyonders, he discovered that the opponent had used some strange method to avoid the true creator's corruption and had even feigned injury to prepare a sneak attack on him. This led him to decide to play along with the opponent's disguise, using words to relax the opponent's fighting will while taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. During the intense battle, he discovered that the opponent used Beander abilities from at least 3 pathways. Moreover, these 3 types of abilities conflicted with each other. If they were souls grazed by a shepherd, then their existence would be very logical. Such sealed artifacts were often in the hands of the Aurora Order's oracles. Heavens, he had actually tried to kill an oracle. Black Snake knew that at this moment, he couldn't even return to the Aurora Order. His only hope was to first escape this place and then pray for the true creator's grace. Just as he was swimming frantically forward in the water, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a figure also swimming underwater. It was as agile as a fish that naturally lived underwater. He saw that fish, rapidly kicking its legs in the water, quickly approaching him. He saw the fish raise its head and lift an extremely thick arm toward him, the arm covered in layers of dark gold fish scales. Black Snake paddled upward with all his might, preparing to surface and leave the Tasok River. Facing a Beander who had grazed a wind blessed, fighting in the water was extremely foolish. The instant he kicked his legs, he felt his foot grabbed by a thick and powerful arm. That hand was like iron pincers, deathly gripping his calf and dragging him toward the bottom of the water. In a flash, Black Snake made the most difficult yet correct decision. He raised the dagger in his hand and hacked down at the calf that had been caught. The merman Li Meng had transformed into pulled hard, and a surge of black-red blood gushed out, instantly staining the nearby river water red and blurring his vision. In his hand, he held Black Snake's severed half-calf, the flesh on it already completely withered. Li Meng threw away the calf, closed his eyes, and quickly floated to the surface, seeing a black shadow already nearly swimming to the opposite bank of the Tasok. He estimated his remaining spirituality, and a whirlwind lifted his body, swirling him into midair and flying rapidly toward the black shadow. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, just as he was about to reach Black Snake, Li Meng's spirituality suddenly began to lose control, and a cold sensation welled up in his heart. It was that poison fang bite. It seemed capable of turning invisible in the darkness and accurately hitting him. Li Meng manipulated the wind blessed, letting himself land on the nearby riverbank. Looking back at the river surface, Black Snake had already vanished. That black dagger, with its venomous snake-like blade, was currently plunged into Li Meng's chest a few centimeters from his heart, but this time its power seemed to be failing. It had only pierced 1 centimeter deep before stopping. Li Meng used his right hand wearing the shepherd's gloves to pull out the dagger, watching it twist stubbornly under the faint starlight as his blood stained it and slowly seeped into the blade. Better find a place to rest first. Li Meng felt his nearly exhausted spirituality and the wounds covering his body, as well as the blood continuously gushing from them. His brain began to throb with a splitting pain. He struggled to manipulate the wind-blessed soul and flew toward a nearby place with lights. Li Meng's sleep this time was very restless. In his dream, he saw a land of filth, depravity, and distortion, where countless evil monsters crawled everywhere, biting and devouring each other, while even more monsters lurked in the blurry night, quietly waiting for wounded prey to appear. In the very center of these slaughtering monsters was a towering peak. Countless monsters crawled down from the summit to join the fray. At the highest point of the peak stood a giant cross. Its height was infinite, passing through the dark clouds of the sky, piercing through Li Meng's dream, and even extending into the real world. On the crudely made cross, chains bound a giant covered in scars. The giant's limbs were nailed to the cross, and in the very center of his massive head, a bolt of blue lightning could be seen jumping. As the lightning flickered, drops of pitch-black blood flowed from the giant's body into the earth, forming evil monsters one by one. On the giant's extremely strong and broad body, scars that looked like they were burned by high temperatures were densely packed, along with various marks of sword slashes and axe hacks. Almost every weapon that had left a mark in long history could find a corresponding scar on him. The inverted giant was like a history museum, displaying every way humans could find to harm others. These scars seemed to have never healed. Black blood flowed from the wounds, gathering into a continuous river above the giant's head and dripping into the soil beneath his feet. Li Meng could even smell the stench coming from the blood. This odor stimulated his nasal cavity, causing him to wake up from the nightmare. He struggled to open his eyes and found that the poison fang bite he had put into a box yesterday had appeared on his body at some point. It was stuck vertically into the center of his palm, and blood gurgled from the wound like a small stream, dripping onto the ground. The strangest thing was that Li Meng didn't feel any pain. He didn't even feel that he was injured. He pulled out the dagger and smelled the stench of blood coming from it. His own blood had, at some point, become filthy and depraved. The strangeness of this dagger was beyond Li Meng's imagination. Li Meng forced himself to focus, dispelling the remnants of the nightmare in his mind. He took out the Scholar's Book number 9998, pressing his left hand on the first page of the open book and gripping the poison fang bite tightly with his right hand. The method to use this dagger in my hand. The method to use this dagger in my hand. As the decryption ability was activated, lifelike images began to appear on the scholar's book. This was a new function he had recently discovered, allowing the scholar's book to be used as a monitor to display the results of divination and decryption. This allowed him to selectively view the results, avoiding falling into madness by directly facing certain things that should not be looked upon. In a room that looked like a forest cabin, an old man dressed in clothes similar to a primitive human was concocting a potion that looked very dangerous. It was a bubbling green liquid. Even through the image, Li Meng could sense its toxicity. Chapter 162, I am a biologist. Beside the old man dressed in clothes resembling a mop, the figure of Black Snake could be faintly seen. He stood in the corner of the room, watching the old man's operations warily. Diamond suit, diamond suit. The two were still conversing in low voices. Through his cryptologist ability, Li Meng discovered that the two were actually using Balam language. It seemed this event must have happened in the southern continent. He hadn't expected Black Snake to have been to such a distant place. The owner of this vampire potion once heard the voice of the true creator, so he turned into a Beander characteristic. Are you confident you can purify it? Due to the distance from the scene, Black Snake's voice sounded a bit muffled. Are you questioning the great primordial moon? Are you questioning a true biologist? Are you questioning a 69-year-old ascetic? Have you heard of the toxins expert, Frank Lee? He was once my student at the Church of the Earth Mother. Hearing Black Snake's voice, the old man became very angry. His voice grew exceptionally loud, and the green liquid in the bottle began to shake violently. Look, hasn't your so-called contaminated Beander characteristic been easily dissolved into a bottle of potion by me? Stop shaking it, it's about to spill out. Black Snake quietly moved a few more steps away from the old man, almost backing out of the door. Only then did he point at the bottle in the old man's hand and remind him with extreme nervousness. HMPH. The old man placed the bottle heavily on the table and lit 4 candles at the corners. While chanting an incantation, he added various spices to the candle flames. With the addition of the spices, the color of the flames changed from white to yellow, and finally to the same color as the crimson moon. The old man's incantation became increasingly intense and rapid. Even the images displayed on the scholar's book began to turn deep red. A beam of crimson moonlight, almost material, shot in through the drafty roof and into the green liquid in the bottle. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the bubbling potion gradually turned crimson, like a large gemstone. This is the great divine power of the primordial moon. Your so-called contamination is insignificant before her. Even the so-called 7 deities of the northern continent will eventually grovel at her feet, trembling. The old man picked up the bottle with his hand, held it before his eyes to observe it closely, and showed a satisfied expression. After taking it, can a person normally advance to sequence 7? I mean, can it pass the appraisal of a notary? The price we agreed upon was to pay after its contamination is completely purified. Black Snake's usually arrogant voice became peaceful and humble before the old man. Are you questioning a 69-year-old biologist? The old man's face suddenly flushed red, and he roared at an inconspicuous hole in the room. Snake. Summoned by the old man, a red venomous snake immediately crawled out from the hole, half of which had sunk into the ground. It had a bright red crest like a rooster's, and its body, as thick as a thigh, was covered in a pattern of alternating red and brown. Even through the images decrypted by Scholar's Book number 9998, one could feel its toxicity through its hissing, forked tongue. Snake, drink it. Let this friend from afar experience my accomplishments in biology. The old man casually threw the bottle. Snake's body shot up from the ground like a spring, coiling tightly around the bottle, its triangular head thrusting forcefully into it. As Snake's body pulsed, the blood-red potion quickly disappeared into its belly. Snake is a sequence 7 beast tamer, responsible for looking after all my pets for me. Now it will personally drink this potion to let you know how pure it is. Black Snake, standing to the side, wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Snake's painful roar. The patterns all over its body began to crack, and exposed chunks of flesh and blood vessels grew out from within. It seemed unable to bear the pain, rubbing its entire body frantically against the ground, leaving behind trails stained with blood. As more and more exposed muscle and blood vessels appeared, Snake became increasingly crazed, its entire body twisting randomly and without order. Its thick tail suddenly swept through and broke the wooden pillar supporting the roof. Straw and leaves covering the roof kept falling. Black Snake had already fled the house and watched as the old man still stood in the middle of the building, amidst a pile of fodder and leaves. This is just a temporary maladjustment after taking the potion. I am a biologist, I can never be wrong. Once I give him some sedative and supplement it with my soothing incantation, Snake will regain his reason immediately. The old man gave his weed-like beard a hard tug and found a bottle of nearly transparent liquid in a corner of the collapsed room. He threw the liquid forcefully toward Snake and then began to loudly chant a soothing incantation. The transparent liquid came into contact with Snake's exposed flesh, making a sizzling sound like burning. Snake, who was dragging bloodstains across the ground, suddenly turned its head. Seeing the old man chanting the incantation, a trace of clarity seemed to appear in its chaotic mind. Its head reared high, its mouth opened wide, and it swallowed the old man in one gulp. Even though Snake's body was cracking frantically, it was still much thinner than the old man. The old man's rough outline could even be seen in the snake's body, slowly moving from the head toward the belly. Seemingly feeling even more uncomfortable, Snake straightened its body with force. The originally limp snake body actually stood upright like a wooden pole, over 3 meters high. In its center, a humanoid silhouette could be vaguely seen. Li Meng saw Scholar's Book number 9998 turn blood red. The belly of that upright venomous snake doubled in size and then suddenly contracted. Bang! After contracting to the extreme, Snake's upright body suddenly exploded. On the pages of the Scholar's Book, fragments of bone and flesh could be seen everywhere. At the end of the story, Black Snake's hand reached out and picked up a tooth glowing with a blackish-red light. The cryptologist ability was still active. Li Meng saw lines of bright red text appear on the Scholar's Book. Poison Fang Bite, a vampire Beander characteristic contaminated by the true creator, then re-injected with the power of the primordial moon. Any life pierced by it will randomly hear the voice of the true creator or the primordial moon. It hungers for blood and the flesh of living beings, especially that which is fallen and filthy. Any Beander whose body possesses a fallen aura will be locked onto by it, ignoring any concealment effects and directly attacking the physical body and even the spirit. The wounds it causes will quickly become contaminated and necrotic, even making the person feel no pain. If the wound is not treated in time, it will continue to bleed until death. It must drink 5,500 milliliters of fresh blood every day. If fresh blood cannot be provided for it in time, it will drink the blood of the user. Anyone carrying it has a certain chance of directly hearing the ravings of the true creator or the primordial moon. If it is soaked in blood, it will remain quiet until the blood is exhausted. Li Meng looked at the lines of blood-red text on the Scholar's Book and finally understood what the scene he saw when he woke up this morning was all about. If not for the nightmare, he would likely have had his blood drained by the poison fang bite and died silently. Chapter 163, Will There Still Be Executioners? Li Meng walked to the front desk and, under the strange gaze of the attendant, asked them to bring a bag of fresh pig blood from the kitchen, then soak the poison fang bite in it. Carrying a blood bag like that on his person at all times seemed a bit too perverted and could easily attract the police. After thinking for a while, Li Meng realized there was no better way to disguise it for now, so he had to keep it as it was. However, this dagger was so powerful that normal Beyonders would find it extremely difficult to guard against. If it weren't for his HLKY necklace, which could block these ravings, his transmigrator career might have ended right then and there. The true creator and the primordial moon, two true gods looking after me, could this blessing be any smaller? Li Meng estimated that any Beander below the level of a demigod who was stabbed by it would likely face immediate risk of losing control if they lacked the means to resist the ravings. Quietly using the notary ability to clear the bloodstains from the floor, Li Meng wrapped the blood bag in his jacket and went to the first floor to check out of his room. Although it was still unclear how Black Snake knew his address, Li Meng didn't plan on returning there for the time being. After all, Black Snake was also a member of the Aurora Order, and he didn't know if the man had other helpers or if he would notify Mr. A directly. No. 79, Iron Gate Street. He handed the coachman one sol, and the carriage slowly left the Pier district. As the road became increasingly difficult to traverse, Li Meng, feeling the unevenness of the ground from inside the carriage, jumped out and told the coachman to head back. With the arrival of autumn, people in the streets and alleys of Backland had changed into warmer coats. But many of the children and adults here were still wearing summer clothes, and a few children were even naked. They hadn't earned enough money to buy clothes for themselves and likely wouldn't survive this winter. Li Meng felt his own body grow somewhat cold. At the end of the road, Li Meng once again saw those dilapidated wooden shacks, the trash scattered everywhere, and the barefoot children running over it. He walked up to a young man sitting by the base of a wall basking in the sun and lightly flicked his finger. "Is Mr. Muriel here?" The young man named Mick opened his eyes, looked at Li Meng, and squinted as he recalled for a moment before remembering who he was. "The boss is busy right now. Do you want me to take you over?" "Busy, and he wants to take me over." When Li Meng first heard the young man's words, they didn't seem to make sense. How could it be right for a host to bring someone along when they had business to attend to? After reflecting for a moment, he suddenly understood what the man meant. "Take me over to see first." A trace of a smile appeared on Li Meng's face as he pointed to the road ahead. Mick walked ahead silently, passing through the alleys until they reached a dilapidated villa. He pushed open the doors with both hands and made a gesture of invitation to Li Meng. As soon as Li Meng entered the hall, he felt a wave of solemnity wash over him. A man as lean as Muriel, but stronger and with darker skin, stood with his back to them in the center of the hall, while Muriel stood in a far corner watching the door. 3 or 4 others dressed like the strong man stood around, all wearing shirts and shorts made of coarse cloth, exposing their strong arms. However, they all looked somewhat old. Muriel was the youngest among them. The strong man had short hair like steel needles and looked exceptionally spirited. He crossed his arms over his chest, his brows slightly furrowed, and shouted loudly. "Mick, what is going on? The enforcement court is in session. Why did you bring an outsider in?" Mick immediately put on an anxious expression, his hands twisting in front of him, and beads of sweat even dripped from his forehead. "He insisted on coming. He is a Beander. I couldn't stop him. Great acting. If I hadn't followed him here myself, I almost would have believed it." The strong man's brows narrowed as he barked heavily at Mick, "If there is a next time, I'll send you to the tribunal." Watching Mick leave the hall and close the door, the strong man looked back at Li Meng, then glanced at Muriel, and asked in a lowered voice. "What do you want, Mr. Inverse? This is a Beander I met in Backland and also my client. For that tumbleweed which had lost its spirituality, we finally reached a deal for £500. Muriel explained to the strong man, Inverse, though it sounded more like an explanation for Li Meng. "We already have enough space in Backland and have earned enough money. This money is sufficient for our families to live a better life. Why must we go back? Isn't it good here?" Inverse's hair stood on end, and his voice carried a hint of anger. "Muriel, you have fallen. As a warrior, you actually keep mentioning money. Is this the attitude an executioner of the enforcement court should have? Have you forgotten all the precepts you practiced in the tribunal? As a warrior, you actually led our brothers to fight and even lose their lives for a group of irrelevant people. Is this the decision you made as an executioner?" He pointed his finger at Li Meng. "And him, did you bring him here to threaten me? Don't forget, in front of a qualified warrior, all disguises and schemes are as laughable as a child's." Muriel was silent for a few seconds before looking back at Inverse, his voice sounding increasingly steady. "Inverse, do you think I want it to be like this? In our previous generation, the entire village had a full 3,725 people, from which 30 or 40 Beyonders could be trained. By our generation, in the entire village, only the 2 of us met the requirements to consume the potion. In the next generation, how many will be left? Will there still be executioners? Look at the executioners brought here today, they are all getting on in years. How much longer can they hold out? If that's nothing, what about the women? The women of our village, once they come out, never go back. Even those who have married or have children rarely return, and some don't even recognize their own children anymore. If this continues, will there be anyone left in our village? Without a next generation, without people, will there still be an enforcement court or a tribunal? The people in the tribunal are all old, they remember nothing and have no idea what the current situation is. They only need to recite scriptures every day, they eat very little anyway. Don't you know the current state of the village? You can take Mick and the others back anytime, I won't stop you." But one day in the future, when the village is completely gone, will there still be anyone to clean the temple of Ormir? Will there still be anyone to chant the psalms of the giant king? Will there still be anyone to follow the precepts of the tribunal? After Muriel finished speaking in one breath, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Chapter 164, Duel. This was an internal struggle on their part. Li Meng quickly understood what was happening and realized Mick's purpose in bringing him here. These people didn't want to return to the Hornekis region, but life in Backland was not easy either. Li Meng had a lot to say about this. Those damn thieves had already sent him back to poverty several times just as he was starting to prosper. Inverse, whose hair stood on end, seemed to have expected this. He didn't argue but instead pointed gently out the window. Is this the life you led them to in Backland? They are hungrier than before, poorer, and starting to lack basic nutrition. Many of them have even forgotten their faith in the giant king, haven't prayed to the great Ormir for a long time, and some have even secretly started believing in other deities. Don't think I don't know all this. I even know that after they turned to foreign gods, they weren't favored by luck. Inverse's voice grew lower, and Li Meng could even feel the anger that was ready to overflow at any moment. But, the giant king Ormir hasn't responded for thousands of years. I've met believers of many gods in Backland, including some secret sects. Their gods, even the dark side of the universe hidden in the abyss, occasionally respond to their believers' prayers. Is a god who hasn't responded to his believers for thousands of years still a true god? Does he still exist in this world? As Muriel's low, powerful voice echoed in the empty hall, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. A few minutes later, a Highlander standing next to Inverse, wearing a worn black short robe with graying hair, slowly drew an ancient-looking long saber from his belt. Muriel, you have completely forsaken the great deity. Today, I, Seraphis, on behalf of the tribunal, sentence the heretic to death. Seraphis raised the long saber high, and colorful flowing light crawled slowly at the tip. As soon as Li Meng activated spirit vision, he felt as if his spirituality was being cut by the sharp edge. I was the one who agreed to let you come to Backland. I will personally correct this error. Seraphis's voice became even more somber and restrained. At this moment, he was like a warrior from ancient legends, his entire spirit focused solely on preparing for the next strike. Come, you have a chance to fight back. You shall die as a true warrior. As Seraphis finished speaking, layers of faint dawn began to spread from the tip of his saber. This light was soft and elegant, quickly filling every corner of the room. When this light shone on Li Meng, it made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Dawn Paladin. This was the dawn light of a Dawn Paladin. He had guessed long ago that Muriel was a Beyander of the warrior pathway, so it was highly likely that the tribunal he belonged to also controlled the warrior pathway. And the every move of Seraphis before him was like those martial arts masters from the wuxia movies Li Meng had seen before his transmigration. Comparing the two, along with that signature dawn light, Li Meng instantly guessed his sequence. However, according to Li Meng's guess, Muriel was at most sequence 7. How could he possibly defeat a Dawn Paladin of the same pathway? Clearly, Muriel was not prepared for Seraphis's arrival. Right pointing arrow. Highlanders were reasonable and understood social graces, but in the end, they still relied on raw power to decide the final outcome. Just then, Li Meng saw Seraphis suddenly turn his head and look at him, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Degenerate. You are a believer of that creator, my Dawn has sensed the aura of corruption. The instant Li Meng injected spirituality into his glove, Seraphis's long saber had already vanished from its spot. In the next second, carrying infinite killing intent, it appeared at Li Meng's neck. Bang! Li Meng's body appeared against the wall behind him, with a long crack running from his shoulder to his chest. He had truly become an unintended target while just trying to watch the drama. The moment he felt the killing intent, Li Meng had already activated the paper figurine substitute, but even so, the sharp saber light had sliced into his body. Wasn't it said that in the world of Beyonders, fighting was like playing cards? You play one, I play one, a turn-based battle where the winner is decided by the strength of the cards. You're so fast it's practically cheating, you've suddenly dragged the style back to a wuxia world. How is anyone supposed to play? Having missed with one strike, Seraphis withdrew his long saber and slowly raised it above his head, seemingly preparing for the next attack. Li Meng didn't dare to be careless and immediately activated the Wind-Blessed Phantom Scales. Large patches of blue scales emerged all over his body, quickly condensing into a set of pale blue armor that completely encased him. Around his neck, Li Meng even deliberately thickened it by several layers. Because he was bathed in the dawn light, Li Meng could not use shadow-related abilities right now. This caused his combat capability to drop significantly, leaving him with no choice but to face the opponent head-on. In a flash, Li Meng watched as Seraphus's long saber suddenly slashed down, bringing forth fragments of light like the dawn, only these rays were heavier and sharper, like silver needles flying at high speeds. The intense light, carrying traces of sharp killing intent, slammed heavily into Li Meng's phantom scales. Li Meng felt his body being knocked back once more, skillfully flying into the air. This time, Li Meng activated the Wind-Blessed's wind control ability in midair, allowing himself to land safely on the ground. Feeling the dull pain from his chest, Li Meng knew he didn't have many chances left. Seraphus raised his long saber again. This time, the tip pointed forward, aimed directly at Li Meng's heart, revealing undisguised killing intent. This time, Li Meng did not hide. He also raised his right hand with the red glove, and following the direction of his finger, a beam of light even more dazzling than the dawn blasted straight at Seraphus. This was the light of purification, and also the most powerful offensive spell Li Meng currently possessed. On the Shepherd's Gloves number 9998, there were still too few offensive spells. Li Meng could only choose the Wind-Blessed's Phantom Scales to strengthen his physical body and the Notary's Purification for long-range attacks. This time, both sides' movements became faster, more decisive, and filled with raw, relentless killing intent. Watching from not far away, the expressions of Inverse and several executioners did not change at all, as if they had no doubt that Li Meng would be completely annihilated under this strike. Muriel had already closed his eyes. Seraphus's long saber instantly crossed the short distance of a few meters between him and Li Meng, appearing directly at Li Meng's chest in the next second. Chapter 165, The Complete Truth. As Seraphus's long blade touched Li Meng's chest, Li Meng's light of purification also fell heavily upon Seraphus. For reliable Taiwan novels, visit Chaocaopu. The long blade did not give Seraphus the familiar sensation of cutting into flesh. Instead, it was as if it had struck an iron plate, unable to advance even half a millimeter further. Under the astonished gazes of Muriel, Inverse, and the other executioners, the powerful light of purification completely annihilated Seraphus, leaving only a sharp long blade that fell to the ground with a clang as its master departed. At this moment, Li Meng finally unlocked the most correct way to use Scholar's Book No. 9998. It seemed indestructible, its surface sturdy enough to rival the hardest shield. In any case, the attacks Li Meng launched using Shepherd's Gloves number 9998 had never left a single mark on it. Against the Dawn Paladin's strongest strike, it indeed lived up to expectations, perfectly blocking all the damage. If not for the many people present, Li Meng would have wanted to pull it out and take a look to see if it was actually damaged. Looking at the pile of ashes in the center of the grounds, Muriel and Inverse fell silent and didn't speak for a long time. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressively unbearable. "Let's go." Inverse's flushed face turned livid. He glanced at the long blade lying on the ground but made no move, simply pushing open the door and leaving the place with several executioners. Muriel bent down to pick up the long blade and walked over to Li Meng. "According to our rules, the victor of a battle has the right to take all the spoils. This blade is yours now. There's no going back now. I originally wanted to persuade them to change the church's organizational structure to make it look like a secret order, but they gave me no chance to explain. Sorry for dragging you into this conflict." Li Meng looked at the long blade that was still shimmering with iridescent light and gently waved his hand. "I'm not very good at using this type of weapon. In a cabin of Golden Dream in the North Sunia Sea. Number 7773 finally regained consciousness after a day and night of rest. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yodson wearing a white shirt, a black vest, and a patterned bow tie. Can avatars these days not even afford a boat ride anymore? Hearing this, number 7773 immediately flipped over, preparing to get out of bed, but he quickly discovered to his embarrassment that all the clothes on his body had vanished. He was currently naked, with only a thin white sheet covering his body. There weren't any extra blankets, so I found a body bag to cover you with. Seeing Yodsun's mischievous smile, number 7773 had no doubt that this was a deliberate prank. Just lie there and listen to me. I, the third mate of Golden Dream, patterned bowtie Yodsun, saved you out of generosity and kindness. You don't need to express your gratitude for this, but you must pay me a 1,000 rope usage fee. Furthermore, you must praise my generosity and kindness in front of the captain, making her feel that I am the most special one. I've never praised anyone before. I could help you provoke your captain so she'll give you a good thrashing. Just as number 7773 was about to open his mouth to retort, he found Yodsun's palm forcefully covering his mouth and nose. He felt it hard to breathe, and his head began to spin. The person I rescued from the sea has passed away because his body was too weak. I'll just wrap him up in this body bag and hold a grand sea burial for him. Is this an ending you accept? If not, blink your eyes. Number 7773 immediately blinked his eyes rapidly, fearing he wouldn't get another breath of fresh air. That's more like it. As an avatar of Amon, being too stupid makes it impossible to survive. Yodsun stood up and casually tossed a set of common pirate clothes onto No. 7773. I'll wait for you at the door, we'll go see the captain together. This was definitely intentional. Number 7773 looked at the clothes and pants that were clearly a size too small. After forcing them on, he felt even more uncomfortable all over. He didn't even dare to take large strides, fearing the pants would split down the middle. As for the shirt, because it was so tight, two large bulges of flesh were squeezed out at his chest. Is your identity all arranged? Yodsun asked in a low voice, his back to No. 7773. The great adventurer of the 5 seas, Lut. Number 7773 whispered the identity Note 1011 had told him. Change the middle part to, humble and useless adventurer. Alright, we can go see the captain now. Remember, the wise Captain Edwina. Do you know what you need to do? I know. No 7773's impatient response immediately earned him a direct physical blow from Yodsun. The two of them made their way up and forward through the rooms until they reached the captain's cabin at the very front of the ship. Wise Captain Edwina, I, a humble adventurer of the 5 seas, Lut, wish to thank the generous and kind Mr. Yodsun for giving me a new life once again. Number 7773 finished speaking as if reciting from a book, and looking at the beautiful lady before him who seemed like a teacher, he felt inexplicably guilty. I need to hear some more truthful information, Lut. What were you doing, and why were you there? I believe that deep within that sea area, no normal person would ever go. Even a Beander would face the risk of death at any moment. She really is more like a teacher. Didn't they say pirates have no brains and only know how to drink and fight? No 1011 seems to have lied to me. As expected, nothing escapes your eyes. In the middle of those ruins, legend has it there is a spring whose water can grant immortality. I obtained a treasure map that noted the exact location of the Fountain of Youth. Unfortunately, it was a pure scam. Many people were killed, and I only managed to escape the chaotic battle by a stroke of luck. Thank you, wise Captain Edwina. No 7773's voice gradually slowed down as he entered a painful memory. I don't know how long I swam. I survived by eating live fish and couldn't judge the correct direction, so I could only drift aimlessly on the sea. Everything depended on luck. Thank the goddess, my luck was decent, and I survived. Respected Captain, if you need that treasure map, I can only say that I have completely destroyed it, as I don't want more people to be deceived. If you lack sufficient combat personnel, I believe I would make an excellent crew member. Edwina frowned. As this Lut recounted his experiences, she felt that something was off, yet the results of her divination showed that what he said was the complete truth, without a single lie mixed in. It's just that, in this world, is there such a thing as the complete truth? Chapter 166, The Erroneous Messenger. I think there are some things you need to know, but you'll have to pay a price. Leaving No. 79, Iron Gate Street, Li Meng felt a bit heavy-hearted. Although Muriel had promised to help him find the materials needed for the shadow ascetic, Li Meng knew that there wouldn't be any results for a while. He somewhat gloomily flipped open the scholar's book, preparing to learn some new spells. Just then, he saw lines of strange red characters appear on the scholar's book. Open black lens bracket writing to this point. I hope readers will remember our domain. Taiwan Novel Network, Solving Boredom, 1. Oh, super reliable. Close black lens bracket. You have already paid something, and can see part of the future that is about to happen. What did I pay? Why don't I know? Don't you dare. Ever since experiencing the shadow ascetic, potion out of control incident, he had developed an uneasy feeling toward this book, even fearing to rely on it too much. Seeing the red words on it, he instinctively felt that this was not a good thing. Your past, your present, your future. The blood-red font became increasingly clear and bright, as if drops of fresh blood were flowing. Mr. Fool Klein has discovered the fact that the Nighthawk's captain of Tingen City, Dunsmith, has been contaminated, but he cannot prove it. Out of concern for Dunsmith's safety, he is reporting this matter to the Nighthawk in Backland, Daily Simone, via a messenger. If she receives this letter, out of a certain special emotion, she will immediately report the matter to the person in charge of the Backland Diocese, St. Anthony Stephen. The contamination of a Nighthawk's captain will draw high attention from the Church of the Goddess of Night. Perhaps they will employ even more powerful forces, such as 0 to 17. This will cause the Aurora Order's secrets to be completely exposed. Naturally, all participants will find it difficult to escape the gaze of the Evernight Goddess. Well, 0 to 17 was once an angel. Her body can allow the powerful Evernight Goddess to descend directly into Backland. At that time, she will directly eliminate all participants and anything she perceives as a threat. Given that the holder of the scholar's book happens to be one of Amon's avatars, as an inevitable target for elimination, this book has an obligation to remind the carrier to leave Backland at the fastest possible speed. Is it still in time for me to run now? Thinking of this, Li Meng suddenly remembered that he wasn't the only avatar in Backland. There were also No. 3006, number 3333, and the missing No. 9521. Clearly, they would never escape the pursuit of the Church's sealed artifact. And there were Audrey and Klein. If the Evernight Goddess directly intervened in this matter, would the Tarot Club still exist? Don't worry too much. The messenger will take another 20 minutes to reach Backland, which is enough time for you to run to a safe distance. Li Meng paced back and forth in the pitch-black alley. This was the first time since he had transmigrated that he was facing such a situation, making it difficult for him to make a decision. Hurry up and run. Although the speed of a spirit world messenger isn't fast, it's definitely not something that stupid tools like carriages and trains can compare to. Looking at the lines of red text, Li Meng suddenly stopped and looked at Scholar's book No. 9998. Can I intercept this letter? He didn't speak aloud because he felt that this eerie book seemed able to read his thoughts. That messenger is an extremely weak spirit world creature. For a great existence like me, intercepting it is a very easy matter. But can you stop Klein from writing to Daily through other means? Thinking of this, Li Meng furrowed his brows and came to a halt. He let out a long breath and looked at the scholar's book. Intercept it, I'll handle this matter. What price do I need to pay? Li Meng saw lines of ancient text appear on the scholar's book. The erroneous messenger. Those who are accustomed to using messengers never imagine that their loyal messengers might also betray them or get the target wrong. They have always thought those spirit world creatures were just emotionless tools, but in fact, they never were. With just a little bit of temptation, these spirit world creatures will not hesitate to discard their letters or even throw themselves into someone else's arms. Of course, you have to know where it is, the corresponding summoning incantation, and a sufficient bribe. For example, the spirit that wanders in the void, the upper world creature driven by others, the messenger that belongs exclusively to Daily Simone. This is a lonely human skin shadow. It hungers for the main ingredients of the faceless potion to complete its own body and turn itself into a true faceless. But where am I going to get the main ingredients for the faceless potion? Just as the thought finished crossing Li Meng's mind, a new line of text immediately appeared on the scholar's book. Only £100 in banknotes is needed. Money may be useless to spirit world creatures, but they enjoy seeing the painful expressions of humans after losing it. When Bethel Abraham was being hunted by the progenitor phoenix, Gregory, he cried for 7 days and 7 nights without moving the ancient sun god. It was only when he offered all his savings to that deity that the other party immediately promised to protect him forever. Well, this included 10,000 kilograms of gold, 80,000 kilograms of pure silver, 10 carts of artifacts left over from the first epic or even earlier, and countless gemstones radiating various colors. Why are you so familiar with these things? Are you really just a book? How does this sound so strange? Without time for further thought, Li Meng used his wind-blessed and marauder abilities to enter an empty room by the roadside. He quickly set up the corresponding sacrifices and began to silently recite the specific description belonging to Daily Simon's messenger. This time, Li Meng didn't have to wait long. A face suddenly projected from the wall above the desk, a translucent face with no eyes, no nose, and only a mouth. Seeing a white slip of paper held in its mouth, Li Meng immediately pulled out 10 brand new pounds and handed them over with trembling hands. A look of extreme heartache appeared on his face, his features seemingly scrunched together. This was all money he had just withdrawn from the Backland Bank, prepared for purchasing the materials for the Rose Bishop. According to the scholar's book's explanation, the more painful his expression of loss, the more valuable the messenger would perceive the sacrifice to be. That translucent face with only a mouth immediately spat out the slip of paper and bit down on the pounds in Li Meng's hand. What a clever little fellow. Li Meng wanted to reach out and touch this cute spirit world creature, but unexpectedly, that translucent face seemed extremely worried that Li Meng would take back the sacrifices. At the moment his finger touched it, it vanished from the wall at high speed. If not for the dusty slip of paper on the floor and the candle on the table, it would have been as if nothing had happened. Should I use a messenger in the future? As he wrote this, the famous scene of the 007 played by Stephen Chow bribing the executioner with 100 yuan before being shot suddenly surfaced in his mind. Chapter 167, The World of Consciousness. Li Meng opened the note and saw Mr. Fool's handwriting for the first time. Respected Madam Daly. Through some secret information, I can confirm that the captain has been corrupted. The specific situation is as follows. During an operation, I inadvertently discovered that the captain's mental state seemed poor. As you know, seers are always particularly sensitive to such things. I performed a dream divination, a unique ability of a seer, which allowed me to understand the truth of the matter more clearly. Goddess bless, I successfully entered the captain's dream. In the dream, I saw things that do not belong to the Evernight goddess, strange statues that looked evil and definitely did not belong to the 7 gods. The most impressive among them was the inverted giant, covered in flowing blood and appearing extremely sinister. I perused the records behind Charnus Gate and learned from a book about heretics that the inverted giant represents an evil deity. Even more strangely, after that divination, I could no longer enter the captain's dreams. I know this news is heavy, but I am even more worried about the captain's safety. I'm not even sure what exactly happened, I can only pray for your help. A yellowish-brown flame ignited softly, and the note in Li Meng's hand quickly turned into a pile of dust. A gust of wind blew, and everything ceased to exist. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Li Meng looked at the scholar's book and asked silently in his heart. It's all very complicated. Which part do you need explained? A friendly reminder, some questions are very expensive, and you might not be able to afford the answers. This includes seemingly simple but extremely costly questions like, who am I, where am I, and, who are you? The answers to these questions are enough to turn you into a useless sealed artifact. The writing on the scholar's book slowly turned white, it seemed all danger had passed. I want to know why I joined the Tarot Club. It seems too coincidental. That relic from the first epic never belonged to you, and the Tarot Club was not your destiny. But with my help, you successfully joined that organization. Of course, the consequence is that your luck will become very poor. This is the price that must be paid for stealing someone else's destiny. I know you want to ask why, and I'm happy to tell you, it's because this way you will grow faster. You'll thank me later, provided, of course, that you live until that day. The answer to this question costs 90 pounds. You've already paid just now. A spirit world beggar like a human skin shadow can be dismissed with 10 pounds, I took back the extra 90 pounds from it. Isn't that a bit disrespectful to the messenger? Just as Li Meng was about to ask, white script slowly surfaced on the scholar's book once again. When I have fully recovered my power, I will be able to open up abstract worlds like the spirit world at will. Creatures with almost no intelligence like that exist only to provide materials for other races, they aren't worth much attention. But you're still just a book right now. I have another question. Why did Klein discover that Captain Dunn was corrupted? The timing doesn't seem right. I reminded him in the Tarot Club long ago, but he didn't react at all. Now that I've given up, he suddenly remembers it. This is illogical. No sooner had the thought surfaced in Li Meng's mind than the scholar's book began to reveal the answer. It is perfectly logical. Because any communication you have in that unmentionable place, as long as it affects the development of the story, will be obscured and the corresponding memories modified upon leaving. The development of the story. Li Meng felt things were becoming increasingly bizarre. Yes, Tingen City has a complete story. Although the owner of the story is merely an angel, it is enough to influence Klein's divinations, preventing him from finding the truth of the story directly through the spirit world. Of course, Klein can lift this shielding through that gray fog. Unfortunately, there is an even larger story in Backland. The owner of that story can even influence that place, making Klein forget certain memories that might make the story less exciting. In an instant, cold sweat broke out across Li Meng's back. All this time, he thought only Klein was caught in the manipulation of a high-sequence powerhouse of the spectator pathway, never imagining that he himself was also in the middle of it without knowing. You don't need to be too nervous. The spectator pathway isn't as terrifying as you imagine. In this world, no one understands this pathway better than I do. Do you know what the biggest difference is between the spectator pathway and a normal person? Isn't it the ability to weave stories? While Li Meng was still guessing, the scholar's book provided the correct answer. It's the perspective. The biggest difference between a spectator and an actor is perspective. If a person can observe others without being observed by them, then they have stepped out of the story and become a spectator. If they are also being observed, then they are part of the story. The story of Tingen, an entity with a wicked sense of humor, found it quite wonderful and didn't want anyone to ruin it. It even erased Klein's memories from above the gray fog and distorted his divinations. That quill in Tingen is still complacent about the story it's writing, unaware that it has already become part of the story itself. This sounded terrifying. But shouldn't the authority of the spectator pathway be, the items it imagines shall manifest, the kingdom it envisions shall descend upon the material world, the future it proclaims shall be staged and become reality? How did it turn into a series of stories? On the scholar's book, the white runic script continued to appear unhurriedly. Those are just the imaginings of the ignorant. The authority of the spectator pathway all stems from the collective subconscious sea. What you know are merely spiritual manifestations of the subconscious sea. In fact, before the world of consciousness was opened, the authority of the spectator pathway consisted merely of stories. It could neither change the past nor predict the future, let alone bring imagined items into the real world. These powers were all bestowed by me. Though it was just a simple line of text, Li Meng felt a wordless boast within it. As if feeling somewhat melancholy, the text on the scholar's book appeared even more slowly. We opened the world of consciousness, gathering the subconscious of all living beings to become the collective subconscious sea. In the end, they became sacrifices, offered together to our enemies. Is this a secret I'm allowed to hear? This kind of dark history seems even more terrifying than the origins of the seven gods. Chapter 168, More Devout. There has never been any Beyonder power in this world, nor any hidden knowledge, they are all unscientific. This time, what appeared on the scholar's book was actually Chinese characters, which Li Meng was most familiar with. However, compared to the script, the content on it made Li Meng even more terrified. If you grow to a certain level, you will find that all Beyonder events, no matter how bizarre, inevitably contain certain rules behind them. For example, the subconscious of living beings is only nurtured within the etheric body and is not directly manipulated by Beyonders. But the collective subconscious sea successfully connects these consciousnesses together, giving the spectator pathway more powerful authority, making it easier to manipulate the fate of others, and even influencing the real world. This greatly damages the fate of Beyonders of non-spectator pathways and ordinary people, making them unknowingly more susceptible to the manipulation of their thoughts and consciousness, easier to lose themselves, and become slaves to the spectators. The collective subconscious sea has even changed the fate of all living beings in the entire world, causing them to consciously or unconsciously come into contact with the beyonder world, bringing them closer to those unbearable pollutions. This change caused me to suffer extremely terrifying misfortune, lingering on in the form of a sealed artifact for thousands of years. I suppose this is destiny. The words on the scholar's book grew fainter and fainter, and as Li Meng's gaze swept over them, they completely vanished. Don't go, I still have questions to ask. Li Meng shouted loudly in his heart, but the scholar's book remained silent. Appearing and disappearing at will, you're making me feel very insecure. Most importantly, he seemed to have no secrets, everything was being led by the other party. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Now he still had to deal with the matters in Tingnan. According to the scholar's book, a certain existence with a twisted sense of humor already knew everything that happened there, but to appreciate it all, it prevented Klein from discovering the truth, and its authority could extend above the gray fog. But Klein had found out after all, which led things in an even more dangerous direction. Now he had intercepted Gailey's messenger, but Klein would eventually continue to contact others. After all, it concerned the safety of Dunn and all the Nighthawks, anyone would confirm it repeatedly. Currently, the safest method was actually to have Klein and those Nighthawks leave Tingnan. Being inside someone else's story, it was difficult to contend with the manipulator outside the story. No matter what means he used, the other party only needed to add a few strokes, and everything would start all over again. Thinking of this, Li Meng suddenly had an inspiration. Besides himself, there were others who cared even more about that offspring of an evil god in Tingnan. Amon's high-sequence avatars, they had fought the true creator in the forsaken land of the gods for many years. If they could ruin the other party's plan, they definitely wouldn't let it go. Legend had it that during the War of the Four Emperors in the Fourth Epoch, the Black Emperor Solomon, supported by the true creator, was ultimately destroyed at the hands of the Blood Emperor Tudor, who was supported by the Amon family. As the price of defeat, the true creator had to flee back to the forsaken land of the gods. Millions of believers, led by a pilgrim, crossed the vast and dangerous Sunia Sea. They experienced many miracles during the journey, but in the end, only 100,000 successfully reached the forsaken land of the gods. In the harsh environment of the forsaken land of the gods, and under the endless sneak attacks of the Amons, these last 100,000 believers also completely disappeared in the forsaken land of the gods, leaving only ruins behind. The hatred between the two sides could no longer be easily resolved. Li Meng thought for a long time but ultimately abandoned this plan. This was too risky. Based on Li Meng's experience, if they dealt with the offspring of an evil god, they would definitely deal with him and Klein as well. In his current state, it was almost impossible to hide from them. Well, to get things done, members of the Aurora Order were still more reliable. No reasons, no excuses, do what they want, following their hearts. But he had just fought the Black Snake. If he contacted the Aurora Order at will, would he fall right into their trap? They just lacked sanity, not brains. Thinking of this, Li Meng suddenly realized he had been overlooking the key point of this matter. Why would a single letter from Klein trigger the divine descent of the Evernight goddess? This didn't seem quite logical. Although the goddess loved all people, some believers were always more devout than others. But as an ordinary Nighthawk captain in Tingnan City, Dunn didn't seem devout enough to necessitate the Evernight goddess's personal intervention. Was the scholar's book deceiving him? Although it already had a track record, Li Meng couldn't just gamble on it. Then why would the Evernight goddess directly use the divine descent ritual? Could it be that Dunn was particularly important to the Evernight goddess? Was that possible? It was impossible. Li Meng felt that it only sounded reasonable if Klein was particularly important to the Evernight goddess. Suddenly, he felt he had touched upon the truth. When you eliminate all impossible situations, whatever remains, however unbelievable, must be the truth. Klein is a figure of key concern to the Evernight goddess. To make an even bolder guess, Klein caught the goddess's attention precisely because of the tarot club. It couldn't be for any other reason. The goddess was thousands of years old and had experienced everything, the only thing worth noting was that mysterious gray fog. In that case, the Evernight goddess actually knew about Klein. She was even willing to perform a divine descent directly for his safety. Then the problem was simple. As long as Klein told the Evernight goddess all this, everything would become without a ripple, and that offspring of an evil god wouldn't stand a chance. But how could he let Klein know that the Evernight goddess knew his secret? The Tarot Club was being dominated by that mysterious spectator in Backland. If he wanted to disrupt its plot, doing so through the Tarot Club was impossible. What other channel could directly contact Klein? Hadn't he just come into contact with one? Fortunately, Daly's writing habits weren't very good either, imitating them was easy. Li Meng relit the candle at the corner of the table and began to spray incense and essential oils. The spirit that wanders in the void, the upper world creature driven by others, the messenger belonging solely to Daly Simone. As the incantation sounded, that human skin shadow with no eyes, no nose, and only a mouth reappeared on the wall. Only this time, it seemed listless, as if it had lost its most important thing. Li Meng couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. It felt slippery and somewhat cold. The human skin shadow clung to the wall motionlessly, letting his palm brush over it. These spirit world creatures were quite cute, but as main ingredients for potions, their future fate probably wouldn't be very good. Li Meng pulled out a pen and paper, quickly wrote the letter, and prepared to hand it to the human skin shadow. After thinking for a moment, he pulled a 10-pound note from his pocket and handed it over on top of the letter. The sender from just now, do you know the place? The human skin shadow suddenly regained its vitality, bit down on the pound and the letter beneath it, and nodded vigorously. Chapter 169, The Evernight Goddess. Dear little Klein, I must emphasize once again, I prefer the title, Spirit Medium. What you have discovered is very important to me. A Nighthawk captain being contaminated is beyond the scope of what I can handle. I have already informed the Evernight goddess of this matter. The great goddess will surely protect her devout believers and keep them from any harm. I am currently facing some matters, so I might arrive a bit late. You need to pray to the Evernight goddess as soon as possible to eliminate these hidden contaminations. Compared to the captain, I am more worried about the contamination you've received. Based on my experience handling similar cases, this kind of contamination can spread extremely covertly through dreams. Beyonders of the sleepless pathway are all under the protection of the Evernight goddess. However, a seer has no protection when facing contamination. I wouldn't want to see you turned into a sealed artifact the next time we meet. Finally, before this matter is fully resolved, I don't want too many people to know about it. Klein read the paper in front of him repeatedly, feeling that something was strange, yet he couldn't put his finger on it. What bad intentions could Daly have? However, did he really have to pray to the Evernight goddess? Would the secrets of the Tarot Club be discovered? He couldn't even perform divination on such a matter. The other party's level was too high, divining recklessly might anger the goddess. Moreover, for an existence of this level, the possibility of him obtaining a correct result through divination was almost zero. Klein paced around the room circle after circle, and finally, he lit the candle on the table. In an extremely hidden and dark place within the astral world, clusters of night vanilla and deep sleep flowers surrounded a Gothic palace that seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. It was exquisitely detailed and dim in color, yet it did not lack magnificence. At the deepest part of the hall, the Evernight goddess sat on an ancient high-backed chair, still wearing that layered yet uncomplex deep black gown. The brilliant spots on the gown and the radiance on the palace dome, walls, and columns reflected each other, creating a quiet and dreamlike cosmos. The Evernight goddess, whose face seemed to be covered by layers of veils, slowly stood up, walked down the steps, and stepped onto a blooming deep sleep flower. On the purple petals, projections could be seen, playing out their respective stories like movies. Each had its own tale and highlights, yet they were entirely different. On one of the inconspicuous petals, a young man with black hair and brown eyes, wearing a linen shirt, with a thin build, ordinary features, and deep contours, could be seen kneeling before a candle, praying silently. On the goddess's eternally unchanging face, a hint of a smile finally appeared. You finally remembered me. Come, let me see what has happened. A pale and slender finger reached toward that petal. The purple petal detached from the flower and floated up gently, the content upon it becoming increasingly clear and vivid. The true Creator wants to develop believers in my city again, and even wants to descend a divine offspring. He contaminated a nighthawk. That's impossible. How could the offspring of an evil god be born within a mortal body? Let me see what's going on. He received assistance from 008. And that runaway archbishop, in Zangwil, is also here. As the petal drifted further away, the Evernight goddess's gaze cast toward the broader land. 2 Narcissus Street, Tingen City. Klein, who was praying, suddenly felt an extremely powerful gaze cast upon his body. In an instant, he felt his secrets were completely seen through, becoming transparent and clean. His body completely lost control under this pressure, even the turning of his thoughts became extremely slow. A second later, he felt that gaze leave him, and he was immediately relieved of the burden. Evernight goddess. This deity, who had always existed in his imagination, had cast her gaze upon him for the first time. At that moment, Klein truly felt the power of a deity. Blackthorn Security Company Lounge. Leonard was lying on a chair, eyes closed as if talking to himself. Old man, what do you think Klein will do after I notify him? An aged voice echoed in his mind. His secrets are far more than you imagine. Leonard curled his lip, very dissatisfied with this answer. Old man, you're always so mysterious. Can't you just tell me exactly what's on him? Old man, Leonard called out repeatedly in his heart, but the old man who was just chatting with him suddenly lost his voice and no longer responded to any messages. Just then, he saw Dunn, with his high hairline, walk into the lounge holding a telegram. A telegram from the Holy Cathedral. It orders all Nighthawks to assemble and guard Charnus Gate, awaiting the arrival of the Holy Cathedral's special envoy. No one is allowed to go out during this period. I've already sent Royale to notify Klein. You go behind Charnus Gate now and check if there's any unusual movement with the sealed artifacts. I don't think the Holy Cathedral would send this telegram for no reason. On the outskirts of Tingen, a house with a lush green lawn. It had a garden that had begun to wither in early September and a dark red chimney. Behind the bedroom window of this house sat a desk, upon which lay an ordinary notebook. A slightly pale hand flipped the notebook back to the first page and then quickly flipped forward through the pages. The notebook reached the last page. A middle-aged man with dark gold hair, one blind eye, deep blue pupils nearing black, a high-bridged nose, tightly pursed lips, and features as sharp as a statue without a single wrinkle, solemnly picked up a classical quill with his slightly pale palm, preparing to write a new story in the notebook. The moment he lowered the quill, the pen seemed to gain a life of its own, frantically breaking free from the middle-aged man's palm and writing lines of extremely scribbled text on the paper. For some unknown reason, the Evernight goddess's gaze suddenly cast upon this land. Ince Zangwil has been discovered. If he cannot leave this place immediately, his end will surely be incredibly miserable. Ah, as a traitorous archbishop, his end is pitiable just to think about. His poor and foolish plotting failed before it even began. He doesn't even know why this happened. How ironic. And that poor offspring of an evil god, I believe it will certainly provide the Church of the Night with a powerful sealed artifact. Such an ending, I imagine, must be hard for it to accept. The quill wanted to continue writing, but Ince Zangwil had already grabbed it, slammed the notebook shut, and strode out of the room, not even locking the door. He jumped onto a small boat tied by the river, and with a wave of his hand, the rope was cut. The small boat sped downstream with the current, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 170 I repent, I am guilty. To the north of Winter County and East Chester County, the dark, mysterious Amantha Mountains were the sturdiest barrier of the Loan Kingdom's northern border, silently resisting centuries of aggression from the Fasak Empire. And the holy land of the Church of the Goddess of Night, Serene Darkness, was located on the highest peak of the Amantha Mountains. Amidst the white snow, gardens composed of deep-sleep flowers and night-scented grass surrounded a Gothic palace that towered into the clouds. A lady wearing a simple linen robe with mending marks was busy in the garden, a belt made of twisted bark was tied around her waist, and she stepped barefoot on the snow-covered ground littered with ice shards, her feet covered in dust and scars. Under her careful cultivation, individual deep-sleep flowers bloomed with bright red blossoms in this place where survival was impossible. Her features were extremely ordinary, her long black hair draped down wildly, and her dark eyes were no different from a normal person's. However, just by looking at her, one's heart would become extremely peaceful and calm. Even a sudden surge of alarm or wariness could not shake this feeling. She was the matriarch of the Evernight Convent, Ariana, the head of the 13 archbishops, sequence 2 of the Sleepless Pathway, servant of concealment, the most powerful ascetic of the Church of the Night, and a true angel on earth. She reached out to lift a deep sleep flower that had been pressed down by the snow, gently wiping away the mud on it. On the clean petals of the deep sleep flower, lines of ancient Hermes text surfaced. Ariana waited quietly for the divine revelation to disappear, then walked toward a small boat on a nearby stream. This was the true source of the Hoy River, though not many people knew it. Its water flow was very small, yet it could pass through the overlapping mountains, join the Hoy River, and finally reach Tingen or even Backland. With the blessing of a mysterious power, the light boat smashed through the hard ice on the stream and flew down the steep peaks, disappearing into the depths of the mountains in the blink of an eye. Tingen City, Blackthorn Security Company. A young pregnant woman in her early 20s held the handrail of the stairs, moving toward the second floor with difficulty. She wore a sun hat, a loose dress, had a smooth forehead, long golden hair, emerald eyes, and a melancholy yet quiet temperament. She was quite a beauty. But the most eye-catching thing about her was her high, bulging belly, which looked to be more than 7 months pregnant. "Baby, don't kick me. I'll take you up to sea in a moment. Be good, be obedient. Don't move around, or mommy won't be able to walk." She stopped and started, seemingly talking to the child in her belly. In the hall on the second floor, the Nighthawks, having received a telegram from the Holy Cathedral, had already hidden behind the Charnus Gate under Dun's command. The believers living on the first floor and nearby had also been evacuated by them. Looking at the empty hall, the young pregnant woman showed a confused expression. Just as she laboriously moved her steps, preparing to follow the hall to the offices further inside, an illusory figure suddenly appeared before her eyes. That figure was clad in a simple linen robe with mending marks. The young pregnant woman only took one look at her and immediately showed an expression of extreme horror. "Don't hurt my child, don't take my child away." The pregnant woman let out a terrifying wail, as if suffering unbearable pain. She displayed an agility completely inconsistent with her figure, quickly leaping over the sofa in the hall, about to disappear at the exit of the stairs. Praise the goddess. Ariana tapped 4 points on her chest, and the sprinting pregnant woman immediately stopped in place. Her belly began to shrink, then suddenly expanded, as if it might explode at any moment. "Let my child go, it's innocent. I'll do anything you want." The pregnant woman suddenly knelt down, her voice hoarse and urgent. With her violent bowing motion, large patches of golden hair fell out, and her face began to become a bloody mess, revealing white teeth and skull. Bursts of infant crying came from her abdomen. That sound held not a hint of the joy of a birth, but was instead a series of ravings that could drive one nearly mad. Ariana's body suddenly arched, her right hand reaching behind her to draw a bone longsword covered in strange patterns from the depths of the darkness. Then, she took a sudden step forward and swung that sword. The entire darkness truly surged, spreading frantically toward the location of the infant. This was not the authority of concealment, it was a combination of the powers of sleep and horror, symbolizing the danger within the darkness, symbolizing silent destruction and passing. A Beyander of the sleepless pathway must reach sequence 3 inches horror bishop to master this power. Subconsciously, the infant's survival instinct led it to take its mother in a frantic attempt to escape. But at this moment, the surrounding darkness was the enemy, all of it infected by that power, all of it part of the tide, unavoidable and inescapable. It let out a piercingly shrill raving, viciously cursing this world. Terrifying contamination began to spread to the surroundings with its voice, attempting to pollute the entire Tingen city. But the gap in strength was too great. In the next second, it and the contamination it created completely vanished from this world, as if they had never been there. Ariana put away the longsword and looked toward a villa on Olsen Street. Madame Sharon, dressed in a black dress that only enhanced her beauty, slowly returned to the second floor, dismissed her maid, and turned the handle of her bedroom door. Her innocent, watery eyes suddenly narrowed, reflecting nearly transparent, barely visible fine threads. They did not possess the luster of spirituality, looking like the hair of a diseased human. If one hadn't known of their existence beforehand or possessed very special eyes, no one would have been able to discover them. At this moment, all those fine threads snapped and fell to the floor. Madame Sharon narrowed her eyes and cast her gaze toward the heavy, iron-gray safe. Right behind her, Ariana quietly emerged, silently watching everything. Unaware, Madame Sharon took out a key and opened the iron door of the safe, revealing a deity statue carved from white bone. This statue was the size of a palm, vaguely resembling a beautiful woman with very long hair that extended to her ankles, each strand distinct and thick like a venomous snake. At the tip of each strand of hair, an eye was carved. They were either closed or open, densely packed. Only now, Madame Sharon keenly perceived that the statue seemed to have lost the horror it should have possessed, turning into an ordinary stone carving. Her spiritual intuition frantically triggered. She turned her head with difficulty and saw Ariana standing in the center of the bedroom. Looking at her dark eyes and extremely ordinary features, Madame Sharon's heart suddenly became extremely peaceful and calm. Her suddenly rising fear and wariness began to disappear, and she unknowingly relaxed. I repent, I am guilty. A few seconds later, Madame Sharon made the most important decision of her life. Her body prostrated on the ground, her beautiful and expensive dress trailing on the floor like trash. At this moment, she didn't even dare to look directly at the person before her. All sins can only be judged by the goddess. What you must repent for is not your crimes, but your faith. Ariana's voice faded rapidly, disappearing into the room. Chapter 171, Finale. Pritzport, White Rose District, Pritzport Ticket Office Hall. A man wearing a soft cap, with dark gold hair and pupils like deep darkness, walked to the ticket window with a hint of anxiety. He whispered to the busy staff member. "One ticket to Bayham, first class, as soon as possible." The young ticket seller looked up at the man with one blind eye and said with a hint of sympathy. £25. It departs from the port in 15 minutes. Do you want it? You might not make it in time. Ince Zangwil did not speak. He took out 3 £10 notes from his pocket and handed them through the window. The ticket seller efficiently printed the ticket and handed it back along with £5 in change placed on top. Ince Zangwil took the ticket and left the ticket hall without looking back. A strange spirit world creature was wandering nearby. It curiously grabbed Ince Zangwil and, after a brief shuttle, casually dropped him off. Coincidentally, the place where Ince Zangwil landed was the passenger ship he needed to board, which was currently weighing anchor. If he had been 3 minutes later, he would have lost those £25 for nothing. For a Beyander of the death pathway, spirit world shuttling required no help from any spirit world creature at all. Ince Zangwil impatiently grabbed the quill that was writing randomly on his clothes, forcefully stuffed it into a brass-colored box, and pushed open the door to his first-class cabin. Backland was no longer a place he could stay for the time being. Black Snake might have already contacted the Aurora Order, and his identity would soon be exposed. Li Meng felt a slight sense of regret that his disguised identity within the Aurora Order had ended before it could truly be put to use. But on second thought, he didn't want to engage in certain businesses like Black Snake or spread the faith of the true creator. The Aurora Order certainly still had many people like Black Snake engaged in low-level work. It was the money they earned that supported the better development of the Aurora Order, allowing Mr. A and those oracles to live like nobles. Muriel was originally the one Li Meng had the highest hopes for, but unfortunately, she had officially broken with the tribunal and wouldn't be able to get the main potion materials in the short term. He could leave No. 7 Iron Gate Street to them. The rent was already paid anyway, and leaving it empty would be too wasteful. As for the fat apothecary Duckwell, he still hadn't given him the marrow crystal of the Fountain of Elves. Fortunately, Duckwell had left a contact address, so he could deal with it after arriving in Tiana. There had been no news from Number 4 recently. Ever since he entered Backland, all the avatars had scattered, having no contact with each other. Number 4 hadn't contacted him either, which gave him a feeling of being completely detached from the organization. Of course, none of these were the reasons he wanted to leave Backland. What truly made him decide was the information revealed by Scholar's Book No. 9998. Backland also has a story. This made his skin crawl. In this world, nothing is more terrifying than the fear of the unknown. He had watched Klein remain completely ignorant within a story meticulously woven by others, where everything was a laughable struggle. If he himself were also in someone else's story, his performance would likely be no better than Klein's. This feeling of powerlessness from being manipulated made Li Meng resolve to leave this place immediately. In Empress Borough, at the Hall family castle, Susie was working hard to push a bone with her nose, trying to hide it in the sand beneath her feet. This was a simple operation for any dog, yet she made it look extremely difficult, with even fine beads of sweat seeping from the tip of her nose. After a long time, she finally gave up on this difficult attempt. I'm so stupid. Why should I learn the movements of a dog? In my long life, I will definitely not always exist in the form of a dog. The golden retriever casually stepped on the bone. Just then, its nose suddenly twitched violently. Someone left Backland. The protagonist of that story. That's impossible. Is there anyone in the world who understands the collective subconscious sea better than I do? Could this really just be a coincidence? The golden retriever began to circle on the ground with a hint of anxiety, quickly treading out plum blossom prints on the sand. Just then, a crisp voice came from afar. Susie, where are you? Come quickly, it's time for your medicine. Susie looked up and saw Audrey standing at the window in her nightgown calling her. She immediately abandoned her thoughts and ran toward the castle not far away. In the second-floor meeting room of the Blackthorn Security Company in Tingen City, Dunn, wearing a brand-new inspector's uniform, held a telegram and was announcing personnel appointments from Backland. The captain's eyes had become deeper. Is this a sign that the nightmare potion has been completely digested? It seems the acting method I told him about is effective. Klein was lost in thought when he suddenly heard the captain call his name. In view of Klein's excellent performance in this incident, the Holy Cathedral has given an opportunity. You can go to the cathedral in Backland to serve as a Nighthawk. They lack a Beyander proficient in divination, and it would be a perfect fit for you. Seeing that Klein seemed to be hesitating, Dunn added casually. Prices are higher in Backland, so the income for Nighthawks there is also higher. As far as I know, a Sequence 8 Nighthawk earns a weekly salary of at least £15, plus extra housing and living allowances. It's about the same as your current weekly salary. Can I discuss it with my family first? Klein's heart skipped a beat. £30 a week. Wouldn't that be £1,680 a year? Am I about to become a genuine member of the middle class? Even if Benson and Melissa don't agree, I can persuade them with the income. Even if they don't work, my income can support the entire family. That's only right. Remember to keep it confidential. Dunn's voice was as steady as ever. In an inconspicuous rented room in the Backland Bridge district, Black Snake lay on a stained bed, with nearly dried blood on the corners of his mouth. I've finally gotten rid of that damned dagger. Although it made me invincible, its negative effects kept me on edge at all times. Now I can finally rest in peace for a while. Despite his lethargy, Black Snake didn't look disappointed at all. Having offended an oracle of the Aurora Order this time, there's probably no place for me in Backland anymore. I might as well try my luck on the sea. As a mid-level member of the Aurora Order, he had to hand over £200 to Mr. A every month, the remaining money was his own. And the formulas for the Shepherd Pathway were all in the hands of the oracles. People like them had to accumulate enough merit to be eligible for the formulas. This forced many Aurora Order members to buy formulas with their own money. And he had merely committed a mistake that many Aurora Order members would commit, killing the seller after the transaction was complete and taking the money back. Who would have known the seller was actually an oracle? The Aurora Order was not a place for reasoning. Having a conflict with an oracle, his end would surely be miserable. Chapter 172, Everyone is a Son. In early September at Pritt's Port, the weather was already exceptionally cool. Stepping into this place for the fourth time, Li Meng skillfully found a seaside inn to stay at and began his busy day. Although the sky was gloomy, the suffocating fog of Backland was absent outside the window. The ceaseless sea breeze over the ocean dispersed all the haze, allowing him to clearly see the neatly arranged, dense cirrocumulus clouds that looked like fine scales. This was a sign of an impending rainstorm. Li Meng, now dressed in a black formal suit, stood by the window, watching the white clouds that seemed frozen. After a long while, amidst the pitter-patter of rain, he closed the window, sat down at the mahogany table, and picked up a brown fountain pen. He wondered if Klein and the others had successfully escaped the fate arranged by Ince Zangwill. Although it was only September, the unique seaside chill had already prompted Li Meng to light the charcoal fire in the fireplace. Crimson light surged frantically from all over his body, and in the next second, he appeared above the gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun." After a round of familiar greetings, Li Meng noticed that the voice representing Miss Justice seemed unusually cheerful. What was making her so happy? It certainly wasn't money. Could it be that she had advanced to Sequence 8? At that moment, Li Meng noticed that the gray fog that had always enveloped everyone's astral bodies seemed to have thinned considerably. He slightly closed his eyes and quietly opened his spiritual sense. Deep within the gray fog of Miss Justice's astral body, a multicolored dragon was roaming leisurely. Seeming to sense that it was being observed, the dragon casually flicked its tail and disappeared into the depths of the gray fog. Is this the manifestation of the dragon pathway? Had Audrey already advanced to telepathos? Li Meng shifted his gaze to the sun. A golden sun was rising within him, radiating lines representing sunlight in all directions. Although that sun appeared extremely illusory and abstract, looking at it for long still made Li Meng's eyes ache. After hesitating for a moment, Li Meng turned his gaze toward Mr. Fool, who sat at the head of the bronze long table. He rested his hands on the table, casually flipping through the Russell notes that Audrey had just manifested, looking relaxed and leisurely. The gray fog wrapped around his body was exceptionally thick and heavy. Within that deep gray fog, Li Meng saw a clown. On its face covered in grease paint, the red corners of its mouth were turned high up, fixed in a white smile, an exaggerated, comical smile. This was a clown. It seemed Klein had also advanced to Sequence 8. Except for the dragon representing Miss Justice, the others seemed completely unaware of Li Meng's observation. Just as he was about to continue his observation, Mr. Fool finished reading and signaled that everyone could begin their transactions. No sooner had Mr. Fool spoken than the sun spoke up impatiently. "Mr. Hanged Man, I've found the materials you need in the underground market. They are unbelievably cheap. I might be able to buy them in just a few weeks. I heard that these materials are the most common things encountered during hunting expeditions outside the City of Silver. They are formed from fallen creatures hidden in the darkness after they die, though unfortunately, they aren't of much use to the City of Silver. However, I heard another piece of news. These materials you need all belong to the Shepherd Pathway. And the Shepherd Pathway is very prone to losing control. In the City of Silver, everyone who chooses this pathway must be strictly monitored. Could you not be so detailed?" Thinking of this, a strange idea suddenly occurred to Li Meng. What would happen if a large number of Sun Pathway Beyonders appeared in the City of Silver? You can try to use the formula I gave you to trade with others, sharing the formula with them. This will allow you to interact with more people and gain enough savings more quickly. It can also make your city-state's strength more powerful. As long as you control the source of the formula, you don't have to worry about others surpassing you. Is that really okay? The sun's voice became somewhat hesitant. From the bottom of his heart, he was unwilling to share the formula with others. Although he was willing to become the sun and save the City of Silver, it didn't mean he wanted everyone in the City of Silver to become the sun. After all, the sense of accomplishment from saving others is completely different from watching others crawl out of the darkness themselves. Don't think too much. From your description, the City of Silver doesn't have a large amount of materials required for the Sun Pathway. Your future can only be protected by the great Mr. Fool, and only the Tarot Club can help you reach that step. Li Meng's voice was flat and calm, as if stating an extremely simple truth, yet it caused waves to churn in the heart of the Sun, Derek Berg. Since getting the formula, he had never thought about sharing it with others. In his view, only he could save the City of Silver, especially after meeting Mr. Fool and joining the Tarot Club. But now, Mr. Hanged Man's calm voice made his heart sting. He could give everything for the City of Silver, even the price of his life. But he didn't want his sacrifice to be unknown or even silent. After a long while, he raised his hand and said in a slightly weak voice, "I will consider it. Mr. Hanged Man is truly." Audrey thought for a long time in her heart but couldn't find a suitable adjective. If it were to give her pocket money to beggars on the street, she was always very willing, but if she had to share her property with others, she certainly couldn't do it. What am I thinking? He's just suggesting that the sun trade the formula in his hands, not give it all away. Only through trade can more wealth be generated, helping the sun control more resources and knowledge in the City of Silver, indirectly enhancing the foundation of the Tarot Club. Yes, it must be so. Just then, Audrey heard the sound of fingers tapping on the table and looked up at Mr. Fool sitting at the head. Appropriate sharing is beneficial. As you wish. Son, Derek Berg responded with a respectful bow. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have a matter I need to seek your permission for. In previous Tarot Club meetings, you mentioned the criteria for new members. Through my observation, I have found 2 suitable Beyonders. They have already advanced to Sequence 8 and have many circles and resources in Backland. They seem to keep secrets well enough and have compatible personalities. Would you be willing to let them join the Tarot Club? Sitting at the head of the bronze long table, Klein felt a sudden sense of nostalgia upon hearing the familiar place name, Backland. Long ago, he had guessed that Miss Justice might live in Backland, and now, hearing it from her mouth, it was confirmed. Writing up to this point, I actually feel quite uncomfortable. When I first read Lord of the Mysteries, I really liked Derek, the little son. But after reading it a few more times and looking back, I always felt something was off. Why didn't he promote the Sun Pathway formula in the City of Silver? If a large number of Sun Pathway Beyonders had appeared in the City of Silver, would so many people still have died? Would they still be struggling so hard in the darkness? I know this is a web novel and can't be written that way. If many suns appeared, then Derek wouldn't be able to save the City of Silver, wouldn't become a great hero, and might even seem insignificant. If the residents of the City of Silver lived well in the forsaken land of the gods, they wouldn't believe in Mr. Fool, nor would they want to follow Mr. Fool and leave. Then, Klein's ritual to advance to Angel would be very awkward, and he might even have to play the villain. The novel would lose its flavor. But to continue portraying Derek as the innocent little son, I can't even convince myself. He indeed does everything for the City of Silver, but he also has his own private plans. Some people always say that the characterizations of Little K and Audrey have been distorted, but it's actually just a difference in perspective. Consider it Amon's twisted inner thoughts. Although Alger contributed a lot to the Tarot Club, he also indirectly turned the Tarot Club into a Vanity Fair of intrigue. If it weren't for Klein presiding, and it were replaced by any other deity, the Tarot Club would have split long ago. Evil is not only manifested in pranks, fraud, and so on, but even more so in the human heart. Chapter 173, Food. Klein considered that since he was about to leave Tingen for Backland, would he see Miss Justice and the new member she introduced then? Thinking of this, he decided to delay for a while, waiting until he entered Backland before making a decision. This requires a period of observation. Miss Justice, use the most covert method that does not expose yourself to let them know of Mr. Fool's existence and pique their interest. Yes, I will definitely accomplish it. Since Audrey had already obtained the formula for Sequence 7, Psychiatrist in Advance, and Sun had also obtained the Light Supplicant formula, they temporarily had no needs regarding formulas. The transaction phase ended here, and they entered the chat session. The spawn of the true creator descended in Tingen and was discovered and eliminated by the Evernight goddess, Mr. Fool, whose entire body was shrouded in gray fog, said in an extremely casual voice while tapping the surface of the bronze long table. Finally, there's a piece of news that I know but, the Hanged Man, doesn't. With the Tarot Club having been held for so long, this was the first time Klein had encountered such an exclusive scoop. I prayed for it personally, how could I not know? The Evernight goddess had no reaction afterward, and the church did not investigate the sequence of events. Because of this matter, I have already been transferred to Backland. Even if observant people notice something, it has nothing to do with me. Thinking of this, Klein's mood became exceptionally pleasant. After transferring to the Nighthawks of the Backland Church, I'll be closer to Miss Justice. In the future, I can have offline contact with her if something comes up, which will make things much more convenient. It feels a bit like meeting an online friend in person, it's quite thrilling. Just then, he heard the Hanged Man's familiar voice. Their failure was inevitable. People without brains who only have power will ultimately only be used by others. I worry that the church's action this time will alert the people behind the scenes, making them more vigilant and harder to deal with. Wouldn't this be a bit impolite? Hearing the Hanged Man's voice, Audrey worried that Mr. Fool would be angry and quickly followed up by saying, all of this was within Mr. Fool's expectations, right? You're absolutely right. I'm just putting on an act once, is it easy for me? Having a bucket of cold water splashed on him by Li Meng, Mr. Fool became increasingly depressed. Just then, Sun raised his right hand again. I want to know, how do you usually purify the pollution in the food you eat? Doesn't food grow out of the ground by itself? Why does it need to be purified of pollution? Audrey was about to ask back when she heard Mr. Hanged Man pick up the topic with unusual familiarity. The place where we live is free of pollution. Food can be eaten directly after it is grown. Other than the yield being a bit low, there don't seem to be any other side effects. Why is the Hanged Man so familiar with the forsaken land of the gods as well? Neither Sun nor I mentioned the pollution of food in the forsaken land of the gods. How did he know? Klein helplessly withdrew his hand that was ready to tap the table, listening as Li Meng continued to speak. I'm not sure what crops are grown in your area, but at least in the northern continent, crops like rice, wheat, and corn grow normally. If they are polluted, you need to check the soil, water source, and seeds. We don't have suitable soil here, monsters are everywhere, and there's no flowing water for irrigation. In fact, we've never had suitable seeds and can only grow black-faced grass to survive, but it tastes terrible and the yield isn't high. At this moment, Li Meng suddenly thought of a boring question. What do those clones in the forsaken land of the gods eat? The scene of number 35 holding a bloody esophagus flashed through his mind. On that oddly shaped esophagus, there even seemed to be teeth marks. In any case, he had never seen or heard of those clones planting crops. Fortunately, I left the forsaken land of the gods decisively back then. Why don't you eat the meat of monsters, or use their meat to grow crops? They have very severe pollution. Many people couldn't endure the hunger and ate the flesh and blood of those monsters. They all gradually went mad, and we could only kill them with great pain. What a pitiful place. Listening to Sun's description, Audrey couldn't help but feel a wave of relief. If she had been born in such a place, would she have lived until now to meet Mr. Fool? You can use holy water produced by the sun pathway to soak the seeds, attempting to fundamentally improve the variety, or use the light of purification to sear the flesh and blood to purify the pollution. As long as there are enough sun pathway beyonders, everything will get better. If you are willing, I can provide you with a large number of seeds for you to experiment with in the forsaken land of the gods until you obtain crops suitable for planting. Mr. Hanged Man, your kindness and wisdom are truly admirable. Sun praised in a low voice, seemingly not knowing how else to respond. Just then, Klein's heart stirred as an idea suddenly occurred to him. Tapping the edge of the long table lightly, he smiled and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, on this matter, would you be willing to assist me in making an attempt?" An attempt? Audrey became excited instantly, nodding with restraint and elegance as she said, "I would be very happy to. I am the same." Seeing Justice and the Hanged Man speak, Sun followed their lead and said, "Me too." Mr. Fool nodded with satisfaction and began to state the process of the ritual and the corresponding incantations. Remember, you must chant in ancient Hermes language or Jotun, and use the following prayer words. Your loyal servant prays for your gaze. Prays for you to accept his offering. Prays for you to open the gates to your kingdom. After the chanting is finished, combine materials containing spirituality with the natural power created by the incantation, and wait for my response. Mr. Fool finished his explanation and looked at the members of the Tarot Club. I will sacrifice a batch of seeds to you within 3 days after the Tarot Club ends. I hope they can bring hope to the City of Silver. Li Meng said without hesitation. After Mr. Hanged Man finishes his ritual, I will attempt the sacrifice ritual. At that time, I might find some of Russell's diary. Audrey said with a slight hesitation. I will offer some specialties of the City of Silver. This was Sun's voice. With the familiar sensation of falling, Li Meng returned to the inn, sitting by the mahogany table with a fountain pen in hand, paused at the place he was writing before, as if nothing had happened just now. Just a moment ago, when he heard Sun talk about the food and pollution in the City of Silver, a large segment of memory surfaced in his mind again. The people of the City of Silver obtained a type of mushroom that could grow freely on the corpses of fallen creatures, eventually becoming edible food. This meant that the City of Silver would master a new type of crop. Although he wasn't sure what it was, it showed that such a thing definitely existed. As long as he was willing to test it, he could always figure it out. Chapter 174, Discounted Tickets. What exactly is going on? This time, Li Meng didn't think about the food anymore. Instead, he pulled the poison fang bite out of the bag containing fresh blood and held it over the scholar's book number 9998, posing as if he would stab it at any moment. Put that little toy down first, it's useless against me. The scholar's book slowly opened, revealing lines of standard white lotus text. Mushrooms are a crop with great potential. Proper cultivation is enough to save all of humanity from hunger. I highly recommend you plant them. Being hungry for too long is never a good thing. You know that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the plot appearing in my head. Am I a transmigrator or not? Have I read this book? Is this a world inside a book, or is it real? Li Meng put away the poison fang bite, picked up a brown absorbent fountain pen, and quickly wrote down several questions in the blank spaces of the book's pages. No, this is not a book, this is a real world. As for the plot, that is merely the result of dream divination. As for the answers to your other questions, the price is more than you can bear. Whether it's the current world or the world in a book, what you face are all real, existing individuals. If you fall into this kind of self-doubt and are infected by so-called nihilism, then losing control is very close to you. This kind of pollution of one's own spirit and thoughts is definitely not something that can be solved by covering your ears. Denying oneself is one of the root causes of mental loss of control, and purification is powerless against this kind of loss of control. As a reward for participating in the tarot club this time, you have time for one more question. The white text filled the page and slowly stopped at the bottom. A reward for participating in the tarot club. Does the scholar's book gain some kind of benefit from it? Li Meng lifted the pen with some difficulty. He had many questions, but the other party wouldn't necessarily answer them. It was like opening a blind box, what you got depended entirely on luck. Now there was only one chance to open it. If his hand slipped, the loss would be immense. I want to know what the end point of the sequence I'm on is. After hesitating for a long time, the brown absorbent pen finally touched the scholar's book. The secret supplicant pathway you are on, the name of sequence 0 is, the Hanged Man. Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking of. I can also give you a bonus piece of knowledge. The so-called true creator is the sequence 0 feet Hanged Man. He occupies the uniqueness and 3 sequence 1 Beander characteristics. In this transcendent pathway, you can at most advance to sequence 2 and become a so-called angel. Of course, you don't need to consider those issues now. Before achieving demigod status, all far-sighted planning is laughable and pathetic. The white font gradually faded. Just as Li Meng was about to close the scholar's book, a line of blood-red font suddenly appeared on it, crudely wiping away the line of white text from just now. Do not be deceived by that false knowledge, he is a liar. The red font flashed and vanished. Before Li Meng could see clearly what had happened, it disappeared completely, leaving only a blank page. I should buy the boat ticket first and head to Bayam to take a look. Black Abyss Castle should have the materials I need. Li Meng put on a black vest and checked himself in the mirror. Looking at the young man in the mirror with black hair and eyes, sharp features, a well-proportioned build, and a slight scholarly air, he left the hotel satisfied and stepped onto the bustling street after the rain. The hall of the Pritz Port Ticketing Company was spacious and tall, with 7 open ticket windows all crowded with people. He really didn't want to wait in line. Li Meng, who had suffered through all sorts of lines in his previous life, had an instinctive aversion to this scene. Just as he was looking around for the shortest line, hoping to buy a ticket in less time, a man in a red formal suit and a bow tie suddenly approached him. Sir, do you want a fast boat ticket? We can get faster ones here, cheaper ones, the kind where you can board at any time. Seeing Li Meng still hesitating, the man with an extremely wretched smile stepped a few paces closer, preparing to grab Li Meng's arm. Li Meng's hand rose naturally, dodging his grasp, and he quickly walked a few steps away, disappearing into the crowd. I didn't expect to see a scalper here. The ticketing company is really something, letting them solicit customers right in the hall without doing anything about it. While Li Meng was muttering and looking for a suitable line, an employee wearing a black soft cap and a black and white checkered police-like uniform with a seagull badge on his chest walked to an unopened ticket window and shouted loudly. Tickets for the Barons to Bayam are on sale at a discount. Second class for £9, first class for £32. Departing in 2 hours, everyone hurry up. This is a real warship, absolutely safe, absolutely comfortable, and absolutely fast. While speaking, the man lifted the wooden shutter of the window, revealing the ticket seller sitting behind it. The travelers waiting in the hall turned their gazes toward that window. After patting their respective thin wallets, they stopped their eager steps. Only a few people walked to the newly opened window. I still have £3,500 on my card. I can afford to be extravagant for once. Besides, I'll need to try various rituals on the ship, and a room that's too small will affect my performance. After getting the blue card from Backland Bank, I don't even need any identification to buy tickets here. The world of the rich is truly wonderful. The ticket seller in the blue uniform printed the ticket for Li Meng with the most efficient movements, her smile so sweet it made one think she had just eaten a mouthful of honey. There's still some time before boarding. I can stock up on some daily necessities at Pritz Port to avoid buying them on the ship. Things on the ship are bound to be expensive. Shortly after Li Meng left the ticket hall, an attendant in a brown vest ran quickly into the hall and shouted at the newly opened ticket window, "Refund, I want a refund." Large drops of sweat dripped from his head, and more noticeably, there was a deep red palm print on his face. He looked at the ticket seller with a pleading expression. The sweet smile on the ticket seller's face vanished instantly, her entire face becoming as stiff as a curtain. "This is a discounted ticket, it cannot be refunded now." The ticket seller took the ticket, glanced at it casually, and shoved it back through the window. "Then could you exchange it for a first-class cabin around the same time? The kind with a servant's room." The attendant bowed and scraped, shoving the ticket back in again. "The nearest one is the St. Fleur Anne, departing tomorrow at noon. It's £36. You bought this ticket for £32, and after deducting a £6 fee for changing ships, you still need to make up £10. Hearing this, the attendant with the clear palm print on his face hesitated at the entrance of the ticket hall for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, he pulled a large handful of change from his wallet, made up the amount, and left with the ticket. Chapter 175, The Barons. 2 hours later, Li Meng, carrying a heavy leather suitcase, arrived at Rose Wharf on time. The Barons was docked at the very front of the wharf. Compared to humans, it appeared exceptionally massive, capable of carrying hundreds of passengers without any issue. It had a unique construction belonging to this era, with chimneys and sails standing side by side. This meant it could use both wind power and steam propulsion. Of course, they could also be used together, making it a true hybrid warship. Along its sides were 18 cannons and their corresponding firing mounts. These were not decorations, but weapons of mass destruction that could be put to use at any time. Although it had undergone repeated repairs and painting, numerous scars could still be seen on the hull, with one even extending from the keel all the way to the bottom of the ship. "It won't split open during the voyage, will it?" Li Meng suddenly understood why there were so many first-class tickets left. Under the deliberate arrangement of Captain Jared Carl, dozens of exceptionally sturdy sailors lined up at the gangway. They held polished long knives and spears, and a few even carried steam rifles, quietly watching the passengers come and go. This was an aura only found in the military. These men were all veterans, and the kind who had killed before. With just one look, Li Meng's attention was drawn to the scars on these men. The scars on those sailors were of the kind that only powerful bows, arrows, and spears could cause. They looked like old wounds, suggesting much time had passed since their battles. There hadn't been any large-scale wars in the Loan mainland recently. Could these have been left behind in the southern continent colonies? But who would put such a military force on a passenger ship? Filled with doubt, Li Meng followed the gangway up onto the deck. After taking a moment to appreciate the ocean view from the deck, he followed the stairs into the cabin. Just as he turned the corner of the cabin stairs, he saw a man in his 30s wearing a half-top black hat and a long black trench coat walking toward him. His features were shrouded under the black hat, and the skin he exposed was unnervingly white. In the slightly dim light of the cabin, it looked even more frightening. Most importantly, the man walked without making a sound, nearly colliding directly with an unprepared Li Meng. Seeing the other party walking straight ahead with no intention of yielding, Li Meng politely stepped aside to let him pass first. The exceptionally pale man showed no courtesy, walking straight past Li Meng without any pause and heading to the level below, where the third-class cabins were located. Carrying his suitcase, Li Meng found his room according to the ticket number. The first-class cabins here were at the very top of the passenger area, and the side facing the sea had windows for viewing the ocean. The room was spacious beyond Li Meng's imagination, even comparable to the hotels he had stayed at in Backland. Golden sunlight shone through the translucent curtains into the room, casting flecks of gold on the pearwood furniture. Li Meng placed his luggage in the cabinet by the bed and threw himself heavily onto the duck-down quilt. By the time he woke up, it was already the middle of the night. Looking at the faint moonlight outside the window, he suddenly felt in high spirits and decided to take a walk on the deck. The first time he left the forsaken land of the gods, number 1011 had actually found him a cargo ship, the kind where he had to work to pay for his passage. As for the ship number 3006 took from Tiana to Backland, it was fast enough, but riding it was simply torture. Never mind a steward, if Li Meng hadn't had the foresight to bring dry rations, they would have nearly starved to death on the ocean. The deck was quiet, with groups of people out to enjoy the night view scattered about, completely lacking the bustle of the daytime. Li Meng immediately spotted the man who had gone to the wrong cabin level during the day. His pale skin looked particularly jarring under the crimson moonlight. At that moment, he was lying in a dark corner of the deck, his body twisted into a strange posture. If his heart weren't still slightly rising and falling, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a dead man. In another direction far from him, Li Meng found an empty spot and slowly sat down. Today's moon rose very late. Its crimson light was like a thin veil, gently covering every corner of the Barrens, allowing everyone on board to feel its tranquility and mystery. The Barrens used to be a warship. After attacking Barrens Harbor, it was converted into a passenger ship. Look at those sailors, many of them are my former comrades. A slight sound of chatting drifted in the wind. Li Meng took off his HLKY necklace, and the voices instantly became clear. These were the voices of two people chatting not far from him. Seeing Li Meng look over, the young man sitting on the deck facing him smiled at him and then continued listening to the white-haired old man's story. The Barrens once earned many merits for Loan. Because it was so badly damaged, it could no longer continue its service. The captain at the time, Jared Carl, gave up a bright future in the military and took the brothers who were injured in the war to start a passenger transport business with this ship. The old man's tone was somewhat somber and nostalgic. I once served on the Barrens too, though I retired very early. I never expected that when I boarded the Barrens again, I wouldn't even be able to afford a single ticket. Our former barracks were over there in the first-class area. Grandpa, when we get to Bayham, we'll definitely strike it rich. The captain heard your name and let you on the ship directly, and even brought me along. I think the captain is a really good person. A good person. The old man's voice was a bit bitter as he repeated the young man's words, then he fell silent. Grandpa, there might still be empty rooms over in first class. Let's go take a look. They're empty anyway, and the captain didn't say we couldn't go in. The old man held the young man back and shook his head slightly. Don't go. The captain might show kindness for a moment, but you must never try to challenge his bottom line. In my blurry memories, he was never a generous or kind person. Didn't you bring thick clothes when you boarded? Let's just sleep on the deck for a night. But Grandpa, can your body handle it? The young man stood up and began rummaging through a large bundle beside him, finding a few pieces of clothing to spread over a straw mat. I'm tough, I won't die. In 10 years of military service, hundreds of comrades died, but I didn't. When I returned home, my children and daughters were all dead, but I didn't die. I wanted to die in their place, but I just can't. The old man shook his head as he spoke, his voice growing increasingly desolate. Grandpa, I've spread the mat on the ground and put a few thick coats on top. It's quite warm to sit on. Lie down and rest for a while. The young man helped the old man lie down, then pulled out another straw mat and lay straight down without covering himself with anything. Chapter 176, Aside from profound knowledge, I have nothing else. Watching the old and the young lying on the deck, quickly beginning to snore, Li Meng abandoned the idea of waking them up. It seemed they were already prepared, which wasn't too bad. Thinking back to the years on ship 3006, there weren't even blankets, one could see the stars upon opening their eyes and occasionally feel the waves crashing against their body. In this era, long-distance voyages were extremely expensive. Many gold seekers heading to Bayam or even the southern continent spent their entire family fortune just to get a ticket, not to mention the incredibly costly food on board. Li Meng shook his head and turned his gaze toward the boundless sea. Blue waves rose and fell gently, and silver-white flying fish leapt out of the water, soaring through the air. In fishermen's legends, these fish that seemed capable of flight were the blessed of the Lord of Storms and were a species that could not be hunted. I wonder how they taste. Just as Li Meng was lost in thought, an equally curious voice came from beside him. It was a middle-aged man with a white towel wrapped around his head, wearing a filthy white robe that revealed dark skin. His thick nose bridge, wide bulging eyes, and sausage-like lips reminded Li Meng of a certain eccentric from a country in his previous life. I've read many books, but not one records the taste of this fish. I feel this is a lack of respect for knowledge. And so, Li Meng asked back somewhat irritably at this uninvited and overly enthusiastic man. My name is Homie Baba, you can just call me Homie. I am a wandering scholar, pleased to meet you. Homie enthusiastically extended a right hand that was equally dark with long fingernails, wanting to shake hands with Li Meng. Julius, I don't have the habit of shaking hands. Li Meng expressionlessly put on his red gloves. It's all right. Where were we? The taste of flying fish, I'm sure you're curious too, right? Why don't you catch one for us to try? As the first person to try this fish, I can leave your name in my travelogue. As Homie spoke, he pulled out a black leather notebook and a matching fountain pen from a large, shiny black backpack. I'm not that bored. Li Meng stood up, preparing to return to his cabin to rest. Look, Tumbleweed. He hadn't walked a few steps when he heard a startled cry from behind him. That Homie Baba quickly pulled a coiled rope from his backpack. Layers of scales surfaced on his right arm, which became at least one size thicker than his left arm. He swung the rope forcefully above his head a few times, and the rope immediately uncoiled, with a small refined iron grappling hook at its tip. A beander. Although those blue scales flashed by in an instant, Li Meng saw them clearly. This was a beander ability unique to the sailor pathway. The iron hook whistled sharply through the air, quickly leaving the deck and disappearing into the crimson moonlight. Following the hook's direction, Li Meng saw a mass of gray, seaweed-like material floating on the distant sea surface. It lay quietly on the water, rising and falling with the waves, looking particularly free and easy, like a spirit of the sea. Li Meng couldn't help but think of the tumbleweed taken by the Nighthawks, a full 850 pounds, and wondered where it was now. Just as the iron hook landed on the tumbleweed's fluffy branches, a massive wave suddenly appeared, sweeping the tumbleweed away and making it vanish into the vast ocean. What bad luck! Homie Baba resentfully retracted the iron hook and kicked a large clam shell that had been snagged by the hook back into the sea. The clam shell floated on the sea surface, refusing to sink for a long time. Only then did Li Meng turn back to the first-class cabin, pull back the blanket, and lie down again. The next morning, he was awakened by the noisy sounds on the ship. Who caught a mermaid clam in the sea yesterday? Amidst a mess of voices, the loud scolding of sailors was mixed in. He got dressed and walked onto the deck, seeing that the sailors had already gathered, brandishing long harpoons and spears. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Jared Carl was directing sailors to load old-fashioned cannons, ready to fire at any time, while the rest of the men set up steam rifles. At a glance, the sea was covered by patches of bright silver light. It was schools of swordfish, large and small, with a sharp spike growing from their heads. They were densely packed around the barrens, exerting themselves to ram the hull with their spikes, piercing large and small dents into the iron-clad gunwale. Standing on the deck, one could feel waves of slight vibration. Further away from the ship, some extremely frenzied swordfish even pierced through their companions' bodies, their blood dyeing this stretch of sea red. Bang, 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 accompanied by bursts of pungent sulfur scent. Buckshot rounds plunged into the water, instantly sending chunks of shredded meat flying. The school of swordfish became even more frenzied, beginning to desperately ram the gunwale. Li Meng even saw several swordfish whose head spikes had broken off, revealing the bright red marrow inside, yet they continued to ram frantically. The sailors held their harpoons, forcefully stabbing at the swordfish trying to approach, but their strength was useless against the endless swarm of fish. Near the gunwale, several people held fishing nets and harpoons, ready at any moment to kill any swordfish that leapt up. On the deck not far away, sailors were questioning passengers one by one and checking if they carried any fishing gear. What is going on? Just then, a sailor wearing a faded military uniform walked up to him and shouted loudly, "Did you see anyone fishing?" Fishing. Li Meng shook his head, then suddenly remembered what happened last night. His eyes searched through the crowd and found Homie Baba, who had used the grappling hook to fish for tumbleweed yesterday. He was squeezed among a group of passengers, pretending to watch the confrontation between the sailors and the swordfish, even shouting loud cheers of encouragement. "I saw him pull a clam shell out of the sea yesterday. I don't know if it's the mermaid clam you're talking about." Li Meng casually pointed at Homie Baba, who was wrapped in the white towel. The sailor in the faded military uniform immediately ran forward into the crowd, grabbed Homie Baba, and hauled him out. "Did you catch a mermaid clam yesterday?" A smile squeezed onto Homie Baba's honest-looking face, and he said with a slight stutter, "I didn't even bring any fishing gear, how could I fish?" The sailor gave a look to his companion who had followed him over. "Go search the cabins. I saw him staying in third class yesterday. Take a few more people and search all the luggage there." Homie Baba regained that extremely enthusiastic face and warmly grasped the right hand of the sailor in the faded uniform. "I am merely a scholar traveling for my studies. I don't know how to fish at all. Aside from profound knowledge, I have nothing else." Chapter 5, My Hand Slipped, Wrote It Wrong. Chapter 177, Water Cut Off. The sailor didn't wait long before his companion, who had gone down to check the cabin luggage, returned. "No fishing gear found, but we discovered this." The sailor held up the rope found in Homie's bundle, and a heavy iron grappling hook slammed onto the deck. "How can this be used for fishing? This is just a tool for a scholar to climb the peaks of knowledge. Massive amounts of Taiwanese novels are waiting for you." Homie Baba showed that honest and simple smile once again. Several sailors looked at each other, seemingly unable to decide. "I saw him last night, he used that rope to fish a large clam shell out of the sea." Woo woo woo. Li Meng looked toward the sound. A 7 or 8-year-old girl had her mouth covered by an adult. The little girl wore pink hair ties, her skin was pink and tender, and she looked extremely cute. A man dressed in butler attire picked her up and said to everyone with a slight apology, "Sorry, the young lady is taking a boat for the first time and is a bit seasick. She might have just said some nonsense, please don't mind. I'll take her down to rest." The butler carried the little girl and hurriedly left the deck for the cabin. Behind him followed a very tall nobleman in an expensive wool suit, leading a little boy down into the cabin. 2 maids and a bodyguard followed as well. Watching the noble with the little boy disappear from the deck, several sailors immediately surrounded Homie Baba, their expressions very unfriendly. "I really don't know any mermaid clams, I just hooked a clam shell and threw it back down immediately." Homie Baba tried to squeeze through the sailors to leave, but they were sturdy and blocked the path completely. "Didn't you say you had nothing but vast knowledge? Don't you know the scent of a mermaid clam attracts swordfish attacks?" The sailor's gloomy voice sounded like it was squeezed through his teeth. "I was just saying things casually, why did you all take it seriously?" Homie Baba's face still held that enthusiastic smile, making one especially want to punch him. "Detain him when we disembark and have his family bring 10,000 pounds for ransom." The fully armed Captain Jared Carl stood behind the crowd at some point. "I'm just a wandering scholar, all my net worth went into the ticket. If you don't believe me, you can check my bundle." Homie Baba shouted loudly, trying to break through the sailors' blockade. "Then let him work on the ship to pay off the debt, £1 a week, until it's enough." Jared's voice was flat, as if he had anticipated this. Homie struggled hard, suddenly saw Li Meng, and immediately waved to him loudly. "I'm very familiar with Mr. Julius. He has a lot of money and is willing to help me pay any fees. You can just go to him. I'm not familiar with him. Feel free to keep him for work, the heavier the better." Meeting the sailors' questioning gazes, Li Meng activated the wind-blessed ability of the glove, making his voice sound louder. "You can't treat me like this, I am a believer of the great Lord of Storms." Homie's voice grew smaller and smaller. Several sailors used the rope he brought to tie him to the mast, gagging him in the process. Seeing the swordfish impacts becoming more frequent, Captain Jared's frown deepened. "Clodagh, how much fresh water do we have left? We originally planned to resupply at Bansi Harbor, so we only added half. If we save, it can last about 5 days," the second mate, Clodagh, who wore a red bandana, reported in a low voice. "Release the stored fresh water to wash the deck. Clean all the cabins and the deck, especially the gunwales, they must be washed clean." "But Captain, what will we drink?" Clodagh asked in confusion. "Endure it. Keep an eye on Homie Baba, don't let him out of sight. Move all passengers into the cabins, don't let them stay on the deck." Jared's voice wasn't loud, but it reached the sailors' ears filled with majesty and decisiveness. "Have all sailors carry weapons and don't relax for a moment. This matter isn't that simple." Amidst the sailors' urging, Li Meng returned to his first-class cabin. Bursts of cannon fire came from outside, mixed with the sizzling sound of sailors scrubbing the deck. Throughout the morning, 2 fully armed sailors patrolled the corridor, not letting anyone out. Li Meng could only stay in his room helplessly, flipping through the GG magazine provided on the table. Well, the girl on the cover was very beautiful and the price was also very expensive, but he was a bit hungry and had no interest in these. Until noon, Li Meng saw through the window that the swordfish school had disappeared, and the sea had returned to blue. Except for the occasional smell of blood, there were no other abnormalities. Li Meng squeezed onto the deck with the passengers and saw Jared standing on a half-meter-high mast, directing sailors to move gunpowder and bleeding swordfish. "I have some good news and some bad news to tell everyone now." Jared's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, making it exceptionally convincing. "The good news is, we have endless swordfish meat. I think everyone rarely tastes this gift from the deep sea. In Backland, a swordfish costs at least £1. But on the Barrens, they are free. Eat as much as you want, and you can even take them off the ship for your friends in Bayham to taste." Immediately, several people in slightly worn clothes began to cheer, even preparing to move some swordfish from the gunwale. Li Meng squinted, looking at the captain of the Barrens standing on the mast, whose expression hadn't changed at all. "The bad news is, our water reserves are in a very dangerous state. The nearest Demir Island will take at least 2 days to reach. To ensure the normal operation of the steam engine, there will be no fresh water supply for these 2 days. I hope everyone will endure for a bit." The ship suddenly buzzed like a boiling pot, and various voices were released instantly. Silence. With a deafening gunshot, the noise that had just emerged was instantly suppressed. "I am honored to provide this service, but please remember, the best service is to let everyone reach the destination alive. Our army once continued to fight after 3 days without water. I think 2 days of water cutoff is not unbearable compared to losing your life." Jared's voice became increasingly majestic and heavy, slamming into everyone's ears like hammers. What strong persuasiveness. Li Meng, who used the hypnotist Beander characteristic on the shepherd's gloves to resist this majesty, finally confirmed that Captain Jared was a Beander. This majesty most likely comes from the Arbiter pathway. Chapter 178, An Absolutely Safe Dinner. As he walked down into the cabin, Li Meng glanced with interest at Homie Baba, who was tied to a pillar. He was still struggling fiercely, seemingly trying to break free from his predicament. Although it was only for a moment last night, it was enough for Li Meng to confirm that he was a Beander, most likely one from the sailor pathway. If he wished, he could violently break free from the ropes and dive into the sea at any time. For a competent sailor, diving is an extremely easy task. That clam shell from last night, Li Meng remembered it was floating on the sea surface, likely an empty one. However, since Mr. Homie himself hadn't brought it up, presumably thinking there wasn't enough evidence, Li Meng had even less reason to worry about it for him. If he wanted to, he could escape from the ship at any time. Li Meng just didn't know what he was really after at the moment. In the restaurant near the stern, just as Jared had said, all the food had been changed to fresh swordfish, and there was no limit on the quantity. A portly chef, wearing a white apron and a tall hat of the same color invented by Emperor Russell Gustav, arranged a large tray of marinated fish meat on the grill. He continuously used a fine bristled brush to apply a mixture of sea salt, basil leaves, cumin seeds, pepper, and lemon juice onto the swordfish meat, which still oozed blood, while constantly flipping it to ensure even heating on both sides. The fat and blood of the swordfish dripped onto the charcoal, sizzling and sending up blue flames. The enticing aroma of sizzling fat filled the entire restaurant, and Li Meng heard many people inhaling deeply. A middle-aged man dressed as a farmer ahead of him held a plate and asked the chef for more. Without hesitation, the chef added another piece for him. Now, his plate held 2 hefty chunks of swordfish meat, each weighing a full kilogram. I've really hit the jackpot. If I can return safely from this trip, I'll tell my neighbor I ate 2 whole pieces of swordfish in one meal. He'll surely widen his eyes in disbelief. The middle-aged man joyfully took his plate and left. He didn't look for a seat, nor did he use a knife and fork. Instead, he directly grabbed a piece of the grilled fish and put it into his mouth. Li Meng also took a piece of grilled fish and a few vegetables, sitting down by the window. The fish was grilled rather roughly, but it couldn't hide its delicious aroma. The meat was tender with few bones, truly a delicacy among fish. Unexpectedly tasty. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. After finishing lunch, Li Meng spent another 5 sol on a glass of red wine. With the lack of fresh water, alcoholic beverages, serving as substitutes, had suddenly increased in price 5-fold. 2 crew members carrying steam rifles patrolled between the cabins and the deck, dashing Li Meng's thought of going up to the deck for some air. He picked up a few magazines from the rack in the restaurant and went into his room. The subsequent voyage proceeded smoothly, without any further anomalies. It was so uneventful it became boring. Everyone could only rest peacefully in their cabins, lulled to sleep by the faint smell of fish. To prevent another incident like the mermaid clam, Captain Jared forbade passengers from casually going up to the deck. Only after breakfast in the morning were passengers allowed on deck under supervision for some fresh air. This caused much dissatisfaction among many. Coupled with the effects of water shortage, many passengers gathered together, wanting to negotiate with the captain. However, when they stood before the imposing Jared, they easily yielded. Persuaded by him, they obediently returned to their cabins. After 2 days and nights of sailing, the barons arrived at Demir Port amidst a tense yet orderly atmosphere. It would replenish sufficient fresh water and food on this colonial island and set sail again the next morning. Passengers, nearly driven mad by the almost imprisoned-like journey, cheered loudly, quickly jumped off the ship, arrived at Demir Port, and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Even those travelers with meager wallets would find a quiet tavern, order a glass of light beer to drink heartily, and have some other vegetables or fruits to alleviate the fishy taste in their mouths. I'll never eat swordfish again. Harboring the same thought, Li Meng strolled leisurely around Demir Port, seeing if he could find some suitable seeds to offer to Mr. Sun through the Tarot Club. Unlike Tiana Port, this place had been colonized by Loan for several hundred years and had never changed ownership. The people here were very diverse. Locals made up only a small portion, more were passengers from all over the world who had come here preparing for adventures on the high seas. Following the signposts, Li Meng saw a bar with a sign that read, "Flying Fish and Ale." Looking at the bounty notices plastered outside the bar and hearing the noisy sounds coming from within, Li Meng frowned, passed by the bar, and walked a distance further back. Blue Mountain Cafe. Seeing this name, Li Meng was momentarily taken aback before remembering that Blue Mountain was the largest island of the Rorstad archipelago. The so-called Blue Mountain coffee wasn't the high-end coffee from legends of his previous life either, but a general term, distinguished from the Highland coffee mainly produced in Bonafide. Pushing open the door, this place was much quieter than the previous bar, exactly the kind of environment Li Meng wanted. Since taking the Shadow Ascetic potion, Li Meng found it increasingly difficult to tolerate noisy and brightly lit environments. It seemed only in the shadows did he feel sufficiently secure. Potion would subtly and silently change a person's habits, preferences, and even their way of thinking and perception. He wondered what he would ultimately become if he continued taking potions. The room's hall was dim and secluded. An attendant wearing a dark blue jacket and matching wide-legged trousers came over and handed him an unusually complex menu. This was good, and also expensive. Seeing that Li Meng seemed lost in thought over the menu, the attendant in the dark blue jacket explained. "We are a proper restaurant, different from that bar up front. You can dine here with confidence, without worrying about getting hit on the head by a bottle from who knows where or having your head taken by some unknown pirate. Our greatest feature is safety. Dining here, you can enjoy an absolutely safe dinner. Since when did safety become a selling point for restaurants? Watching Li Meng order his way down the menu, selecting only vegetables and fruits, the attendant's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Sir, I suggest you add some meat. It would better suit dietary habits and be more beneficial for your health. Swordfish, for example, would be very suitable. Li Meng's face changed. He snapped the menu shut with a snap sound. That's all for now. Bring the beer and ice water first. The attendant impatiently took the menu and headed towards the bar counter. Just then, his eyes lit up as he saw a young lady. She wore a white linen shirt under a dark red long coat. Her dark, charming curls were piled high, a white headband wrapped around her forehead. She wore close-fitting beige trousers, her figure tall and graceful. What was most captivating about this lady were her two long, straight eyebrows and a pair of sharp, bright azure blue eyes. When her gaze shifted, her pupils would momentarily lose focus, appearing hazy and particularly alluring. On her wrist, a bracelet studded with diamonds was exceptionally dazzling. Chapter 179, The Sick Girl. This lady was not only beautiful but also possessed a heroic aura rarely seen in women. The attendant in the dark blue jacket immediately set down the beer and drinks he was about to serve Li Meng and quickly walked over to the lady. Your presence makes Demir even more beautiful, fair lady. What would you like to order? The attendant flashed a set of white teeth, smiling with exceptional enthusiasm as he spoke, leaning in toward the lady's side and back. The lady in the white linen shirt showed a faint expression of disgust, gently shaking her head. Her dark, curly hair covered the crucial areas, much to the attendant's disappointment. 1 Blue Mountain coffee, 1 swordfish meat, 1 grilled pork chop, 1 fennipote noodles, and 1 glass of red wine, Southwell vintage. The lady's voice was low yet retained a soft charm. Isn't that a bit too much? As the attendant's voice just sounded, the lady had already slapped a gold coin onto the table. That's all. Do you have a problem with it? The attendant frantically picked up the gold coin and hurried into the kitchen. Li Meng, savoring fresh vegetables and sipping the somewhat bland beer, suddenly felt life was exceptionally wonderful. So it's true that too much meat can become tiresome. The food for the lady sitting not far from her was also brought out. She ate extremely rudely, lacking any trace of the elegance a lady should possess. After devouring a piece of swordfish meat in a few bites and probably feeling unsatisfied, she grabbed the pork chop with one hand, lifting the nearly 2 kilogram slab to her mouth, while casually stretching one leg onto the chair beside her. The attendant watched from the side, about to step forward to intervene, but when the lady shot him a fierce glare, he retreated. Just as the lady finished eating and pulled out a white handkerchief to carefully wipe her fingers, 3 burly men reeking of alcohol walked in. The leader was a bald man wearing a green shirt and blue trousers, with thick, short eyebrows and eyes that exuded a fierce, menacing aura. He swaggered into the cafe, his eyes scanning the hall with practiced ease, immediately spotting the lady who had just finished her meal. Hey, lucky day. Just finished drinking up front and was looking for a place to grab a bite, never thought I'd stumble upon a little chick. The bald, burly man, reeking of alcohol, reached out with his left hand and began groping the lady's back. Li Meng watched the scene with great interest, leisurely taking a sip of Blue Mountain coffee. Still as bitter as ever. As for this lady, the moment she walked into the cafe, a name surfaced in Li Meng's mind. The sick girl, Tracy, a lone pirate with a bounty of 12,000 pounds. She also had a hidden identity, as an emissary of the demoness sect, responsible for all affairs in this sea region. Tracy quietly sipped her coffee, as if completely unaware of everything. Those whores at the bar are boring. Playing with these little chicks is much more fun. Seeing Tracy's lack of reaction, the man in green shirt let out a heh chuckle and prepared to slide his right hand down from Tracy's chest. Seeing this, the attendant, despite trembling legs, walked over carrying a cup of coffee. Sir, what would you like to order? Our cafe has shares owned by Governor Demir. If any incident occurs here, the police will arrive within 10 minutes. As he spoke, the attendant handed the coffee to the green-shirted man's right hand, halting its further movement. What governor? A tiny island like this dares to call itself governed. Have you heard of the undefeated Dubrav Ivan? You'd better stay out of our business. The burly man named Dubrav Ivan let out a drunken belch and smashed the coffee cup on the ground. These people will probably be scared stiff just hearing your name. A pirate standing beside Dubrav, wearing glasses and a white shirt, murmured in agreement. Hearing this, Dubrav became even more pleased with himself, reaching out with his right hand to give the attendant a light push. The seemingly sturdy attendant flew straight back from that push, crashing onto a nearby table and overturning the chairs. As that, the undefeated, Dubrav Ivan, first mate of the Dusk, with a bounty of 8,900 pounds. A low, melodious voice slowly sounded. Dubrav was stunned for a moment before realizing it came from the lady his left hand was caressing. I don't oppose your actions, I even envy them somewhat. But you're too ugly, not at all what I desire. Tracy, in her white linen shirt, slowly stood up and gently wagged a finger at Dubrav. Look at you, reeking of alcohol. Haven't bathed in at least 3 months, wearing clothes for a year. The stench of alcohol mixed with blood is nauseating. What lady would like that? I suggest you go find female crocodiles that have been soaking underwater for years, they might be interested in you. Dubrav Ivan was instantly enraged by these words. He roared, his green shirt tearing apart to reveal dense muscles and powerful limbs. You bitch, you're asking for death. He drew the dagger from his waist with a backhand motion and, with agility completely mismatched to his bulky frame, slashed toward Tracis' neck. Tracy stood perfectly still, her azure blue eyes watching Dubrav with a hint of a smile. Just as the dagger was about to slice her slender neck, Dubrav's foot caught on a piece of glass shard. His body went limp, and he collapsed heavily, raising a thick cloud of dust. Tracy unhurriedly drank the last sip of her coffee, looked at the fallen burly man, and then pointed at the 2 pirates standing beside him. What are you waiting for? He's clearly ill. If not handled properly, you might get infected. Hurry up and carry him out to dump him in the sea. The bespectacled pirate reached out to stop his companion's impulse to draw their swords. Together, they lifted Dubrav's hefty body and swiftly ran out of the restaurant. After being afflicted by the demoness of afflictions, disease, could he still be saved? Although the warrior pathway bestowed exceptionally robust bodies, Li Meng held little optimism for Dubrav's future. The moment he placed his hand on Tracis' back, the virus had already begun to spread. This sick girl clearly only acted after ensuring she had the upper hand. Thus, the undefeated, first mate of the Dusk, with an 8,900-pound bounty, died silently in a remote cafe. While inferior strength played a part, being blinded by lust, underestimating the enemy, and carelessness were greater causes. In the world of Beyonders, death comes so easily. Thinking of this, Li Meng couldn't help but glance at his beer glass, where a little unfinished beer remained. Today's luck is hard to judge as good or bad. Just taking a casual stroll, and I run into pirates. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Or perhaps I simply have a connection with pirates. Thinking further, he recalled the Beyonder he saw on the Barrens. Based on experience, there were never that many Beyonders in this world. Nor would they just let themselves be seen so casually. Chapter 180, How to Complete the Mental Transition from Male to Female. Li Meng watched as Tracy, holding a wine glass, walked over step by step. You know me. Her voice was low yet filled with feminine softness. Disease-maiden Tracy. Li Meng thought about imitating the martial world courtesies from his previous life, saying something like, "Long have I heard of your fame," but suddenly remembered this was a world dominated by Western civilization, where Eastern etiquette probably wasn't in vogue. Tracis' slender fingers lightly tapped the wine glass, the crimson wine inside gently swirling. May I buy you a drink? No need. I don't have the habit of drinking with strangers. Li Meng did not raise his glass, staring directly into those eyes that had suddenly lost focus, appearing hazy and exceptionally alluring, his voice unusually cold. A real man never refuses a woman, unless he isn't a man. Tracis' voice was slightly icy, yet unexpectedly brimming with a seductive aura. I've always been curious. For a Beyonder of the demoness pathway, during the physical transformation, how do you complete the mental transition from male to female? Perhaps it's very easy. You're seeking death. At that moment, Tracis' hair abruptly lengthened, turning into twisting, writhing venomous snakes, their tips opening into expressionless eyes. Losing control so easily. The thought had just surfaced in Li Meng's mind when he saw her pale lips part slightly, emitting a soundless howl. With her howl, a deep blue, semi-transparent halo erupted from her body, spreading outwards in a frenzy. Wherever the halo passed, the ground surged with layer upon layer of frost, rapidly congealing into sharp ice spikes. The cafe's patrons had already fled when Dubrav Ivan drew his blade, leaving only Tracy and Li Meng inside now. Before they could react, they were encased in thick ice. The hard ice shimmered with a rainbow of colors, like meticulously polished gemstones. A golden light of purification descended from the sky, landing on the hard ice. Simultaneously, black flames ignited, melting the frost-covering Tracis body. A blood-red light from the diamond-studded bracelet on her wrist burrowed into her body. Her hair, which had nearly reached the floor, rapidly shortened. Those twisting snakes also gradually receded, turning into sleek, black, enchanting curls. Tracy, having shed her loss of control, stood there, letting the black flames blaze, burning away all moisture and grime on her body's surface. Within the quiet black flames, her pale arm raised a serpent-like black wand. Li Meng had just used the light of purification to shatter the ice and dispel the chill from his body when he immediately felt countless invisible spider threads entangling him from all sides. Some were hard as iron, attempting to bind his flesh, others were soft as silk, teasing various parts of his body. Li Meng could no longer maintain his composure during the fight. His heart began to race, his ears grew hot, and his body felt slightly numb and tingly, a mix of the weakness of a low-grade fever and the stirrings of blood rushing downwards. This was the convergence of pleasure and pain, acting upon a single person, enough to make one oscillate between hell and heaven. Fortunately, the shepherd's gloves contained enough souls to handle most situations. He straightened his body, spread his arms wide, facing the sky. The glove on his right palm took on the golden hue of the sun. Priest of light. At that moment, Li Meng's face gained a sacred radiance, his brows and eyes filled with resolute determination. A miniature sun slowly rose from between his palms. The golden sun emitted terrifying energy fluctuations, as if it could melt Tracy into a pile of ashes. Her body once again manifested the familiar ice, encasing herself firmly within the hard frost. The golden sunlight shone directly onto the ice. She watched as the ice layer visibly dissolved at a rapid pace, disappearing. The brilliant, sacred light dimmed, disintegrated, and shattered. About 1/10 of it had melted before the sacred light vanished. Tracy was momentarily stunned. This light, which appeared so powerful, was actually so feeble. A white frost spear rapidly materialized in the air, stabbing towards Li Meng. The ice spear pierced his body effortlessly, pinning him to the ground. A white piece of paper was impaled on the ice spear, with drops of water staining it. Paper figurine substitute. Faceless, or notary. The hard ice on Tracis' body surface rapidly melted. Her eyes abruptly lost focus, appearing hazy. Countless threads darted through the air, but she could no longer find any trace of Li Meng. She chased out of the cafe, countless threads probing further out, but still found no trace. That was close. Li Meng slowly emerged from his state of psychological invisibility and arrived at the Barrens. Between Sequence 7 and Sequence 5, there existed a vast spiritual difference. This gap was difficult to bridge with mystical items, let alone against Tracy, a Beander with rich combat experience. Even with the shepherd's glove's numerous abilities, it was hard to directly injure a demoness of afflictions. This was the difference in their Beander levels. The 11-sol dining fee at Blue Mountain Cafe was still unpaid, but compared to the losses from the earlier fight, it was nothing. So much for the so-called dining safety guarantee. On the deck not far away, that homie Baba was still tied to the mast, his mental state seeming somewhat poor. As the sky gradually darkened, people returned to the Barrens one after another. After all, they had already bought tickets and had lodging, most wouldn't pay extra to stay overnight on the island. Did you hear? Dubrav Ivan, the first mate of the Dusk, died. That's the undefeated one, with a bounty of £8,900. Several passengers sitting near Li Meng chatted about the island news, seeming quite pleased. I heard he was sick, looking for a doctor on the island, didn't find one, and died of illness. How can a pirate get sick? First time I've heard of a pirate dying of illness. Ahem, he didn't die of illness. He was poisoned. I heard it from the port doctor, ahem. A few guys carried him over, the doctor took one look and said he was gone, told them to carry him away. A young man, covering his mouth with his hand, coughed while eagerly joining the chat. His voice was rushed, his face flushed. How would I not know? I just caught a cold on the ship, went to the doctor to get some medicine, and happened to see them carrying a dead man over. Scared me to death. The chatting crowd scattered in an instant, keeping their distance from the coughing young man. I told you this isn't contagious. I've been on the ship for days, and you're all fine, aren't you? The more the young man explained, the further people stayed away. Li Meng inconspicuously squeezed in front of him, lowering his voice to ask. You saw the doctor confirm his death with your own eyes. How did you know he was that undefeated one? I told them, but they don't believe me. Those guys, after hearing the doctor say he was really dead, one suggested carrying him back to the ship. The other pirates thought it was too much trouble, said to just throw him into the sea. As for his identity, that's what his accomplices said when they brought him in. The young man's coughing grew worse. Did you see where they threw him? How would I know that? They were so fierce, could I follow them to watch? Cough, cough, cough. But the sound of the tide was nearby, and they did head towards the sea. Good, thanks. Take this, get proper treatment. Li Meng tossed him a 1-pound gold coin. The young man fumbled to catch it, and when he looked up, the figure from before was gone. In the first-class cabin, Li Meng took out a piece of blue torn cloth. He had picked it up from the floor during Dubrav Ivan's earlier fight. Chapter 181, The Flying Golden Shark. Those pirates probably didn't know about the law of conservation of Beander characteristics and might not have taken Dubrav Ivan's Beander characteristic. He could use this piece of cloth to locate him and find that Beander characteristic. Li Meng held the blue scrap of cloth in his right hand, pressed his left hand on the scholar's book, and slowly activated the Dream Stealer's divination ability. The whereabouts of the owner of this piece of cloth. The whereabouts of the owner of this piece of cloth. The scholar's book slowly turned to a new page. On the vast azure sea, a corpse that had already begun to bloat was floating aimlessly. On the corpse's right hand, a white light sphere the size of a fist slowly took shape, like congealed dawn light. That's it. But on the boundless sea, how could he know the exact location of the corpse? Just as Li Meng thought about attempting to decipher it, the image rippled. A massive shark suddenly leapt from the seabed and bit into the corpse. The shark, visually estimated to be over 6 meters long, shook its tooth-filled lower jaw and completely swallowed Dubrav's corpse. Next, Li Meng saw the shark begin to swim frantically on the sea surface as if drunk. As the shark swam erratically, he saw steep cliffs not far away. This meant it wasn't far from land. If there were no huge storms, Dubrav's body, after being thrown overboard, wouldn't drift too far. It was probably in the waters near the doctor the young man had mentioned earlier. After making some inquiries on the island, Li Meng quickly ascertained the doctor's location. He had now transformed, with tanned skin and a huge scar splitting his face in two. Even if Tracy came in person, she wouldn't connect him to the man fighting in the cafe earlier. Following the path from the doctor's door, Li Meng didn't have to go far before he saw the steep cliff. In the short 400 or 500 meters from the path to here, the ground was strewn with various bloodstains and even a few skeletons. This doctor is really particular about his location. If he can't cure you, he just tosses you into the sea along the way, saving the burial. Pirates probably love this kind of service. Judging by its practiced movements, that shark from the divination vision is a regular here, must have enjoyed quite a few pirates. Winds wrapped around Li Meng's body as he slowly descended onto the cold sea surface. Li Meng took out the blue scrap of cloth, preparing to perform a decryption to find its owner. Just then, he felt the water surface churn violently as a white spray rapidly approached him. A smaller shark, with a huge anchor-shaped scar on its head, opened its mouth in the night, revealing rows of dagger-like teeth aimed at him. The wind swiftly lifted Li Meng's body, flying him away from the water surface. The shark with the huge anchor scar brought its 2 rows of sharp teeth together with a heavy clack, its small, round eyes gleaming with confusion. Size-wise, this shark was much smaller than the one in the divination, but its movements were equally practiced. It must have consumed quite a number of human corpses. Seeing Li Meng floating mid-air, this roughly 2-meter shark circled the water surface for a while before diving back into the depths. Using his cryptologist abilities, Li Meng didn't have to go far before he found the frenzied shark. At this moment, its entire body was encircled by rings of white dawn light, its fine scales shining brilliantly like cast gold in the dawn glow. As if catching Li Meng's scent, it opened its mouth, revealing a set of golden teeth, like a nouveau riche among sharks. A golden shark. Just as Li Meng was still pondering how to retrieve the meander characteristic, the golden shark slapped its massive tail hard on the sea surface. Propelled by this force, its heavy body shot up dozens of meters into the air, charging toward Li Meng floating in midair. Li Meng urged the winds, swiftly changing his position. The golden shark missed with its first strike. Its fin, like an eagle's wing, suddenly flapped, actually changing direction midair and flying back toward Li Meng. This turn was sharp and fast. Li Meng didn't even have time to change position before it bit his shoulder. The shark's upper and lower jaws clamped together, its teeth colliding heavily. Clenched between its golden teeth was a human-shaped piece of white paper. As Li Meng changed position once more, the massive golden shark finally couldn't sustain itself and crashed heavily onto the water surface, sending up a huge spray. After all, it was just a fish, not an eagle, incapable of soaring in the sky. Li Meng had just breathed a sigh of relief when the golden shark thrashed its tail and launched itself back into the air. Again. Fortunately, this time Li Meng was prepared. He skillfully rode the winds, changing his position in the sky. This time, the shark changed direction 3 times midair before its strength was exhausted and it fell back into the water. The two sides entered a state of attrition. This golden shark seemed to be rapidly adapting to flight. From 3 midair turns to 4, then 5, its movements grew faster and more proficient. Thankfully, although this shark learned quickly, it ultimately lacked intelligence. Each improvement was within Li Meng's expectations. Later, he could even evade it easily without using the paper figurine substitute. Man and fish stood off against each other over the sea, a rather comical sight. The shark leapt once more, but this time, Li Meng sensed its weakening. After all, making a fish fly was too demanding. Its heavy body consumed too much energy with every leap. After 5 turns, the shark landed in the water again. This time, it didn't attempt another leap. Instead, it churned through white waves, trying to flee the area. After waiting for you for so long, how could I let you leave so easily? Just as Li Meng prepared to transform into a merman and dive underwater to continue the pursuit, he suddenly had an inspiration. He switched his glove to the hypnotist characteristic and activated psychotherapy. Before him appeared a gray, indistinct world where nothing could be seen, lonely and unknown. Howling winds blew from constantly shifting directions, making Li Meng's body sway as a sense of fear slowly deepened. He continued probing deeper. Suddenly, a point of light ignited within the gray haze before him. This was the manifestation of the thoughts of the shark that had just devoured Dubrav's corpse, now covered in golden scales. Out of control, its mind was filled with emotions like fear, killing, tearing, bloodlust, and combat. These chaotic emotions dominated it, preventing rational thought, leaving it only the instinct to vent its desires. When it first spotted Li Meng, the desires for combat and feeding drove it, wanting to tear apart and swallow the creature before it. But after repeated battles, as its spirituality began to deplete, fear took precedence, urging it to flee from everything before it. Unfortunately, a meander knot of the spectator pathway couldn't truly cure its mental confusion. Otherwise, a golden, flying shark put in a zoo or circus for performances would surely earn a lot of money. A golden light shone within this gray world, heavily striking the point of light representing the golden shark. This was a clever application of sun domain spells in psychotherapy. It could dispel mental contamination. Of course, this could only be used after successfully locking onto the target's spiritual body. More importantly, while this treatment dispelled mental contamination, it would also annihilate the patient's spiritual body. Put simply, the illness could be cured, but the patient would be killed. The shark's golden scales began to fade, and the dawn light enveloping its body gradually dimmed. A silvery light slowly converged on a soft scale beneath its lip, finally condensing into a crystal-like scale. Chapter 182, Murder. Li Meng picked up the fish scale. It felt cold and slippery to the touch. Due to the burning of the light of purification, it had now transformed into a pure sequence 6 inches Dawn Paladin, meander characteristic. Stowing away the Beander characteristic, he looked towards the distant sea. Under the crimson moonlight, Demir Island appeared exceptionally peaceful and serene. This Sequence 6 Beander characteristic is worth at least 4,000 pounds. This trip wasn't in vain. Early the next morning, after replenishing its fresh water and food supplies, the barons let out a long whistle and departed from Demir Harbor. Li Meng was resting in his cabin, flipping through a magazine he had taken from the dining hall, when he suddenly heard a series of urgent knocks on his door. Opening it, he saw the little girl with the pink hair ribbon. Around 7 or 8 years old, she was at that most mischievous age. Seeing Li Meng open the door, she grabbed the little boy's hand and quickly ran off. A plump maid followed behind them. Perhaps due to her age, she couldn't keep up with the two children at all, left far behind, like a clumsy turtle chasing two nimble rabbits. Li Meng remembered that little girl. A few days ago, it was she who said she saw Homie fishing a mermaid clam out of the sea. The little girl's innocent and guileless nature made everyone on the ship believe her words, leaving that wandering scholar still sunbathing on the deck. "Auntie Phelan, don't chase us, you can't catch up. We're just on the ship, we won't get lost." The little girl's voice was as clear as a lark's. Pulling the little boy along, she ran even more gleefully. They kept knocking on closed cabin doors, slipping away just as the passengers inside opened them, leaving the plump Auntie Phelan to bow and scrape, apologizing profusely to the passengers who answered. Many passengers were thoroughly annoyed by the knocking. They could only open their cabin doors like Li Meng and watch the two children dash down the corridor. "Miss Harry, please don't drag the young master around like this. If the master finds out, you'll get another beating." The maid Phelan watched as the two children darted under her arms, even crawling under her apron a few times. Her voice was filled with pleading and fear, but the two children paid her no mind whatsoever. Just then, the door to a first-class cabin next to Li Meng suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in butler's attire stepped out. Behind the butler stood an extremely tall Loan nobleman dressed entirely in expensive woolen formalwear. Emerging from the cabin door's shadow before anyone could clearly see what happened, his right hand had already seized the boy's ear. "Siri, didn't I tell you not to run around? While the adults are discussing matters, you're out here running wild with your sister. What if you got lost? How could you face your mother?" The boy's ear was twisted 90 degrees like a clockwork spring. Large teardrops rolled down from his wide-open eyes, but he endured without a sound, offering no defense for himself. The little girl Harry, who had been leading him on his wild dash, now became exceptionally well-behaved. Standing behind the butler, she rolled her eyes and made funny faces, trying to make everyone laugh. The Loan nobleman seemed very dissatisfied with the boy's reaction and slapped him heavily twice more across his tender little face. The little boy still didn't cry, staring wide-eyed at his father. The Loan nobleman raised his hand to strike again when the butler beside him, unable to bear it any longer, grabbed his raised arm. "Havis, that's enough. The child doesn't understand. Why should an adult be so angry with him? They're just at a playful age. You were just as mischievous when you were little." The Loan nobleman Havis's lips moved, but in the end, he weakly lowered his right hand. Looking at the maid Phelan, he scolded in a Backland accent that sounded strangely familiar to Li Meng. "How could you let the children run around like this? You've been with our family for over 10 years, and you can't even handle such a small task." Whether from exhaustion or fear, the maid Phelan sat on the floor, unable to get up for a long time. Murder. Just as Li Meng was settling his thoughts and preparing to return to his cabin, he suddenly heard a heart-wrenching cry. It came from the ship's hold, the location of the third-class cabins and also the area with the most passengers. Just as everyone was reopening their cabin doors, preparing to go down and investigate, two sailors carrying steam rifles rushed down from the deck, their dark gun muzzles pointed at the people in the cabins. Jared walked down behind them, holding several cut ropes in his left hand and an iron grappling hook in his right. "Everyone stay in your cabins. Don't come out, or we'll shoot." His voice was loud and penetrating, even Li Meng, wearing the HLKY necklace inside his room, could hear it clearly. "Leave one rifle to watch the first-class cabins. The rest, follow me down." A flurry of hurried footsteps quickly rose and then faded. Li Meng pushed open his door and saw a sailor holding a steam rifle pacing back and forth in the corridor. At the junction of the stairs and the cabin, under the mottled light and shadow, stood another sailor carrying a harpoon with a short knife hanging at his waist. The intense sunlight and the cabin's gloom created a stark contrast, making it very difficult for those in the shadows to spot this deliberately concealed sailor. If not for his enhanced perception of shadows after advancing to shadow ascetic, he might have been fooled by such a simple trick. Pretending not to have noticed him, Li Meng closed his door again. Not long after, he heard a series of knocks on doors. Clearly, Captain Jared was searching the rooms one by one. A white-haired old man followed behind Jared, his voice exceptionally hoarse. "Captain, my grandson must have been murdered. He was so healthy, never been sick a day in his life. How could he just suddenly die?" Li Meng recognized him at a glance. It was the old man who had sat near him chatting on the night he boarded the ship. The grandson he mentioned was presumably that young man. "I've lived a long life, but I never thought my grandson would die before me. Captain, you must avenge my grandson." Jared walked ahead with a grim expression, leading the old man as they searched room after room. The old man's pale hair clung limply to his scalp. He had lost all composure, supported by two sailors as he shuffled forward bit by bit. Seeing Li Meng, the old man shook his head. "Not him," one of the sailors supporting the old man said impatiently. "He never even saw the murderer. How could he possibly tell who harmed his grandson? He died of illness. We should just throw the body into the sea. Why all this trouble?" Before the sailor finished speaking, the old man suddenly struggled violently, muttering incessantly. "My grandson didn't die of illness, he was murdered. Captain, you must believe me. You have to believe me." Chapter 183, Disciplinary Night. Watching the old man walk away step by step to the next room for identification, Li Meng turned around to close the door. Just then, his eyes habitually swept over the shadows beneath the room's window and saw a faint, almost invisible footprint on the floor. The next second, a red glove appeared on his right hand. "Come out. I suppose you wouldn't want the noise of a fight to attract Jared and his sailors." The room remained eerily quiet, with no sound emerging. Li Meng had ample experience with this kind of situation. Psychotherapy could not only treat patients but also uncover hidden ones. Before his eyes appeared a gray, misty abyss. Within this abyss, countless points of light flickered irregularly, some near, some far. The nearest point of light was less than 2 meters away. Just as a white light danced at Li Meng's fingertip, aimed at that point of light, a gray humanoid outline swiftly manifested. A few seconds later, Homi Baba stood barefoot on the floor, dressed in a gray robe full of holes. The exposed skin on his body bore fine, intersecting scars. "So you are a Beander too? A shepherd or a scribe? Do you think I would answer you?" Li Meng said noncommittally. Homi scrambled up from the floor, strode to the table, downed a glass of beer Li Meng had placed there in one gulp, and picked up a pie brought back from the dining room. With his mouth full of food, his words were somewhat muffled. "I can tell you the captain's Beander sequence. It's a secret only I know. It's an open secret that the Loan royal family and military hold the Arbiter pathway." Li Meng casually picked up the last green apple from the table. "You might not believe it, but that Captain Jared is very likely a disciplinary knight, or possesses a sealed artifact of the same sequence. You surely don't know what a disciplinary knight is, do you? I'll tell you for free, it's sequence 5 of the Arbiter pathway." Hearing this news, Li Meng instinctively wanted to refute it. How could a sequence 5 Beander serve as the captain of a passenger ship? Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos is only sequence 6. If he were truly a sequence 5 Beander, as long as he wished, he could become a pirate general at any time or secure a high position in the military. Why would he be an obscure captain here? I know you don't believe me. After they tied me up, I was full of confidence, thinking I could leave at any moment, even show them the charm of magic, quietly loosen the ropes and then suddenly slip away, giving those sailors a big surprise. But a mysterious power clung to the ropes, making them wrap around my astral body like an octopus, even constantly lashing my physical body. The pain was indescribable. Fortunately, I had endured such punishment before, so I barely held on. This method of attack, which enhances binding while simultaneously inflicting punitive effects, confirmed for me that Jared used the power of a disciplinary knight. So, do you think he used a sealed artifact or his own Beander ability? Watching him swallow the last bite of food, Li Meng asked in a low voice. I suspect it was a Beander item. Not long ago, that power disappeared, and I cut the ropes to escape. I walked right behind Jared, and he didn't notice. That doesn't seem like the capability a disciplinary knight should have. Of course, it's also possible he did it on purpose. The Barons doesn't seem simple at all. It's clearly not an ordinary passenger ship. Those sailors gave Li Meng the feeling of a group of professional soldiers. Li Meng walked to the window and opened it. Leave once you've finished eating. I don't think I can face a disciplinary knight head-on, so I can't offer you shelter. Moreover, I still don't know your identity. Where can I go now? It's all ocean around, falling in would mean instant death. Is there any more food? After starving for 3 whole days and having to constantly focus to resist the pain from that punishment, I feel my willpower has improved significantly again. Homi Baba let out a belch and began searching around for more edible items. Don't you possess the Beander abilities of the sailor pathway? The sea should be your most suitable place. I acquired that through mimicry and learning. Its power is far inferior to that of a true Beander. As far as I know, even Beyonders from the Church of Storms still travel by ship when going to sea. As the two were talking, another wave of agonized howls arose from the ship's hold. Attention, all. All passengers must now remain in their rooms. Changing locations or appearing in the corridors or on deck is prohibited. I repeat, this is an order from me, Jared, to everyone. Patrols are authorized to shoot any violator on sight, whether you are a noble from Loan or a lady from the southern continent. I repeat, the ban must be enforced. This is a power granted to me by the king, not a suggestion, nor a request, but a command. Any violator, as if violating the laws of the Loan kingdom, must be punished. Jared's voice reverberated in every corner of the barons, even causing the room's tables, chairs, and dust to tremble. The sound of boots scraping against wood quickly rose as a group of sailors armed with various weapons appeared in the passageways, dining room, and on deck. In the Barons' captain's cabin, Jared was looking at a row of charms on the table. Just moments ago, he had used one depicting a mouth to deliver his voice to everyone's ears. Has that undying truly returned? Jared muttered to himself for a long time before selecting from the pile of charms a gold one depicting a miniature sun and a silver one depicting a longsword. After a moment's thought, he also picked up a brass charm shaped like a shield. He carefully placed the 3 charms on his person. Over a dozen charms of various colors remained on the table, their interwoven light emitting a rainbow glow. Jared opened a hidden safe in the captain's cabin and carefully placed the remaining charms inside. What a pity he still hadn't gathered enough materials for the disciplinary knight, otherwise, why go through all this trouble? Jared closed the safe, carefully locked the thick iron door, and pulled a chair in front of it. A sailor pushed the door open brashly and walked over to the table. How are the arrangements outside? Any results from the investigation? Jared's voice was low and filled with authority. Captain, we found 3 passengers missing, 9 sick, and 6 injured. 2 of the injured are in critical condition and can be confirmed dead. 3 of the 6 suddenly became immobile and are also confirmed dead. This pirate-like sailor was tall, with dark, shiny skin, exuding a savage aura. Only his legs seemed to be trembling. Chapter 184, The Underworld. As if noticing his abnormality, Jared lightly tapped the table. The sailor felt the pressure throughout his body vanish quickly, and the captain returned to being the slightly stern soldier he usually was. Has that Homi Baba been found? We have searched every corner of the ship and haven't found him. Jared walked around the table, thought for a moment, and then instructed. Keep a close watch on all the food on the ship. If those missing people haven't died, they will definitely look for food. Have the freshwater and gunpowder been checked? The gunpowder has been dried and can be ignited at any time. The sailor took a few steps forward and lowered his voice. Good, go and call Cloddick the second mate over here. As time passed, the atmosphere on the ship became increasingly oppressive. Sturdy sailors carrying guns patrolled the corridors and dining hall, preventing anyone from leaving their rooms. Do you know what happened? Li Meng looked at Homi Baba, who was sitting on a chair not far away shaking a wine bottle, and asked in a lowered voice. I'm not sure either. It's very difficult for me to use psychological invisibility to go out now. My Beander abilities are being suppressed by something, it's likely caused by the prohibition of a disciplinary knight. Homie, who had changed into a gray coat, raised the wine bottle, which was already empty. This was the last bottle of wine. I think you should look for food yourself. When I was buying meat pies and drinks in the dining hall, I felt a kind of surveillance. Those sailors probably want to find you this way. Before Li Meng could finish speaking, his vision suddenly became blurred and abstract. All colors began to shift toward black and white, and various scenes of different shades gradually turned gray, as if a television that could only play black and white images was trying to display color. Deep within the world ruled by black, white, and gray, entities of indescribable form, some so transparent they seemed non-existent, floated freely. At the furthest reaches of the gray-black land, an ethereal river flowed. Li Meng took only one look, and his entire body instantly fell into numbness. His life force, along with his body heat, drained away rapidly. Purify. A faint light flickered on the shepherd's gloves, instantly dispersing the cold from his body. This was the underworld. The moment he saw that river, the knowledge left behind by the scholar's book allowed him to recognize everything before him. The creatures wandering in the spirit world discovered life from the physical world and instantly became frenzied. Li Meng watched as those semi-transparent fish began to vigorously flap their fins, desperately trying to approach him. Their bodies began to change from a nearly transparent gray to a riot of colors. Why would the underworld appear here? In mysticism, the underworld is a part of the spirit world, originating from a powerful ancient god. It occasionally overlaps with the real world, and one or two underworld creatures might escape from it. However, these creatures are usually weak and naturally perish before they can adapt to the external environment, or they are turned into a Beander's sealed artifact. Such a large-scale overlap could no longer be explained as a natural phenomenon. Behind that school of fist-sized, colorful spirit world fish, a group of even larger and more diverse spirit world creatures was chasing them. Following those running, flying, or crawling spirit world creatures, even larger bone dragons were soaring. Bang! As a dazzling light lit up, Li Meng saw Homie Baba with his hands raised high in a posture of praising the sun. A burst of intense sunlight erupted from his body, meeting the school of fist-sized underworld fish. These fragile lives desperately tried to bore into the bodies of every living being, but under the intense sunlight, they were like beautiful bubbles, quickly bursting and vanishing. As these weak underworld fish disappeared, canine creatures with black and white bodies and pale blue pupils emerged from the underworld. These were ancient underworld creatures, life searchers. Legend has it that they wander the borders between the underworld and other worlds, using their keen sense of smell to hunt down every living being that intrudes into the underworld, devouring their souls and flesh. With a scream of agony, Li Meng saw that Homie's arm had been bitten by a life searcher. Quick, save me. When this thing bites you, your life force drains away so fast that you'll really enter the underworld in a moment. Homie's voice was exceptionally anxious. Li Meng pulled out his revolver, which was loaded with 6 purification bullets. A bullet carrying the aura of purification hit the searcher's open mouth, pierced through the back of its head, and split its hard skull in two. Homie kicked its corpse away. After these underworld creatures died, they did not bleed. Instead, they quickly returned to their black and white colors and gradually faded from the real world. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of continuous gunshots, the life searchers were hit by Li Meng's revolver and quickly disappeared from the room. Homie also continuously summoned the light of purification to repel various attacking spirit world creatures. From outside the room came waves of tragic fighting sounds, mixed with countless agonizing wails and the sound of flesh being torn apart. A monster with a single eye that crawled on the ground with tentacles smashed through the door and burst in. Li Meng saw a small stream of blood flowing through the corridor, with countless corpses and pieces of flesh floating on it. A pungent smell of blood filled his nostrils. The corpses of several sailors were pinned to the walls. It was clear they had put up a fierce resistance before they died, but to no effect. The beast turned its single eye to look at him, and as if intimidated by the murderous aura on his body, it immediately stepped through the blood and fled into the distance. Li Meng pointed with his right hand, and a light of purification appeared behind the one-eyed monster. Before it could react, a fist-sized hole appeared in its massive eyeball. The monster let out a roar of pain, and its body quickly faded. You rest first, I'll go up and take a look. Li Meng glanced at Homie Baba, who was sitting on the floor still shaken, reloaded his pistol with purification bullets, and walked up the stairs step by step. On the wide deck, underworld bats with wings on their backs, shaped like bats with sharp teeth and claws, were besieging a group of sailors. Various corpses lay on the deck, sailors who had been ready to fight with weapons, and panic-stricken passengers who had run onto the deck. Without exception, 2 bleeding punctures were visible on their necks. Captain Jared stood on a large wooden barrel, brandishing a sharp longsword and commanding the sailors to counterattack the underworld bats. The remaining dozen or so crew members surrounded the barrel, forming a semi-arc and resisting with difficulty. Because the sailors lacked long-range attack methods, and the bats clearly possessed a high level of intelligence, only flying in the air and choosing the right moments to ambush rather than landing easily on the deck, the sailors were momentarily helpless against the bats. Chapter 185, Battle. One sailor's attention was drawn by a bat flying directly in front of him, while another bat, hidden from his line of sight, immediately folded its wings and silently landed on his shoulder. By the time the sailors noticed the bat and scrambled to fight back, 2 deep fang marks had already appeared on the sailor's neck, and blood gushed out, splashing all over the floor. He glanced up at the azure sky and collapsed silently, becoming one of the many corpses on the deck. Everyone, stand close to the barrels and focus on protecting yourselves. Jared brandished his longsword, a sharp light flashing across the blade as he cleaved the bat, which hadn't had time to fly away, in 2. To Li Meng's surprise, the sailors showed no unusual reaction to Jared's strike. This indicated they all knew about Beyonders, and were even very familiar with them. This was irrational. Even in the Loan army, Beyonders were a secret to most people. To be so familiar with Beyonders, they were either an extremely elite military unit or had been briefed in advance. Whichever it was, it showed they were no ordinary sailors. The whole situation reeked of strangeness. The remaining bats flew higher, circling the barrens and flapping their wings at various heights to dodge the sailors' steam rifles, showing no intention of leaving. "How is the first floor?" Seeing Li Meng come up the stairs, Jared immediately asked in a loud voice. "The people in the first floor cabins are dead. There are a few empty rooms, and I don't know where those people went. Can you tell me what's going on here?" Li Meng replied just as loudly. Jared jumped down from the wooden barrel, sheathed his longsword, and extended his right hand to shake Li Meng's. "I'm not sure exactly what happened either. A large number of underworld creatures suddenly appeared here. We lost half our sailors in this sneak attack. Can you help me see what's happening at the bottom of the hold? I don't know your background, but I think here, only cooperation will allow us to leave this sea." Li Meng took a few steps back, having no intention of extending his hand to shake Jared's. "I'll go take a look." He followed the stairs and walked back down from the deck. The decree prohibiting invisibility seemed to have vanished. As he descended the stairs step by step, Li Meng's figure also disappeared into the cabins. There were even more corpses on the second floor than the first. Skeletal spirit world creatures were wandering about, smashing every door and killing the living inside, not even sparing the parrots kept in cages. Seemingly catching the scent of a living person, these spirit world creatures began to grow restless. Li Meng moved toward the bottom of the hold without making a sound. More corpses lay here, their deaths even more gruesome. At the end of the cabin, corpses were piled thick, and the red bandana-wearing second mate Clodic was desperately resisting with a few sailors. The second mate was clearly a Beyonder as well. His body was covered in fine blue scales. With every roar, the spirit world creatures trying to approach him were sliced in two by his sharp sailor's knife. However, the remaining sailors were clearly far less capable than the second mate. Within a few breaths, they were wounded or killed by underworld creatures that also carried weapons and resembled normal humans. Among underworld beings, possessing a complete body meant they had sufficient strength and will before entering the underworld to resist its erosion, thereby maintaining their sanity and former physique. These attackers could already be considered denizens of the underworld. As the sailors fell one after another, Clodac's rage intensified. His sailor's knife could not withstand such immense force and snapped suddenly after several slashes. He grabbed a harpoon stuck in the wall and continued fighting the attackers. After a bloody battle, Clodic finished off the last attacker and began searching the cabin for survivors. Poochie. A dull sound of metal entering flesh rang in his ears, and a sharp spike appeared through his chest. Clodic turned his head with difficulty and saw a man in his 30s wearing a half-top black hat and a long black trench coat. He held a black short spear, the other end of which was completely buried in Clodac's chest. His features were shrouded beneath the black hat, and his exposed skin was unnervingly pale. I didn't expect a mere second mate to last this long. A cold, raspy voice came from his mouth, and the temperature in the air plummeted instantly. Davis, you really didn't die. Clodic spat out a mouthful of bloody froth and reached out his hand with difficulty, trying to grab Davis. But the other man simply stepped aside and withdrew the black short spear. Losing support, Clodac's body immediately collapsed into a pool of blood, which erupted from his chest like a fountain, staining the cabin ceiling red. Davis, you've finally appeared. We've been waiting for you for over a decade. A gloomy, suppressed voice drifted down from the stairs. Even without seeing the person, Li Meng could sense the fury contained in the voice. Jared was encased in black iron armor, carrying a brass-colored shield in his left hand and holding a gleaming longsword in his right, with drops of blood still falling from the blade. Li Meng remembered that those monsters didn't have blood. Behind Jared was a sailor with a harpoon on his back and a short knife at his waist. This was the sailor who had previously hidden under the stairs, secretly monitoring the cabin. Because of you, we have homes we cannot return to. Because of you, we have drifted on the sea for over a decade, not daring to set foot on land. This time, we will make you pay back twofold. As Jared walked down the stairs step by step, his aura became sharper, like a longsword being drawn inch by inch. This is the price invaders must pay. The southern continent does not belong to you, and the faith of death is not something you can desecrate. Davis removed his half-top black hat and took off his long black trench coat, revealing a face as deathly pale as a corpse. He threw his clothes and hat heavily onto the ground, and the thick blood instantly stained them into a pile of dark red trash. Look at these ridiculous things. You think you can rule Balam with just these? Today, I will show you the true power of death. He shook the black short spear, and the bloodstains on it instantly withered and fell away. Davis, we could kill you once 15 years ago, and we can kill you again now. Behind Jared, the sailor with the harpoon slowly stepped out. Under the dim light, Li Meng noticed that this sailor had a quite high hairline. A melodious and tranquil melody came from his mouth, his low and soothing voice spreading throughout the cabin. Ah, make the most of what we yet may spend. Before we too into the dust descend. Dust into dust, and under dust to lie. Sans wine, sans song, sans singer, and sans end. This poetry seemed to possess the power to relax and settle people, even making one involuntarily want to drift into a dream. A meander of the Evernight pathway. In that instant, Li Meng realized that this unremarkable sailor was actually a quite powerful meander. The sailor with the exceptionally high hairline continued chanting the poem while quietly tapping his index finger toward Jared. Seeing this, Jared let out a low growl. His longsword, carrying a sharp light and an indomitable momentum, slashed heavily toward Davis, who stood motionless, aiming to cleave him in two. Davis suddenly snapped his eyes open and lightly flicked his spear, parrying Jared's longsword. The clash of the two metal weapons produced an ear-piercing screech of friction. Do you really think a saint would fall into a nightmare? Don't think that because your sneak attack during my advancement ritual succeeded, it means you can defeat a demigod in a direct confrontation. Davis retreated slowly. Chapter 186, Mental Pierce. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, this sailor with a remarkably high hairline took out a red glove, put it on his right hand, and bowed slightly, appearing very well-mannered. Nighthawk's high-ranking deacon, Frederick Klosterman, greets Your Excellency Davis. Hey, an archbishop of the Church of the Night personally lying in wait on the barons, your patience is admirable. Davis's voice was as hoarse as a metal sheet scraping across the floor. No, compared to promoting to sequence 4 within the church through merit, I believe the potion on you is more worth the wait. Frederick Klosterman's voice was calm and steady, showing none of the urgency of someone who had waited a long time. I am pleased that a meander from the Church of the Night is present at my promotion ritual. Your blood will surely make my ritual even more successful. As soon as Davis finished speaking, Li Meng saw everything in the cabin turn back into black, white, and gray. Fortunately, psychological invisibility had not failed. This time, Li Meng saw a solitary bone dragon carrying a translucent figure, slowly flying down from the highest point of the underworld. This was a giant wyvern over 100 meters long, with no flesh or blood on its entire body. Its gray bones gave off a faint sense of holiness in the monotonous underworld. Even with only bones remaining, one could still feel its strength while alive through the cold winds of the underworld stirred by its wings. Neither Frederick nor Jared had any intention of stopping it, watching as the bone dragon slowly glided over Davis's head, released its massive front claws, and dropped the translucent figure. The gray figure quickly merged into Davis's body, his pale face regained its color, and his withered body began to show vitality. At this moment, he no longer looked like a dead man. This was the most important and most failure-prone step in the ritual for a Beyander of the death pathway to promote to undying and become a demigod. When a gatekeeper of the death pathway has fully mastered the potion and gained a certain understanding of the underworld, they can attempt to use a large number of living beings for a blood sacrifice to summon a powerful undead creature. This undead creature will then carry the living soul to the deepest part of the underworld to find a river without an end, leave a death mark there, consume the undying potion, return to the physical world, find its etheric body, and complete the resurrection ritual to become a true demigod. Compared to the promotion rituals for demigods of other pathways, the undying ritual is undoubtedly extremely complex and difficult. There must be enough living beings for the sacrifice to summon a powerful undead creature to protect the living soul, so that it does not get lost or dissipate in the underworld, and is not preyed upon by powerful underworld creatures. The time spent searching for the underworld river is even more unreachable for other pathways. Although life force is significantly extinguished after becoming a Beyander of the death pathway, if the spirit body leaves the body for too long, the physical body will still wither. Many powerful undying, after successfully promoting in the underworld and returning to the real world, find that their bodies have long since turned to ash and are forced to return to the underworld to become true underworld creatures. With the return of his spirit body, Davis truly promoted to undying at this moment. Farewell, everyone. I will be back. He bowed slightly, and in the next second, Li Meng saw his figure rapidly fade, as if he were about to enter the underworld. Jared's eyes narrowed, and a gray charm appeared in the cabin. Seeing that Davis seemed about to enter the underworld, he raised his longsword high again and spoke solemnly in ancient Hermes language. Entry and exit are forbidden here. Suddenly, Davis's body grew heavy. Just as he was about to enter the underworld, his already graying body regained its color. However, Davis did not stop his steps, thrusting the black short spear in his right hand forcefully into the air in front of him. Li Meng only heard an extremely piercing tearing sound, like a piece of cloth being cut by a blunt instrument. An invisible web woven of fine golden threads emerged from the air and began to snap inch by inch. The prohibitory decree was violently broken, and Jared spat out a mouthful of blood, seemingly having suffered a severe injury. Davis vanished into thin air instantly, completely losing his trace. He was not as powerful as he appeared. Although he kept mentioning his status as a demigod, he had no intention of fighting the Nighthawks. Li Meng looked at Frederick, who was also standing dazed on the spot. Clearly, this Red Gloves member had not expected Davis to flee so decisively and resolutely, such that his prepared backup plan was completely unused. It seemed that the demigod potion materials would likely not be obtained this time. Just as he was gloating, a black short spear quietly appeared behind the Nighthawk. The short spear seemed to have absorbed all the light, making it almost undetectable in the dim bottom of the hold, with not even a ripple in the air. Got you. At the moment the short spear was about to pierce his body, Frederick Klosterman's dazed expression changed, his eyes becoming lively, and he lightly clicked his teeth. In the small cabin, a stretch of sea shrouded in mist was suddenly reflected. The sea was shimmering, possessing a quiet and grand beauty, ripples spread out in circles, and a powerful yet illusory figure slowly floated up. This was a powerful spirit, the god of sea tides, from ancient legends. It was said that every fisherman who dared to blaspheme the Lord of Storms would be punished by the powerful god of sea tides, using endless gales and tides to sink the blasphemer into the depths of the ocean. The god of sea tides, driven by this spirit warlock, was far from the rank of a demigod, but on the ocean, its power was already the strongest below the demigod level. The god of sea tides, composed entirely of surging waves, stretched out arms made of water and grabbed the short spear that had come to sneak attack. The moment the god of sea tides touched the short spear, gray-black mist spread from the spear, and its massive body quickly collapsed. The surging waves turned into falling water droplets, and the entire cabin seemed to experience a heavy rain. Dread Banshee. Witnessing the disappearance of the god of sea tides, Frederick Klosterman was not at all flustered and once again chanted in ancient Hermes language. A powerful spirit world creature with a pair of massive eagle wings, a beautiful face, and a rotting body appeared behind the undying Davis. She flapped her wings, which revealed bones, and lunged at Davis's head. Mental pierce. Captain Jared threw out a silver charm, and a shuddering mental wave appeared in the cabin. It was a spike that seemed to have solidified into a physical entity, locking directly onto Davis's forehead. Even though Li Meng only observed from the side with his eyes, he could feel its sharpness and even felt a phantom sting in his mind. A charm made by an angel, it seems you were well prepared. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak, wasting this charm. Facing the double pincer attack, the undying Davis showed no panic in his body, nor did he even make a move to dodge. He reached out his left hand, spread his fingers, and revealed a small statue. It was a giant hanging upside down, its legs bound by thorny chains that connected upwards. This hanged man had the unique vertical single eye of a giant, with arms outstretched in a cross. The spike formed by the mental pierce charm pierced straight into the forehead of the hanged man. At the same time, the Dread Banshee's sharp claws also grabbed the statue. Under the Dread Banshee's claws, the stone statue was no different from flesh and blood, a deep gash being carved out instantly. As for the spike formed by the charm, its power was even greater, directly breaking through the statue and shattering it to pieces. Chapter 187, Sneak Attack. With the shattering of the statue, Li Meng heard waves of extremely evil, angry, and malicious filthy words. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, wanting to stay away from this battlefield. Even through the HLKY necklace, Li Meng could still feel the anger of the true creator. It was a ventless rage following the desecration of his divine statue. Li Meng watched as an ominous aura surged over the skin of Frederick, Davis, and Jared. Tentacles burst through their clothes and grew out from within, waving frantically. "Madman, you're a madman." Captain Jared struggled with all his might, laboriously pulling out a charm and throwing it on the ground. Unshadowed Domain. A miniature sun appeared at the bottom of the hold. After shrinking to its limit, it suddenly exploded, turning into streaks of golden light that illuminated all the darkness here and dispelled the corruption on everyone. In this intense light, the undying Davis disappeared once again. This time, the Nighthawk wearing red gloves showed no sign of relaxation. A giant wooden figure appeared beside him, firmly protecting his back. It was shaped like a human, but its volume was more than twice that of a normal person. Its entire body was covered in hard bark armor, and its face had extremely anthropomorphic features. Directly in front of the Nighthawk was a ball of raging fire, radiating terrifyingly high temperatures. Even the wooden planks of the cabin soaked in the sea began to emit a scorched smell. These, Spirit of Kindling Fire, and Spirit of Great Wood, were both gifts from the Holy Cathedral of the Church of the Night. Although their power could not match the sacred artifacts wielded by the archbishops, their own Bizarenus far exceeded those sacred artifacts. They were Frederick's final trump cards against a demigod and the foundation of his standing among the Red Gloves. The air fell silent for a moment. No one knew if Davis had left or was hiding in the shadows to launch a sneak attack. Captain Jared also leaned on his longsword, standing back to back with Frederick, alert for any sneak attack. Li Meng maintained his psychological invisibility, standing behind the completely destroyed stairs, quietly watching the battlefield. 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Just as Li Meng relaxed his mind slightly, thinking Davis had already left, that black short spear appeared again. This time, its target was Captain Jared. Clearly, this captain's strength was far lower than Frederick's, and he could only continue fighting by relying on charms, which allowed Davis to sense an opportunity. The black short spear pierced through the heavy armor on Jared's body in an instant, puncturing his heart. In the next second, Jared's life force completely drained away, and he turned into a skeleton. The skeleton burned rapidly, turning into a pile of paper ash. Jared, holding his longsword, appeared in a completely opposite corner of the cabin. Paper figurine substitute. It seemed this captain had prepared quite comprehensive and sufficient charms for this operation. The spirit of kindling fire, radiating terrifyingly high temperatures, took this opportunity to quickly approach Davis and grab the black short spear. The black short spear twisted like a venomous snake, seemingly wanting to corrupt the spirit of kindling fire and burn it to nothing. Under this fallen and filthy power, the spirit of kindling fire, radiating deep red flames, did not go out. Instead, it burned even more vigorously. Bang! Seizing this opportunity, the spirit of great wood, which was a full 5 meters tall, suddenly jumped up, its massive fist striking Davis heavily on the chest. The fist, as large as a bucket, passed through Davis's ribs and heart, tearing a large hole in his chest. Using the force of this punch, Davis retreated rapidly and disappeared into the air again. Come out, I know you're there. My nightmare can infect everyone. Even if you're in an invisible state, I think we're friends now, not enemies. The spirit of kindling fire and spirit of great wood surrounded Frederick. He looked toward the entrance of the stairs and shouted loudly. Li Meng was about to cancel his psychological invisibility when he saw the figure of Homi Baba slowly emerge at the doorway. You're a scholar from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, aren't you? I noticed you from the moment you boarded the ship. Frederick Klosterman's voice was low, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Don't try to hide anything. I once studied in Lindbergh and am very familiar with it. I don't think we have any necessary conflict, we can still cooperate. Homi slowly walked down the stairs, his voice becoming equally low, no longer as relaxed as when he was chatting and laughing with Li Meng. I want that demigod Beander characteristic, otherwise I can't find any reason to help you. It's useless for you to get the undying Beander characteristic. You can try other things. For example, formulas or sealed artifacts. We can also give you a powerful charm, the kind enough to harm a demigod. Frederick's voice carried a hint of warning amidst its majesty. No, you underestimate me too much. I know exactly what you're doing. A sequence 4 Beander characteristics price far exceeds any charm or formula. Homi Baba showed no intention of backing down. Li Meng saw him dragging that refined iron grappling hook in his hand, with a long cable tied to it. You killed all of Davis's descendants at Port Bellens, knowing he would definitely come back for revenge. So you meticulously prepared a trap, intending to seize this demigod Beander characteristic after he returned. Actually, I want to remind you that when you were slaughtering Davis's descendants 15 years ago, I watched everything happen with my own eyes. Woo! The sound of a whistle echoed in every corner of the platform. A giant steam locomotive, pulling more than 20 carriages, slowly came to a stop. After failing repeatedly to persuade his brother and sister, Klein Moretti could only embark on the train to Backland alone. Dressed in a formal tailcoat and wearing a half-top silk hat, he carried an exaggeratedly large leather suitcase and stepped onto the ground of the capital of the Kingdom of Lowen with steady steps. He would report for duty here and become a Nighthawk of the Church of the Goddess of Night in Backland, earning £15 a week, plus a £7 housing allowance and a £5 meal allowance. This would give him an income of £27 a week. Without eating or drinking, he could save £1,500 in a year. However, he heard that housing prices and the cost of living in Backland were very expensive, and he didn't know if he would be able to buy a house of his own. Following the golden watch chain, he pulled a pocket watch out of his vest pocket and glanced at the time. 6:39, not much of a delay. I can still make it for the Nighthawks, shift change. Klein put away the pocket watch, picked up his cane and leather suitcase, and followed the crowd, slowly walking out of the steam train platform. He blended into the crowded throng, walking along the concrete road toward the intersection ahead. There were lawns and gardens in the center of the street, surrounding a pillar that stood tall like a chimney. No, it might actually be a chimney. Klein saw the thick smoke billowing from the top of that pillar. Part of the smoke drifted high into the sky, while part of it turned into tiny water droplets and sprinkled around. Klein put down his suitcase and unfolded the newspaper and map he held in his other hand. I need to rent a room somewhere outside the church to facilitate my usual activities. Now my income, plus the £1,000 sacrificed by Mr. Hanged Man, is enough for me to live a decent life in Backland. Should I go find Hanged Man, or Justice, and the others? Chapter 188, even the ship is gone. I watched everything happen with my own eyes. The moment Homi Baba said those words, a black spike suddenly appeared in his chest. Davis's figure emerged before him. As the black short spear was pulled out, Homi's flesh quickly withered, leaving only a layer of skin and flesh wrapped around bones in the blink of an eye, which scattered across the floor as the ship rocked. Still trying to impersonate a descendant of the Davis family. After staying in the church for so many years, didn't you know that the death pathway can sense the bloodline of its descendants? With a wave of Davis's hand, that black short spear ignored Li Meng's psychological invisibility and pierced straight toward where Li Meng was. Li Meng, who was already prepared, unhesitatingly held up the scholar's book to block the path of the black short spear. The moment he was locked onto by the short spear, he clearly felt the terror of this weapon. At the tip of the short spear, curses and corruption that Li Meng was extremely familiar with were entwined. They were the ravings from the true creator. Half of the short spear flew through the spirit world, firmly locking onto his spirit body, making it impossible to dodge through a substitute or magic. In the next second, the black short spear pierced straight into the scholar's book. Corruption and wraiths from the underworld coiled around the book, attempting to thoroughly corrupt it. The scholar's book emitted a faint light, and those wraiths seemed to have met their natural enemy, quickly vanishing. For the first time, Li Meng saw an inconspicuous mark appear on the hard cover of the scholar's book. Death. Failing with one strike, Davis spat out ancient Hermes language. Darkness carrying the aura of death surged from his body, enveloping Li Meng nearby. Under the influence of the deathly aura, a gray evil spirit crawled out from the shadow behind Li Meng, its transparent arms passing through Li Meng's body and grabbing his throat. Li Meng immediately felt difficulty breathing, his vitality rapidly draining away, and the scenery before him quickly abstracted into black and white. The evil spirit wanted to drag Li Meng into that underworld filled with death. Just as it was about to succeed, Li Meng finally squeezed out a bit of strength and pulled out, Serpent's Bite. The sharp blade pierced the gray evil spirit. It let out a miserable wail, quickly left Li Meng's body, and fled back into the spirit world. Just as Davis withdrew his spear and prepared for the next attack, the spirit of kindling fire, emitting terrifyingly high temperatures, suddenly appeared behind him and hugged him tightly. The scorching flames come from the darkness, burning away the indifference of the mortal world, lighting the torch of hope, realizing the ideal of tranquility. Quote, accompanying Frederick Klosterman's poem, the even more robust spirit of great wood strode over and hugged the spirit of kindling fire. In an instant, the body of the spirit of great wood also burst into raging flames. The spirit of kindling fire seemed to be blown by a strong wind, its flames turning from deep red to incandescent white, radiating infinite light and heat. The entire cabin began to carbonize rapidly. Under this terrifying high temperature and restraint, Davis's body showed signs of collapsing. His flesh began to turn black and white, seemingly trying to break away from the real world and enter the underworld to escape this terrible heat. Captain Jared made a quick judgment within these 1 or 2 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, he spoke in a low voice. Interaction with the outside world is forbidden here. The ancient Hermes language, full of mystical meaning, rippled out instantly. The scattered dark gold light suddenly wove into law-like symbolic signs and magical markers, merging into the void. A light ringing suddenly sounded in Li Meng's ears, and he seemed to see the deathly power of the underworld being excluded from the cabin. In that instant, Li Meng made a quick decision. He took a diagonal step with his right foot, half-turned his body, and the dagger in his hand went straight for Davis's heart with determination. On the small wind blade of the dagger, patches of pitch-black mist rose, forming clusters of black curses. This curse, carrying the wrath of the true creator, pierced through Davis's heart without any effort. Davis, whose figure was gradually turning black and white, suddenly regained color. He let out a blood-curdling howl, and the black short spear in his right hand flew out once more, stabbing toward Li Meng's chest. This strike was exceptionally powerful. The black short spear pinned straight into the scholar's book, carrying Li Meng's body through the cabin and tearing a hole the size of a bucket. The interaction band that Jared had been struggling to maintain completely failed at this moment. The barons, having experienced countless battles, could no longer stay afloat on the sea after enduring the scorching flames and several powerful attacks of the demigod level. Terrifying water pressure brought blood-red seawater surging into the cabin. A large amount of seawater enveloped the spirit of kindling fire, causing this powerful natural spirit to quickly dissipate. Li Meng quickly activated the wind-blessed soul on the shepherd's gloves. Layers of thick fish scales surfaced on his body, and he dove into the sea. The seawater heated up rapidly as if it had encountered magma. Even from dozens of meters away, its heat could still be felt. Large bubbles rolled upward along the underwater currents, quickly turning the seawater white. As Li Meng swam further away, he saw the corpse of a sailor wearing a red headscarf floating nearby. There was a very deep sword wound on the corpse's throat. He recognized this person. It was the sailor who had been on the deck with Jared fighting those underworld bats. Li Meng casually pushed the corpse aside and was about to continue swimming when he noticed the sailor was holding a small badge in his right hand. This was a peculiarly shaped badge. Above the surging sea was a crimson crescent moon, and above the crescent moon were crossed sabers and swords. Li Meng had never heard of this pattern in any ancient books or legends. The string attached to the badge had been snapped, and the remaining part was tightly wrapped around the sailor's finger. Li Meng struggled to remove the badge and tucked it into his pocket. Glancing back at the barrens, which had completely sunk into the sea, Li Meng transformed into a merman and quickly left the area. He had just taken a boat. He hadn't expected so much to happen. At the last Tarot Club meeting, he had promised to sacrifice some seeds to the sun to facilitate his planting experiments in the City of Silver. It seemed that would be delayed now. Swimming like this, he didn't know when he would see land. If he was unlucky and encountered a storm, dying at sea was a possibility. Just then, Li Meng spotted a ship plank drifting not far away. Although it was only about a meter long, it was enough for someone to lie on and rest. When I left Tiana, I felt that the ship number 3006 was too crude. Now look at me, even the ship is gone. Looking at the scorched black wooden plank beneath him, Li Meng felt that the past 3 days of his life were truly surreal. He was just taking a boat out to sea. How could he encounter a demigod, and even red gloves from the Church of the Night? Although everyone tacitly agreed to attack the demigod first, the Nighthawks of the Church probably wouldn't mind casually eliminating a cultist along the way. Chapter 189, Living Dead. Li Meng struggled to climb onto the charred deck and picked up the scholar's book. A black short spear was still embedded in the faintly shimmering cover. This was left on the book by Davis after his counterattack when Li Meng had used Poison Fang Bite to ambush him. The strike was so powerful it even showed signs of penetrating the scholar's book. Of course, his Poison Fang Bite was still stuck in Davis's heart, essentially a gift to him. Although the dagger carried powerful corruption, it wasn't enough to kill a demigod. Rows of fish scales surfaced on his right hand as he gripped the black short spear with force. It felt ice cold to the touch. Even though the shaft was made of an unknown wood, it caused a sharp, cutting pain in Li Meng's hand. Let me see what this thing is. Li Meng maintained his balance while flipping open the scholar's book. Even though it was just a book, Li Meng could still feel its listlessness. Davis's strike just now had clearly caused it significant damage. The origin of the item I hold. The origin of the item I hold. After 7 repetitions, Li Meng saw a gray sky and deep black earth appear on the title page of the scholar's book. At the furthest reaches of the land, there was a hazy river. In this colorless, deathly silent world, a knight in full black armor, with 2 deep red glows flickering in his eye sockets, carried a long and wide knight's straight sword. A black short spear was tucked into his belt as he walked across the land with a hint of vigilance. The sensation was like a color character appearing in a black and white television show. Behind him fluttered a blood-colored cape, embroidered with bright red blood vessels and meridians. On this empty land, the black-armored knight walked for an unknown amount of time until he finally saw a valley and a slowly flowing stream at the foot of a mountain. Just as he bent down to get a drink from the stream, a pack of canine creatures appeared on the bank, their bodies entirely black and white with pale blue pupils. Life Searcher. Li Meng instantly recognized the underworld creatures recorded in the scholar's book. The knight's strength was clearly formidable. With a casual swing of his broad knight's sword, he sliced through the neck of one life searcher, sending the pack of underworld creatures fleeing in all directions. The knight was clearly very pleased with himself, beginning to hunt down these searchers for sport. Chasing them down along the stream, the knight saw a gray, translucent figure standing by the water. The knight casually raised his longsword and slashed at the figure. The gray figure remained unchanged after the sword passed through it, its color only dimming slightly. After 2 more slashes, the knight felt bored and prepared to let the figure go, intending to continue chasing the life searchers. Before he had gone far, the gray translucent figure suddenly surged with flesh, meridians, and skin, gaining life and vitality. He was completely naked, his skin snow-white, and his face devoid of any expression, like a living dead man. He stood by the stream and roared at the sky, his voice echoing through the entire valley. "Who destroyed my death brand?" The living dead man's eyes flickered with gray light, instantly locking onto the knight who was busy chasing and slashing the life searcher. Intimidated by this presence, the knight dove into the shadows, wanting to get away from this living dead man. The living dead man took a few quick steps and caught up to the rapidly fleeing knight. The knight released a soul that emitted white light like a sun, but it was shattered by a single punch from the living dead man, its bits of light quickly dissipating into the underworld. The knight then released a beautiful and eerie demoness. She wore a blood-colored robe and, under the firelight, looked like a flower in full bloom. The living dead man showed no mercy. With one punch, the demoness shattered and vanished into the air. The blood-colored robe also completely shattered under the living dead man's punch. Just as the knight entered the shadows, the living dead man stepped forward and threw a casual punch. The knight's longsword, white as a door, shattered under this punch, and his hard armor was as useless as paper. The knight spat out a large mouthful of blood, and broken organs fell from all over his body. At the end of the scene, the knight lay on the ground, his head, limbs, and organs detached and scattered. The black short spear also lay discarded on the ground, left to the elements. The living dead man walked a few steps and disappeared. In the sky, a dragon that was nothing but bone flew over the knight's corpse, clutching a figure in its talons. The figure saw the short spear below and commanded the dragon to land slowly, picking it up. The scene shifted again to a pitch-black land, where only occasional lightning and thunder illuminated the scorched earth. The forsaken land of the gods. For some reason, Li Meng felt a momentary sense of familiarity. A gray-haired, disheveled old man was carrying a hide lantern, leading a group of young people also holding lanterns as they slowly searched the barren land. The nasolabial folds at the corners of his eyes and forehead were quite deep, and his cheeks bore several old scars, some deep and some twisted. He wore a flaxen shirt and a leather belt divided into many compartments. His deep blue eyes were profound and weathered. He looked like a book filled with stories. The group of young people followed silently, the entire party quiet and solemn. After stepping over a withered tree, the old man suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and made a strange gesture. The young people behind him quickly changed direction and ran back the way they came. In the darkness, the knight in full armor and a flesh and blood cape drew his longsword and quietly approached the old man. Unfazed, the old man took out a black short spear, removed a small metal bottle from his belt, and coated the spear's tip with silver ointment, showing no sign of tension or panic. Amidst a clap of thunder that made the earth tremble, the knight launched a fatal ambush in the momentary darkness after the lightning faded. The old man did not back down. His black short spear lunged precisely at the knight's chest, intending to trade life for life, wound for wound. The knight was clearly intimidated by this attack and had to change his stance, dodging the old man's fatal strike. Evidently, the old man's strength had begun to fail. In the long battle, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, being hit by the knight's ambushes repeatedly, beginning to sustain injuries and bleed. But the old man's fighting spirit did not recede in the slightest. He was like a wounded lion, taking every chance to trade blows at all costs. This made the black-armored knight very wary, not daring to leave the battlefield to ambush the young people who had gone far away. As those young people moved further away, the old man's body became even weaker. He pulled out a green metal bottle and, after drinking it, his whole body glowed with green light, and he even spat out a large mouthful of blood. With this final struggle, the old man fought with increasing bravery, even severely wounding the black-armored knight. Unfortunately, he still didn't last until the final moment, watching helplessly as the black-armored knight snatched his weapon and plunged it into his heart. The old man reached out unwillingly toward the sky before dying completely. A silver-white meander characteristic gathered onto the black short spear, making it even sharper and more lethal. Chapter 190. This is definitely retaliation. Chapter 190, this is definitely retaliation. The scene gradually faded, and lines of white Hermes text appeared on the scholar's book. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name. Reading Taiwan novels is super convenient. Close black lens bracket. Name, Spear of Boundary Breaking. Danger level, high. Sealing method, place in a completely spacious area without any obstacles. It will attempt to break through any object that its blade comes into contact with. Description, this is a simple weapon formed from the condensed battle intent of a powerful warrior. Any living creature that touches it will gain all its combat experience, awaken combat instincts, and acquire a more powerful fighting will. It exists only for battle, and nothing can make it retreat. Unless the opponent is defeated or killed, no one can stop it from continuing to fight. It can fully perceive the user's combat intentions and cooperate perfectly. It can easily break through any restrictions or obstacles to enter the place it desires. Sounds perfect, doesn't it? It has only one negative side effect, which is that it occasionally takes the user into the spirit world or some mysterious location, perhaps never to return to the real world again. If it is not given enough combat, it will take the user to a place where combat is needed. Although it is only a sealed artifact, that doesn't stop it from having a heart keen on battle. What an amazing sealed artifact. That knight should have been a Black Knight, a demigod of the shepherd pathway, who was taken into the underworld by the Spear of Boundary Breaking, and finally killed by the mysterious living dead. That old man might be a powerhouse from a survivor camp in the forsaken land of the gods, most likely from the City of Silver. I can ask about it at the Tarot Club later. This thing cannot be carried for long. Li Meng had clearly seen the Black Knight's end. A demigod of the shepherd pathway, even if their combat power isn't the strongest among the 22 pathways, is still among the top tier. To die in the underworld so mysteriously, without even needing someone to be a corpse collector for him. In the future, if I can't find the Beander characteristic needed to advance to Black Knight, I can consider looking for it in the underworld. Li Meng was about to put away the Spear of Boundary Breaking when he suddenly remembered its sealing method. This can only be held in hand or tied with a rope, preventing its tip from touching anything else. Street. Samuel's Church in Backland, inside a quiet room. Saint Anthony Stevenson, one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Goddess of Night and the person in charge of the Backland Diocese, saw the Nighthawks member Klein Moretti, who had come from Tingen to report. This was an old man with a clean-shaven face, deep eyes, and an extremely tidy appearance. Even though he wore the black and red robes of an archbishop, he didn't give off the slightest feeling of gloom. When Klein faced him, his body couldn't help but tremble, as if his spirituality was ruled by fear, and all his secrets had nowhere to hide before the other party. Noticing Klein's nervousness, St. Anthony Stevenson coughed gently, and all the pressure instantly vanished. Standing before him was now just an ordinary-looking old man. I presume you've heard my name mentioned by Dun or Crest. You performed very well in Tingen, and I believe you will have better prospects in Backland. It is my honor. Klein tapped 4 spots on his chest, loudly praising the Evernight goddess. Since you have mastered the acting method, joining the Red Gloves will be very easy. Your work will be overseen by Madame Daly in the future. She is guarding the Charnus Gate tonight. Follow her to familiarize yourself with the environment here and learn about the sealed artifacts belonging to St. Samuel's Church. As for benefits or other salary matters, you can ask her. Anthony pointed to a hidden passage in the room. Everything shall be as you command. Klein didn't dare to delay. He gently pushed open the stone door and walked down the narrow path. The Charnus Gate here is much larger than the one in Tingen. While marveling, Klein followed the wide gate to find the alchemy room next to it. In the center of the equally large alchemy room sat a lady. She wore a hooded black robe, blue eyeshadow, and blush. A silver chain with a white crystal pendant was wrapped around her exposed wrist. Although Madame Daly is sitting in the chair seemingly performing an experiment, she's actually been staring at the door. It seems she's waiting for me. Heaven knows why a lady would wear makeup at night. And such heavy makeup at that. The clown's keen intuition made Klein instantly alert. Don't be so nervous. After all, you're not an enemy. I've been looking forward to your arrival. My excellent colleague, the young seer, Klein Moretti. Her emerald eyes smiled as she looked at Klein and said, to think that the young man who almost died under the Antigonus notebook would become a true Clown, in just a few months. Your growth is astonishing. I really want to have a zero-distance contact with you and see what secrets you're hiding. What does zero-distance contact mean? Li Meng suddenly tasted the underlying meaning in her words. Under normal circumstances, because of the contribution from defeating the offspring of an evil god, Captain Dun's contribution would be enough to apply for a transfer to Backland, and then they could be together. But the captain doesn't seem to have any intention of coming to Backland. If he wanted to come, I would definitely have given up this spot. Now Daly must think I'm the one who hindered their union. This is truly a wonderful misunderstanding, I'm being so wrongly accused. But I'll have to spend a long time with Madame Daly in the future, which will definitely be very awkward. Klein weighed his words and said carefully. The captain is doing very well over there. He doesn't want to transfer to Backland. I think he's waiting until the nightmare potion is fully digested before joining the Red Gloves, or what? Daly rudely interrupted him. Our Captain Dunn will only enter Backland once he is in the same sequence as you, madam. You've successfully convinced me, but you still need to be punished. The experimental materials here are too cluttered and need to be organized and returned to their proper places. I think this kind of work is particularly suitable for a seer. Daly stretched and said with a yawn. Those hydrosols and essential oils seem to be running low and need to be redistilled to fill the bottles. Also, those glass bottles and beakers need to be washed. If they are mixed with unclean things, the effectiveness of the potions made will be greatly reduced. You need to finish quickly, because I still have to teach you some knowledge about sealed artifacts. For Beander pathways like yours that lack combat power, the possibility of doing clerical work is very high. You need to familiarize yourself with the sealed artifacts inside as soon as possible to facilitate other team members' requests. Finally, remember to sweep the floor clean. I'm going to sleep for a bit. After Daly finished speaking, she quickly lay down on the chair and fell into a dream, letting out a faint sound of breathing. Since when did corpse collectors have the habit of sleeping at night? Don't they all come out at night to study corpses? This is definitely retaliation. Klein muttered to himself as he bent down and picked up a glass test tube from the table. Chapter 191, Praise the Goddess. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name close black lens bracket. Winter County, in the northernmost part of the Kingdom of Loen. A black, spurred Gothic cathedral stood amidst the snow-covered Amantha Mountains, occupying a vast area. In front of it was a daunting cliff, and all around was a white expanse of snow. Large patches of night vanilla and deep-sleep flowers bloomed amidst the snow, demonstrating the tenacity of life. A clear, transparent stream slowly wound through the flowers, flowing deep into the endless snow-capped mountains. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Goddess of Night, the Cathedral of Serenity, known to believers as the Holy Cathedral. Dressed as a pirate and wearing red gloves, Frederick Klosterman slowly walked into the first floor of the cathedral, turned a corner, and followed a flight of stairs leading downward, knocking and entering a small room. Crestet Sisma, whose upturned collar covered his chin and lips, was waiting for him inside. As one of the three leaders of the Red Gloves, they were already very familiar with each other. How is it, my friend? Terrible. Jared Carl and the sailors on his ship are all dead. I used a fear charm bestowed by Her Excellency Eye of the Goddess to escape back here. We still need to give the Loen royal family a convincing answer. After all, they lost a judge, a seafarer, dozens of high-level charms, a large amount of supplies, and innocent passengers. Frederick Klosterman sat down casually and spoke with Crestet Sisma about this somewhat heavy topic. A saint's power is far beyond our imagination, even for an undying who has just returned from the spirit world. Davis found a very sharp short spear in the underworld. It could easily break the many high-level charms Jared carried. When he returned, a large number of bats flew out of the underworld, making things very difficult. To prevent the corpses from being turned into undead, Jared had no choice but to kill those sailors himself. I guessed he would ambush Jared, so I stayed hidden in the darkness, prepared to counterattack. Instead, he appeared in the bottom of the hold and killed the second mate, Klodek, who was guarding the engine room. By the time Jared and I arrived, everyone was dead. Crestet Sisma asked curiously. What about the natural spirits sealed by Her Excellency Eye of the Goddess? Weren't they enough to subdue that undying? My impression is that they had at least sequence 5 strength, if coordinated properly, they should have been more than a match for a demigod. That black short spear in Davis's hand easily defeated those natural spirits. I sensed them on my way back, the connection is very weak. Even if they haven't dissipated, their strength has dropped significantly. It will take at least several months of rest to recover their original power. Frederick Klosterman said with some melancholy. We also encountered a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom. He disguised himself as Davis's descendant to gain his trust, but was seen through and died on the spot. There are too few demigod Beander characteristics now. At least 10 red gloves are qualified to apply for the Nightwatcher Beander characteristic, but the church can't provide a single one right now. Even I haven't found suitable potion materials for advancement. Crestet Sisma curled his right index finger against his nostril, pondering for a few seconds before saying, "Is there any news from the southern continent?" Frederick cleared his throat and didn't answer the question directly, instead smiling. This news was originally told to me by Her Excellency Eye of the Goddess. At that time, I applied to her for a new Beander characteristic. She believed the red gloves indeed needed a new saint to go to the southern continent and assist in her work. A demigod of the death pathway was especially needed, so we had this lead. The church originally had an undying Beander characteristic. After Ince Zangwill's failed advancement, that Beander characteristic vanished along with his disappearance. The church will surely catch this shameful traitor. He not only took a demigod Beander characteristic but also a sealed artifact very important to the church. A few days ago, Mam Ariana received a revelation from the goddess and went to Tingen to capture this apostate. But with the help of that sealed artifact, it's difficult for us to fully gain the upper hand. Even Mam Ariana couldn't capture him. Crestet Sisma crossed his right leg over his left, leaning back leisurely against the chair, smiling slightly. I think your best hope is still with Davis. He's much easier to deal with than 008. Let's organize our thoughts. Davis will definitely head to the southern continent to find his descendants and return to the numinous episcopate. We still have a part of his body from back then, which is a very useful clue. Even if he can disrupt the spirit world to perform anti-divination, Her Excellency Eye of the Goddess's insight is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, Ince Zangwill's Beander characteristic was likely polluted by his failed advancement, but Davis's was washed by the river of the underworld and has a high probability of being directly usable. Frederick Klosterman took off his pirate attire, put on the bishop's robe hanging on the wall, took out an Evernight emblem from his breast, pinned it to his chest, and asked with some curiosity. I also discovered a cultist on the ship. He had been lurking in the shadows. I'm not sure of his identity or origin, but he was also ambushed by Davis in the end, indicating they weren't from the same organization. I want to know exactly how many people the Loan military sold this intelligence to. Crestet Sisma rested his chin on his hands, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. Since the 5th epoch, Beander characteristics have been decreasing. Every sequence 4 Beander characteristic is extremely precious, inevitably attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. However, the cultist you encountered during your mission was likely an accident. The undying pathway itself brings misfortune, not only to oneself but also to enemies. This is a major reason why the church does not recommend believers take this sequence. Let's go see Mam Ariana together. Hopefully, the great goddess will give us guidance. Don't worry too much, the church is about to send more red gloves to the southern continent. We absolutely cannot let Davis return to the southern continent alive to regroup with those cultists of the numinous episcopate. Crestet Sisma's magnetic voice dispelled the darkness, making the light in the room bright once again. I will personally lead the red gloves to Bayam to capture Davis and those cultists. They won't escape. I believe that as well. Mam Ariana will provide more detailed advice. As Crestet Sisma spoke, he tapped 4 points on his chest. Praise the goddess. Praise the goddess. Frederick Klosterman also traced a crimson moon on his chest. Chapter 192, Fish him up and see. The night on the Sunia Sea was exceptionally quiet and mysterious under the crimson moon's light. The number of stars in the sky was a full 100 times more than in Backland. Well, when a person lies in bed bored and unable to sleep, and can see the stars as soon as they open their eyes, they really will count them. As for why he couldn't sleep, It certainly wasn't because Li Meng had insomnia, excessive dreaming, depression, or other popular ailments from before his transmigration. When a person is lying on a wooden board that could sink to the bottom of the sea at any moment, covered by a blanket made of sea breeze, with no food or water, even the strongest Beander would be unable to sleep peacefully. He recalled various travelogues he had read in his previous life, including Robinson Crusoe and so on, and discovered that the most fundamental factor for surviving in the wild was still having a piece of land. Although he could fly briefly by relying on the Beander characteristics of a wind blessed, his spirituality was clearly insufficient to support flying directly to a nearby island. Well, if someone could give me a small boat, or some food, or a piece of land, I would guide them to become a Beander, at least of sequence 7, or give them a sum of pounds sufficient to buy a house in Backland. Just as Li Meng was staring blankly at the crimson moon, he suddenly heard an extremely faint sound of splashing water. A shiny fishing hook flew out from the darkness, grabbing toward Li Meng. The grappling hook flew crookedly, showing a tendency to fall into the sea before it even reached Li Meng's side. This flight speed didn't look like a Beander at all. Well, I have to give it a hand. With a thought from Li Meng, a gust of wild wind blew across the calm sea, causing the grappling hook, trailing a long rope, to land exactly on his body. A cheer came from the distance. Li Meng turned his head and saw a slightly old steam sailboat floating quietly on the sea dozens of meters away. Under the night sky, two blurry figures could be seen at the gunwale, pulling hard on the rope. Li Meng gripped the grappling hook with his right hand and placed it against his chest, making it look as if he had been hooked. As the rope of the grappling hook gradually tightened, Li Meng began to approach the vessel along with the wooden board. This was a somewhat old-fashioned steamship, with a thick chimney set directly in the center of the ship, emitting curls of white smoke. The hull was covered in scars. Even from a distance, Li Meng could see marks where it had been hit by solid cannonballs. The sails also appeared tattered and full of patches. At the bow of the ship stood a tall flagpole, flying a black flag. The pattern on it was too blurry for Li Meng to see clearly for the moment. Will we kill him directly like this? Following the wind, Li Meng heard an extremely faint, hesitant voice. Idiot, is our goal to save people? We're just fishing him up to see if he has any valuables on him. A thick, powerful voice interrupted his question. Then will the valuables on him fall into the sea? The previous hesitant voice continued to ask. Even if a person dies, they won't just throw away the gold on them. You just wait and see. Last time we fished up a corpse that looked like a rich man no matter how you looked at it, but we found nothing. Guess what happened in the end? The thick, powerful voice was full of smugness. Li Meng could even sense his feeling of pride. What happened? The captain had us cut open the corpse, and finally we found a large string of gold necklaces and gold teeth in the stomach. One corpse earned at least 70 pounds. You just joined the ship, so learn a bit. Being a pirate isn't just about fighting and killing. What matters is eyesight, experience, and brains. But didn't the captain say you have to be able to fight, dare to fight, and not be afraid of death to be a pirate? The small voice became increasingly hesitant. Just look at our captain, Sea Wolf, Jensen. Last time we encountered Admiral Iceberg in the White Whale Sea, he was so scared he didn't even dare to run away and could only kneel down to kiss someone's leather boots. You know, Admiral Iceberg, right? One of the 7 admirals of the sea. I heard that babe is especially beautiful, but unfortunately, we can only think about it. As the two pulled hard, Li Meng gradually saw the things on the ship clearly. Flying high at the bow was a black pirate flag. On the top left of the flag, a crude skull was drawn in red, and on the bottom right was an extremely abstract creature that one couldn't tell if it was a wolf or a dog, howling with its mouth open toward the red skull. It had a bit of charm amidst its ferocity. On the gunwale near Li Meng, 2 pirates were taking turns pulling the rope. Standing in front was a tall, middle-aged man with messy gray hair, appearing extremely thin and weak. His left eye was completely sunken, and his right eye was half open and half closed, as if he lacked energy. He was pulling the rope with effort, but his withered, weak arms made him look useless. Standing behind him was a short, thick-set man. His hair was almost gone, and his thick arms pulled the rope with force, bringing Li Meng closer slowly. As he pulled, he shouted, "Blindman, pull faster. No matter how poor a person floating at sea is, they'll have some belongings, we won't lose out." If he has money on him, next time I'll take you to Tuga Port to find a beautiful woman. The voice of the middle-aged man in his 40s grew lower and lower, and Li Meng couldn't hear it very clearly anymore. Gert, don't want women. Wine, buy wine, want good wine. Fine, I'll buy you Nanwhale beer. The two talked as they exerted force, and with Li Meng's secret assistance, they quickly pulled him up. He's alive. Blindman let go of the rope and prepared to come over to check, but was pulled back by Fat Gert. What's the rush? Look first, wait until he faints before going up to search. Then should we report to the captain? Blindman turned his head to look at the captain's cabin, where the doors and windows were tightly shut in pitch darkness, with no sound coming out. Flip out the valuables first, then throw the person back into the sea. The captain is still sleeping, so let's not disturb his sweet dreams. Fat Gert glanced at the motionless Li Meng on the ground and lowered his voice. Looks like he's fainted. On a sea surface with such low temperatures, a person would have frozen stiff after floating for a night. Even if they hold out and don't sleep, their body can't take it. Feeling like they've been fished up and might be saved, their body relaxes and they easily fall asleep. After we take the things out and throw him back down, he won't even know how he died, and once dead, he won't come looking for us. There are many tricks on the sea, you should learn more. If it weren't for the fact that you're my cousin, I wouldn't tell you this. Fighting and killing will lose you your life and won't earn much money. Besides, with a broken ship like ours, who can we beat? If the captain really had ability, he wouldn't have come here at all. There are often Church of Storms ships here, and Loan Navy patrols, one mistake and you'll lose your head. If the pirates over on the southern continent weren't so fierce, the captain wouldn't have come over. Blindman looked around, his one right eye showing admiration, but it quickly turned into fear. It's still better to follow cousin. How did he stand up? Chapter 193, God's Favorite. What's there to fear? If he's not dead, just stab him a couple of times and throw him overboard. Fat Gert's voice was sinister as he drew a sharp dagger. I didn't expect you to actually wake up like this. In that case, I'll have to ask you to lie back down. Li Meng stood up calmly and put on the shepherd's gloves. No. 9998. Attack together. Fat Gert glanced at the blind man, who had already drawn a short axe and swung it at Li Meng. A large patch of illusory scales appeared on Li Meng's right hand as he grabbed the axe. Infused with the power of a wind blessed, the axe was as fragile as paper and easily crushed. Powdery wood chips flew out. It turned out to be an axe carved from wood, merely covered with a layer of sheet iron. With a gentle toss from Li Meng, the blind man and his wooden axe flew into the sea together. Fat Gert didn't say a word, he turned and ran. Pirates. Before he could take more than a few steps, he felt himself soaring through the air. His nearly 200-pound body had never been so agile. His massive, ball-like body flew over the ship's railing and crashed heavily into the sea, sending up sprays of water. Who are you? A person rounded the corner from behind the dark chimney. He looked no different from an ordinary person, with the most striking feature being the black eye patch over his right eye. Just someone you rescued from the water. Street. Samuel's Church in Backland, the alchemy room next to Charnus Gate. Having finally finished cleaning the alchemy room, Klein noticed that Daly, who had been sleeping in a chair, had opened her eyes at some point. Perhaps she hadn't been sleeping at all. Otherwise, why was the heavy makeup on her face not smudged in the slightest? Good job, young man. I like it. Daly stretched, her voice carrying a hint of dreaminess. You might as well take over the night watch duties from now on. Staying up late is bad for a woman's skin. The seer pathway was not suited for staying up late at all. Beyonders of the corpse collector and sleepless pathways should be responsible for all night shifts. Just as Klein was about to retort, he saw Daly stand up from her chair and begin to stretch. Her lazy voice held a hint of flirtatiousness. Don't be so stingy. If you satisfy me, I'll satisfy you too. Come, tell me what exactly happened in Tingen. I'm very curious, but that area has never been under my responsibility, and I don't have the authority to view more files. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for your help. It was under your guidance that I made up my mind to pray to the Evernight goddess and nip this disaster in the bud. Klein recalled briefly before continuing. I don't know much else. After the captain received the telegram from the Holy Cathedral, He had us evacuate the surrounding believers and hide behind Charnus Gate. Wait, when did I ever tell you to pray to the Evernight Goddess? Have you written to me recently? Why don't I know about this? Daly interrupted Klein with a hint of confusion. When did you write to me? How did you send it? Through the post office or a messenger? It was a summoned messenger. You personally taught me the summoning incantation. Just 3 days ago, you even replied to me. I followed your instructions and prayed to the Evernight Goddess for guidance. As Klein spoke, he gradually noticed that the look in Daly's eyes had completely changed. It was a tense seriousness he had never seen before. Where is my reply? Let me see it. Both of them saw an expression of horror on each other's faces. Daly had never received any letters sent by Klein, so where could a reply have come from? Klein fumbled around his person and pulled out a slip of white paper. Daly snatched it and began reading quickly. As she read, her brow furrowed deeper and deeper. This definitely wasn't written by me, but this person imitated me very well. It might even be someone we both know. I'll summon the messenger first to see what's going on. Daly quickly lit a candle, sprinkled some perfume, and began chanting the summoning incantation for the messenger. The spirit that wanders within the void, the creature of the upper world that can be driven, the messenger that belongs exclusively to Daly Simone. This time, there was no response for a long while. Daly switched to Ancient Hermes, but there was still no response. The messenger had disappeared. Theoretically, unless a messenger is killed, injured, or interfered with by an external force, they will not change masters randomly, let alone vanish. Especially for Beyonders of the Death Pathway, they personally enter the spirit world to find suitable messengers. Unless suppressed by a high-sequence powerhouse of the same pathway, a messenger generally will not go against the summoner's will. Large beads of sweat broke out on Daly and Klein's foreheads. The severity of this matter far exceeded their imagination. Someone had intercepted their messenger and even disguised themselves as Daly to reply to him. Such methods were too miraculous. We can try divination to determine what happened, Klein said, somewhat lacking in confidence. Let's try it first. I have a premonition that it will be difficult to get a correct result. As Daly spoke, she pulled out a multicolored crystal. Klein also pulled out his citrine. His intuition told him that this divination would fail. I'll test it out first. Then find time to perform a divination above the gray fog. Seeing Daly's multicolored crystal remain motionless over the slip of paper, Klein immediately gave up on the idea of divination. Without using the gray fog, a seer's divination level was no better than a spirit medium's. Moreover, she was already a spirit guide, who could directly roam the spirit world through spiritual guidance to find the answers she wanted, which was closer to the essence of divination than normal methods. Actually, we can try a different line of thinking. Why did the other party do this? What benefit did they get from it? Klein pondered for a moment before finding the root of the problem again. What doubt is there? A heretic attempting to defraud or fool a believer of the Evernight Goddess? To satisfy their prankster mentality? Or is it an evil conspiracy? Daly hesitated before saying in a very uncertain tone, could it be for the Evernight Goddess? For Tingen, that's very likely. If I had received this news, I would certainly have reported it to a high-ranking deacon, who would then inform Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. What happens after that is not something I can predict. Daly paced in place as she speculated on the truth. The contents of the slip of paper were for you to pray directly to the Evernight Goddess, skipping all the intermediate steps. Miraculously, your prayer was heard by the goddess immediately and she gave feedback. A high-sequence powerhouse from the Holy Cathedral went to Tingen and eliminated the offspring of an evil god. You were God's favorite, and that letter was the goddess's will. At this moment, Daly seemed frightened by her own deduction. How come I didn't know I was God's favorite? Klein was equally startled. From Daly's implication, the Evernight Goddess had been watching him, even going so far as to intercept Daly's messenger to hint to him. This wasn't a hint, it was an explicit instruction. The Evernight Goddess wrote a letter to have me pray to the Evernight Goddess. Am I that important? Although Daly's speculation sounded reasonable, Klein always felt something was off. After all, even Mr. Fool would feel embarrassed doing such a thing, let alone a true deity. Heavens, I actually had one of God's favorite do cleaning work. Please forgive my blasphemy. Daly tapped 4 points on her chest, though Klein felt a strange sense of mockery in it. Chapter 194, The Passenger Who Accidentally Fell into the Sea. Wearing a black eye patch over his right eye, one-eyed, Anderson looked at the stranger before him and suddenly felt a sense of palpitation. This was a unique spiritual intuition belonging to a corpse collector, which had allowed him to evade danger many times on the high seas and become a somewhat famous pirate with an official bounty of £500. For the vast majority of pirates in the world, what troubled them was not just the pursuit by low-end officials and exclusion by their peers, but also their spiritual pursuits. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain. For Taiwan novels, look for Taiwan Novel Network. It's awesome. Close black lens bracket. Having an official bounty poster meant obtaining an entry permit into the promising industry of piracy. From then on, you could openly declare yourself a pirate instead of low-level titles like fisherman, boatman, or adventurer. At certain pirate gatherings, the entry requirement was having an individual wanted poster, rather than being crowded onto a notice with a large group of people without even a portrait. Of course, there were even higher-level gatherings that required a higher bounty amount, but, one-eyed, Anderson had only heard of those and never participated. After all, he was just an entry-level pirate with a £500 bounty. He once had grand ambitions, together with Captain Sea Wolf Jensen, to sail into the sea of sperm whales, hoping to gain richer income, greater fame, and a higher bounty. But unfortunately, though the Sunia Sea was vast, every part of it had its own master. In the eyes of those big figures with bounties of thousands or tens of thousands of pounds, they were like innocent passenger ships being plundered. Fortunately, they encountered Admiral Iceberg, the legendary kindest pirate general. They surrendered all their plundered wealth and struck poses they themselves found hard to accept, just to keep enough food and fresh water to barely sustain their voyage to the next port. Whenever he thought of this, he felt an immense longing for that powerful strength, but without a fortuitous encounter, his bounty would peak at £500 for the rest of his life. Anderson silently adjusted his footsteps, weaving through the shadows between the sails and various clutter, not in a hurry to attack. For a corpse collector, the process of battle was irrelevant. What mattered was the result. It had to be a fatal blow. Because Anderson himself was not good at fighting, he was more about manipulating various corpses to instill fear in his companions and enemies. Having lived on the sea for over 40 years and served on the Red Skull for over a decade, Anderson had a unique understanding of combat. That was to keep hiding and waiting for Sea Wolf Jensen to attack first, making the opponent reveal a weakness, and then launching a sneak attack with his revolver. Li Meng quietly watched his opponent hiding in the shadows of the gunwale. For a shadow ascetic, shadows were his domain, the opponent's every move was within his grasp. Behind him was a burly man reeking of alcohol, walking with extremely heavy steps, sounding like a man worth at least £300, preparing for a sneak attack from behind. Sea Wolf Jensen had already noticed from the captain's cabin as soon as the two deck guards fell into the water. It was just that before every battle, he had to drink 1,000 milliliters of rum to have enough combat power, so he often appeared on the battlefield relatively late. Of course, sacrificing this bit of time was worth it. When Sea Wolf Jensen downed a large amount of strong liquor, the entire sea would tremble for him. After draining the last drop of rum from his cup, he picked up the 50-pound iron rod standing next to the nautical chart in the captain's cabin. Through his drunken, blurry eyes, Sea Wolf Jensen saw Li Meng's figure not far away. He let out a loud roar, alcohol vapors steaming from his body and emitting a dense white mist. Purple phantom scales surfaced on his arms, which became at least twice as thick as before. That heavy iron rod became as light as a rapier in his hand, smashing toward Li Meng's head with a sharp sound of breaking wind. This was the Sea Wolf's philosophy: power is everything. Right then, his vision blurred, and he suddenly lost sight of Li Meng. Unable to pull back the heavy iron rod in time, it dragged him forward into a heavy stumble, nearly causing him to fall onto the deck. Just as he was struggling slightly to get up and searching for Li Meng's figure, he saw his first mate, one-eyed Anderson, coming out from behind a barrel with his hands raised. Pressed against his head was a revolver, the very one-eyed usually carried with him. "Let him go, Sea Wolf," Jensen roared loudly, his voice exceptionally resonant. Li Meng pulled the trigger without any change in expression. Bang! Hearing the gunshot, Sea Wolf Jensen's drunkenness mostly dissipated. Opening his eyes to look again, one-eyed, was still alive and well, though his body was limp. If Li Meng hadn't been supporting him, he would have collapsed to the ground by now. Li Meng had casually fired that shot at a wooden barrel, sending splinters flying everywhere. Li Meng had no pity for these pirates, but since he hadn't found land yet, he had to use these people to navigate and operate the ship. Sea Wolf, Jensen waved his hand, and the surrounding pirates immediately dispersed with a rustle, leaving the deck quiet once more. As I said, I am just a traveler who accidentally fell into the sea. I hope you can take me to the nearest land, and I will pay the corresponding fee. As Li Meng spoke, he moved the revolver away from One-Eye's head. No problem at all. We have always been in the passenger transport business. Bansi Harbor is only 3 days away from here. If you wish, we can take you there anytime. Sea Wolf, Jensen forced a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. Then I'll trouble you. I never take advantage of others. Prepare a private room for me, I need to rest. Li Meng casually lowered the pistol and pointed ahead. With a mournful face, Jensen led Li Meng down into the cabin. The two reached a relatively clean room. Li Meng waved him out, locked the door and windows behind him, set up a wall of spirituality, and then collapsed onto the bed. It wasn't that he trusted these two pirates much. Li Meng had used his cryptologist abilities to observe and found that these two pirate leaders were a Sequence 9 corpse collector and a Sequence 8 folk of rage. Furthermore, they were the kind who were completely unaware of the acting method. The potions in their bodies were extremely difficult to digest, with more than half existing as mental impurities. One could say they had basically not developed the abilities brought by their Beander characteristics. Aside from feeling stronger and being more sensitive to certain things, they were not much different from ordinary pirates. This was the standard outcome for the vast majority of Beyonders who accidentally stepped into the supernatural world without professional guidance. Of course, Li Meng had also used psychological treatment to check the psychological state of the two pirates. Beneath their slightly calm exteriors were two hearts thumping wildly. Enduring his drowsiness, he set up a wall of spirituality and applied a psychological invisibility to himself before finally falling asleep. After all, to prevent falling into the sea in his dreams or missing a rescue opportunity, he hadn't dared to fall asleep, at most just slightly closing his eyes. By now, his spirituality was nearly exhausted. Without enough rest, his spirituality would soon run dry. Chapter 195, God of Weather. Upon waking up, Li Meng saw that the sky outside the window was already bright. He sensed his surroundings carefully and found that although the wall of spirituality was weak, there were no traces of it being breached, indicating that no one had tried to break in. Unknowingly, he had become so powerful that he could sleep peacefully even under the threat of two Beyonders. Pushing open the door, Li Meng saw the two pirates from last night's fight. They had changed into clean, tidy clothes and were standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him to wake up. I am Jansen, the captain of this, Red Skull. This is the first mate, Anderson. We are deeply sorry for what happened yesterday. The nearly 300-pound body of Sea Wolf, Jansen was now as docile as a little lamb. His muscles were relaxed, making him look like a nimble fat man. It's nothing. Thank you for the rescue. If it weren't for you, I would still be floating on the sea. Li Meng spoke with a sincere expression. What happened to those two people I threw into the water yesterday? The Sea Wolf's burly body trembled slightly. They soaked in the water for a while before we fished them out. Do you want us to throw them back in? This method of handling things was indeed very pirate-like. No need. In a sense, they also saved my life. I need to thank them. The scene fell silent for a moment. As the captain, he was naturally well aware of the crew members' habit of looting the dead. Especially the corpse collector, Anderson. Having studied corpses for many years, any valuables hidden by the deceased were unearthed by him, which had fostered the Red Skull pirate crew's glorious tradition of looting bodies. Thank you for your mercy. Seeing the two strong pirates scrambling to bend down to kiss his boots, Li Meng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These pirates performed the rule of survival of the fittest to the extreme. Earlier, hearing that fat man and the blind man chatting, describing how their captain kissed Admiral Iceberg's boots, he had thought it was an exaggerated description. Now that he thought about it, in a place like the sea where rules didn't apply, and in the face of the absolute power of high-sequence experts, people had no room for resistance. They could only use this disgusting form of begging for forgiveness to save their lives. Although it was embarrassing, it was also very realistic. If this captain hadn't decisively lowered his head, he might have entered the abyss of storms by now. Li Meng took a few steps back, avoiding the approaching captain and first mate. I heard you say that Bansi Island is very close to here. Yes, it's only a 3-day voyage to Bansi. If the wind is favorable, we'll be there in 2 days. However, our ship usually doesn't dock at Bansi port. Jansen observed Li Meng's expression while lowering his voice. There's a private port run by locals over there. Many ships dock there, and there are many good things. Do you want to go take a look? Loan had once implemented strict controls on ports, but it still couldn't stop the countless ships making a living on the sea from docking at will. Under various compromises, besides official government ports and military ports, there were some private ports. The Loan officials did not participate in their construction or management, but they would still collect a certain amount of port fees based on traffic. As for the private ports the pirates spoke of, they were more commonly called free ports. These were the kind of ports where Loan officials couldn't collect port fees. Generally, except for ships that had a personal grudge with the port owner, any others could enter. Behind these ports, there were often shadows of powerful pirates, secret organizations, or Loan big shots. After all, every time a ship entered or left a port, it cost at least £100. There were too many people who wanted to earn this money. Then let's go to the private port of Bansi. Bansi Island was located towards the Sunia Sea. A steep cliff over 1,000 meters high jutted into the sea like a screen. Like the powerful arm of a giant, it embraced the entire coast, blocking the fierce winds and huge waves from the sea, creating an excellent natural deepwater harbor. This was a private port of Bansi, Tuga Port, and also a small town where locals gathered. Aside from visiting pirates, the rest of the town was filled with locals wrapped in colorful headscarves and wearing ragged clothes. Strange statues were erected everywhere on the streets. It was a young, handsome, arrogant, haughty, and conceited man. He wore a rusted crown, held a similarly rusted longsword, and stepped on the heads of a group of warriors in red armor. His entire being exuded an untamed temperament, ready to fight at any moment. When locals passed the statues, they would make strange prayer gestures, while pirates would quicken their pace to walk past them. Li Meng strolled through the town. A fresh sea breeze blew towards him, carrying the cries of seagulls and a faint melody similar to Scottish bagpipes. Although torn apart by the sea breeze, it still gave Li Meng an illusion of melancholy and vastness as it reached his ears. The houses here were built very haphazardly, as if they had never been planned. Everyone hurried back and forth through the narrow paths sandwiched between the houses. If one excluded the pirates, the town could be considered a paradise away from the world. Li Meng followed the winding path between the houses and walked down toward the port. The layout of the port appeared chaotic. The ground was paved with extremely rough giant stones. This port had no police or administrative staff. The ones with the tidiest clothing were a group of priests wearing red robes. They took on the responsibilities of port security, coordination, transportation, and so on, directing the incoming pirates to dock their ships and enter the bars and inns on shore. Li Meng casually walked into a roadside bar. The light inside was dim, the ceiling low, and the supporting pillars hadn't even had their bark stripped, revealing a rugged, primitive, and simple style. Some ropes woven from palm bark hung from the ceiling, tied with all sorts of strange tokens. Wine bottles, jars, wood, statues, stones, and so on. They represented the beautiful wishes of those going out to sea, though most people never returned to retrieve them. At the far end of the bar, some scattered, dilapidated oak wine barrels were stacked, and a group of drinkers were gathered there chatting and laughing. The bar tables were low, sturdy, and heavy, showing a grayish-black color polished by time. Bright brass candlesticks and dark red oil lamps were placed on them. Most of the seated fishermen or pirates wore faded and old dark ragged clothes, hung with various strangely styled ornaments, and had disheveled beards and hair, looking like humans forgotten by the civilized world. Before he could speak as he approached the counter, the bartender slid a wooden mug over. Inside was liquor as murky as mud. God of weather above, welcome to Tuga Port. This was an extremely violent alcohol, lacking any of the fragrance that liquor should have. If it appeared elsewhere, even the dullest pirate would refuse to pay for such a drink, let alone order another cup. Chapter 196, The Mysterious Key. Just as Li Meng was about to pay, Seawolf Jensen, who had been following along as a bodyguard and guide, immediately pulled out a Lowen gold pound and slapped it on the table. 3 more glasses of Bansi mist red wine, 3 portions of roasted meat pies, and a guest room. The rest is a tip. Are there still rooms upstairs? As he spoke, he drew a cross over his chest with his hand. The god of weather be praised. The god of weather be praised. One-eyed, Anderson, standing beside Jensen, struck the same pose. There's one vacant, at the far right on the 2nd floor. The bartender, who also had loose, disheveled hair, didn't care at all if his hair fell into the wine barrels. He bent down and searched under the bar for a while, pulling out a rusty key. Remember to return the key when you leave. The bartender tossed the key casually onto the bar, put on a tattered apron, and headed toward the kitchen in the back. This bar is quite crude. One person does the work of the attendant, the bartender, and the cook. Seawolf picked up the key and climbed the wooden stairs to the 2nd floor. The rooms here were even shorter than those on the 1st floor. If anyone were to jump casually in the room, their head would surely pierce the roof and see the sky. That's right, the roof here was made of thatch. From time to time, one could see the sun outside through the straw. The floor consisted of sawn birch planks. Seawolf Jensen's 300-pound body made them creak and groan as he stepped on them, making Li Meng worry he might fall back to the 1st floor at any moment. Do you know anything about the god of weather? I recall your faith is in the Lord of Storms, Li Meng asked curiously, sitting on a stool made from a sawn log. The god of weather here might be a true deity. As if anticipating Li Meng's confusion, Seawolf explained in a low voice. This port didn't exist originally. 70 years ago, believers of the god of weather migrated here. Their high priest prayed devoutly for 3 days and sacrificed a large number of living beings into the sea. Then, that strange mountain peak rose out of the ocean, making this place an excellent harbor. Seeing that Li Meng seemed very interested, Seawolf lowered his voice further and said, on Bansi Island, there are more than just 1 or 2 believers of the Church of Storms who secretly worship the god of weather. Almost every year, there are conflicts triggered by changes in faith. If we say people like us have low strength and can't see clearly, those bishops of the church, who serve the Lord of Storms every day, must be clear about the strength of the god of weather. Seawolf's voice grew even quieter, carrying a hint of mystery. Even they secretly worship the god of weather, which proves this god definitely exists, and its strength isn't low. Li Meng couldn't help but look at this 300-pound pirate in a new light. This pirate, who wasn't even familiar with the acting method, actually had such bold and blasphemous thoughts. That is a betrayal of the Lord of Storms, Li Meng's voice held a hint of playfulness. For those of us making a living at sea, is there any other path besides believing in the Lord of Storms? Although praying isn't necessarily useful, if we encounter a storm, it might just be the Lord of Storms' punishment. This god of weather is different, it's very effective. It just requires a large amount of living flesh and blood, which can easily attract the church's attention if one isn't careful. Have you ever offered a sacrifice to the god of weather? Li Meng stood up, walked to the window, closed it, and asked with some curiosity. No, small figures like us aren't qualified to offer sacrifices. I heard that, Admiral of Blood, Senor once used a large number of captives to sacrifice to this deity and supposedly obtained a treasure. But as for what it specifically was, I don't know. Seawolf's voice became lower and more mysterious. To sacrifice to the god of weather, the minimum requirement is to be a mid-sequence Beander, along with at least 500 living beings and passing the priest's tests. Has the Church of Storms never discovered this? Li Meng felt that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. There were once pirates who dreamed of getting rich and reported news of Tuga to the church, but in the end, they only received their corpses on the beach. Of course, Bansi Harbor did suffer very severe strikes a few times, with the entire port being burned to ashes. However, Tuga Port has never been affected. This god of weather is not simple. Li Meng paced around the room a few times, then suddenly looked at Seawolf Jensen and, one-eyed, Anderson standing at the door. You didn't bring me to Tuga Port intending to have me help you perform a sacrificial ritual, did you? Li Meng reached out his right hand, making a gesture as if to push the door and leave. How could that be? We haven't even prepared enough gold pounds for the sacrifice. Jensen's thick arm nudged, one-eyed, Anderson beside him. One-eyed, Anderson immediately understood and said in a low voice. Originally, we were looting just fine over in the South Furious Sea. But one day, I saw a corpse floating on the sea surface, seemingly very badly decomposed. At the time, I thought there was no harm in fishing it up to take a look, thinking there might be an unexpected gain, so I had the men salvage it. That corpse was particularly badly rotted. I didn't think much of it and just cleaned it up casually. I didn't expect to find a very miraculous piece of bone inside. One-eyed, Anderson showed a look of extreme fear. Even just recalling the event still made him feel incredibly terrified. It was a bone from the corpse's lower leg, very slender. Based on my years of experience collecting bodies, it was likely a woman's. Although the face was already blurred when the body was fished up, I could still feel that she was a young and beautiful girl. Normally, after a corpse is soaked in water, the bones turn black first and then white. This is because the attached blood vessels and flesh gradually die off, making the bones look dirty. But this leg bone turned white way too fast. Anderson's thigh seemed to ache, and his face began to twitch. After I checked carefully, I found a thin crack on that leg bone. A large amount of water had poured in through the crack, causing the bone to soak and whiten prematurely. Thinking of this, I cut open the bone along the crack and found a long, thin key inside. One-eyed, gestured with his hand. It was about 10 centimeters long. It was a grayish-white key, and it didn't look particularly strange, so I put it away and threw the corpse back into the sea. But that night, my entire body began to ache with a tearing pain. It's an indescribable feeling of pain. This pain doesn't seem to come from the physical body, it feels more like it originates from the soul. For months on end, whenever I closed my eyes at night and began to enter dreamland, this pain would start all over my body. It even began to infect my crew, making many of them feel the pain as well. I saw many doctors, but none could treat it. I also sought help at the pirate convention, but they couldn't see anything wrong either. Fortunately, in the sunlight, this pain can be alleviated, which is how I barely managed to survive. Li Meng glanced at this man wearing a black eye patch, who had a somewhat frail build and had remained quiet. He hadn't expected him to have such a strong will and such a painful story. Chapter 197, The Black Emperor's Treasure. Where is the key? Li Meng couldn't help but feel a spark of interest. In any world, a key signified wealth. And this mysterious key looked like the treasure of some Beyonder world no matter how one viewed it. After all, to endure the pain and hide a key inside one's tibia was something impossible without Beyonder powers. It's strange. As the pain in my body intensified, that key began to quietly shorten. I thought it might be because I was carrying the key with me, so I tried putting it elsewhere or letting others keep it, but the pain didn't subside at all, and the key continued to shorten. One-eyed, Anderson pulled out the key hanging around his neck and handed it to Li Meng. It was a miniature key, 2 centimeters long and 0.5 centimeters wide, tied to a red silk ribbon. The key was made of brass and felt extremely cold in the hand. Strange patterns were carved upon it, with black ripples extending into the distance, completely breaking off at the end of the key as if it had been violently snapped. However, the key itself showed no signs of being broken. Li Meng took out the red crystal he hadn't used in a long time, placed it above the key, and began to silently recite the divination statement. After 7 repetitions, he opened his eyes. The red crystal hovered above the key as expected, motionless. As expected, this wasn't something divination could solve. He turned his head to look at One-eyed Anderson and the 300-pound captain, his voice suddenly carrying a hint of coldness. Is this the reason you brought me here? The fat bodies of One-eyed Anderson and Sea Wolf Jensen dropped to their knees quickly, as if they had rehearsed it. Actually, we asked Admiral Iceberg for help with this matter. She didn't divine any results and finally gave us a suggestion. She told us to take the key and find someone who drifted in from the sea. She said, for the misfortune that drifts in from the sea, the solution must also drift in from the sea. That makes so much sense, it's impossible to argue with. We fished this key out of the sea nearby, so we guessed that the solution must be here. And you, I think you must be the solution, Admiral Iceberg spoke of. I had that feeling the day I saw them pull you out of the sea. Anderson seemed somewhat apprehensive, constantly looking at Sea-Wolf Jensen beside him. Anderson and I have sailed the furious sea together for over a decade. We are willing to offer all our wealth, Jensen said firmly. I remember not long ago, you encountered Admiral Iceberg and offered her all your wealth just to exchange for a chance to escape. Li Meng said in a casual tone. Those are just lies made up by pirates who don't know the truth. Admiral Iceberg is an extremely merciful and just powerhouse. She performed a divination for us and finally took half of our wealth as payment. We still have at least 700 pounds left. Is this the kind of wealth a pirate should have? It's not even as much as selling a formula. But on second thought, it seemed possible. Because in this world, the most valuable thing a pirate owned was often the ship itself. Pirates who were as rich as nations were, in fact, very rare. Pirates had to rely on strength. If your strength was poor, it wasn't a robbery, you were the victim. As for those powerful pirates, they often had certain factions standing behind them. The plundered wealth not only had to be shared with subordinates but also handed over. Some pirate captains were essentially employees, just with higher salaries. Only those pirates who were powerful and whose goal was to accumulate wealth could have enough savings. In other words, one had to only earn and not spend to possess wealth. Most pirates tended to live paycheck to paycheck. Those who accumulated savings and left behind large amounts of wealth for others to plunder were outliers. Pirates like Sea-Wolf and One-Eyed, although they didn't have to hand over their loot, were weak themselves. There weren't many targets they could rob, and the possibility of being robbed was high. They were at the bottom of the pirate industry, risking their heads while earning the wages of a low-level worker in Backland. Being able to save any wealth at all was already considered good. After all, this wasn't an era where you could rob someone with just a kitchen knife. In this time of chaotic laws and the dawn of a new world, robbery was a highly competitive and saturated job. Courage was only an insignificant part of it. It depended more on strength, wisdom, and luck. I'll give it a try. You two wait outside. Watching the two leave the room, Li Meng unhurriedly closed the door and set up a wall of spirituality before picking up the brass key. Through repeated decryptions, Li Meng found that the decryption ability of the shepherd's gloves, combined with the display method of the scholar's book, seemed too powerful. When he didn't use these sealed artifacts and relied entirely on his own spirituality for divination, the results were completely aimless, and he basically couldn't interpret any useful information. When he used the shepherd's gloves alone for decryption, the content was abstract and crude. With Li Meng's level, he could only guess the general outline and found it difficult to obtain accurate news. Only when he used the shepherd's gloves and the scholar's book together for decryption would everything be clearly displayed, without missing a single detail. It felt as if someone had recorded the footage in advance and specifically edited it, allowing him to see it very clearly. This made him feel a bit more wary. Li Meng picked up the key, which was only 2 centimeters long, with one hand and opened the scholar's book with the other. The origin of this key. The origin of this key. After 7 times, Li Meng looked at the white page. This time, the scholar's book did not show a picture, but instead, lines of white Hermes text appeared. This is an ancient game, or a curse. It points to a massive wealth, and of course, to inevitable death. The price to open it is sufficient mental torture. After all, suffering is also a form of wealth. It welcomes those with nothing, for they are full of courage and press forward indomitably. It welcomes the wealthy, for they are insatiable and want more. It welcomes the audacious, for they are fearless of death and despise life. It welcomes the cowardly, for they fear death and cherish life. It is the greatest wealth left to the world by the Black Emperor. In this world, there is no treasure more valuable than it. Come, chase it, for it will change your destiny. Looking at the lines of white runic script text, Li Meng frowned and pondered for a long time, but he couldn't see what it was trying to say. There wasn't even an address or contact information provided. It merely praised the so-called Black Emperor's treasure once. It caught people's attention but gave no clues, leaving one to only imagine it out of thin air. Chapter 198, Tuga Port. Just as Li Meng was holding that key, wanting to study it further, a knocking sound came from outside. Sea-Wolf, Jensen's low voice came through the crack of the door. The pie is baked, shall we start the meal now? Come in. Li Meng quickly put away the scholar's book and picked up the key again, noticing it had shortened slightly once more. This was something he discovered only after activating his cryptologist ability. This shortening trend was extremely subtle, one wouldn't notice it at all unless deliberately observing. Decryption is different from divination, it's closer to science. In Li Meng's view, it belongs to the realm of using mathematical and physical tools to analyze mysticism. Even a tiny change can reveal a certain pattern, and it's through this pattern that results are deduced. Whereas divination relies more on using the interaction between various things in the spirit world for repeated attempts at exploration, producing a probabilistic result. It's a method closer to mysticism. What exactly does the key shortening mean? While pondering this, Li Meng put the key back into his pocket. "See Wolf," Jensen brought in the pie. His nearly 300-pound body squeezed into the room with difficulty. Li Meng suddenly thought that if he wore a white chef's hat, he would look very much like a chef. Why does every fat person seem to look so much like a chef? One-eyed, Anderson followed behind, carrying 3 wooden cups and a bottle of misty, translucent wine. The two placed the still steaming pie on the table and poured the wine into all 3 cups. Li Meng looked at the red wine that still emitted a faint mist. The more he looked, the more it resembled blood. He could even smell a faint, bloody odor. It was a strange, rusty smell, but it wasn't nauseating. It's strange to say, this wine can only be drunk locally, and only the local followers who believe in the god of weather can brew it. "See Wolf," Jensen's voice carried a hint of mystery and a touch of pride. It said the followers place fresh, steaming blood on a mist-covered mountaintop altar, and after a few days, they obtain this mist wine. It's all a blessing from the god of weather. This is true blood wine, unlike some beverages that just abuse the name because their color is similar. "Are you very familiar with Tuga Port?" Li Meng asked casually. "Of course. Pirates running this route generally come to this port. I was originally just a chef here, but later, I accidentally obtained a potion. After drinking it, I embarked on the path of a pirate." Jensen said with a hint of melancholy, "After more than a decade as a pirate, I actually have very little savings. Sometimes, I even think about turning myself in to claim my own bounty. Besides the Navy and the churches, the greater danger comes from our peers. Being pirates to the extent you two are is really something. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't believe these were 2 somewhat notorious pirates." Thinking of this, Li Meng suddenly had a spark of inspiration. In the short term, returning to Backland is definitely out of the question. The scholar's book records that there's a being there more terrifying than 008. If I rashly return, I'll definitely become a character in someone else's story, and moreover, the supporting character with a very miserable end. How about becoming a pirate? In his previous life, Li Meng was also a devoted fan of a certain pirate film series and games. Of course, the biggest attraction of pirate life for Li Meng wasn't money at all, but rather the feeling brought by sailing freely on the open sea, loneliness, romance, freedom, adventure, and excitement. However, the act of plundering is ultimately something he couldn't bring himself to cross that line for. After all, having received so much higher education, he was ultimately unwilling to do something like killing indiscriminately just for a few pounds. Moreover, the rulers of this world, the 7 great deities, are all powers of order. Directly opposing them carries immense risk. Or, take a step back and become an adventurer. Seeing Li Meng seemed lost in thought, Jensen stopped talking and quietly enjoyed his portion of food. "I've examined that key. It involves a secret, and the pain in your body is likely caused by a curse attached to the key. I'll try to remove this curse, but I can't guarantee success." After pondering for a while, Li Meng slowly spoke, "That secret is not something you can get involved with. Regarding the girl's corpse, do you have any other clues?" One-eyed, Anderson thought for a moment, then pulled out a neatly folded handkerchief from his chest pocket and handed it to Li Meng. "The corpse was already waterlogged and rotten, so I didn't examine it closely. Corpse collectors are skilled at handling corpses, but they don't like staying with them. Her body was unusually clean, this is the only thing left behind. I didn't find anything unusual." Li Meng casually took it, squeezed it in his hand, and found nothing special about it. It was just a piece of the most ordinary linen, with signs of tearing around the edges. "Perhaps I could try divination to see what happened to the corpse's owner." Do you have any other plans while staying in this port? Li Meng put the linen handkerchief into his pocket and asked, seemingly casually. I feel that when that key disappears, it will be the end of my life. Anderson continued swallowing his meat pie, speaking without looking up. However, Li Meng still detected a hint of extremely well-concealed tremor. Although these pirates disregard life on the open sea, they ultimately cannot escape the fear of death. If that day really comes, I plan to sell the ship, gather enough items needed for the God of Weather's ritual, and go try my luck with the High Priest. Sea Wolf. Jensen downed his cup of Banshee mist wine in one gulp, his voice somewhat slurred. The two of them didn't speak again, silently finishing their pies. The dietary habits here in Tuga are extremely peculiar. Because they have hardly been impacted by Emperor Russell's Industrial Revolution, there isn't much ironware here. They don't use iron pots for cooking, instead, they roast various foods in heated fire pits. These pies are made by sandwiching a large piece of fish coated with various primitive spices between roughly ground rice flour cakes. Using Li Meng's later era slang, it should be called a rujamo. Although the ingredients are simple and the craftsmanship crude, the portions are absolutely sufficient, and the ingredients are absolutely fresh. It's a favorite among those drifting at sea. Do you know if there are Beander gatherings here? The kind of market where they trade Beander items with each other. Li Meng swallowed his last mouthful of Banshee mist blood wine and asked, slightly intoxicated. Although each person only had barely a cup's worth, it still made him feel drunk. The complexity of the distillation technique for such a high-proof liquor is absolutely not something this indigenous civilization could master. The only explanation must be the divine. This Tuga port is permeated with strangeness everywhere, as if deities are living right beside the people. Chapter 199. The core of the thief persona method. East of the Sonia Sea, near the Gargas archipelago. A golden warship cleaved through the waves, sailing alone yet resolutely across the boundless sea. The massive purification cannon at its prow ensured no covetous soul dared appear within its sight. On the gunwale, Flower Tie, John, dressed in a white shirt, black vest, and a patterned bow tie, looking more like a clerk than a pirate, sat near the rail, wielding a hefty 5-meter sea fishing rod. He gently cast a line with nearly 10 meters of leader into the ocean. Can you even catch fish like that? I see there's no bait on your hook. I don't think such foolish fish exist in this world. Clone number 7773, sitting on a small stool beside John, watched impatiently, his mouth never resting for a moment. If I put bait on it, that would be a fair trade, not theft. That doesn't align with the acting method. John said with utmost seriousness. You're using a mere morsel of food to steal their entire lives. Isn't that theft? One could even call it murder, retorted number 7773 disdainfully. I understand your eagerness to digest the provocateur potion, but let me remind you, theft means the other party gains no benefit whatsoever, even if you gain nothing either. I think the potion must have digested your brain, confusing the difference between a thief and a briber. Flower Tie, John lifted his fishing rod. As expected, there was nothing on the hook. A competent thief's focus isn't on personal gain, but on ensuring others suffer loss without any benefit. This is the core principle of the thief persona method. Only by grasping this core can one ensure complete digestion of the potion without being influenced by its residual consciousness. Number 7773 looked at Flower Tie with an incredulous gaze. The latter coughed a few times, adjusted the flower tie on his chest, and concluded with solemnity. This is the wisdom gained from learning. Knowledge is power. Are you truly not corrupted? We always thought you were just infatuated with that so-called Admiral Iceberg's body. Now it seems the corruption you've suffered is more severe than imagined. Number 7773 grew serious, even beginning to chant the divine name of No. 4. Stop obsessing over corruption day in and day out. This world is far more beautiful than the forsaken land of the gods, you'll come to appreciate it slowly. If I were corrupted, it would be by my own choice. But unfortunately, I am not corrupted. Flower Tie, John cast his hook again, devoid of any bait, his voice growing low. Since boarding the Golden Dream, my life has completely changed. Under the captain's guidance, I mastered the core of the fire thief's performance, achieving precise control over the potion within my body. Of course, that's just the surface reason. I feel something very important in my life has been stolen. I want to stay here to retrieve it. Number 7773 clicked his tongue twice disdainfully. According to number 3002, every man and woman who falls in love becomes a philosopher. In my view, they've just lost their minds. Regardless, I won't let you ruin the life here. The reason I'm telling you this is also in hopes you'll become better by being here. Flower tie. John ignored him, his eyes fixed on the sea, his voice calm yet filled with strength. Of course, if you insist on destroying everything here, I believe I can turn you into a sealed artifact within 1 second. Although you've consumed the Sequence 6 potion, you haven't begun digesting it. Meanwhile, I wield a sealed artifact bestowed by the captain. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to test it anytime. Sensing the killing intent in the other's voice, number 7773 looked somewhat awkwardly out to sea, forcibly changing the subject. What I mean is, do you plan to keep lurking like this forever? Yes, that is my goal. Don't you think it's wonderful? At least it's far more meaningful than fighting and killing monsters in the forsaken land of the gods. Flower tie. John reeled in his line once more, unsurprisingly catching nothing. Just then, a series of horn blasts echoed from the direction of the captain's quarters. The sound wasn't loud, yet it reverberated in every corner of Golden Dream. This was the Golden Dreams temporary study time impromptu study session. Whenever Captain Edwina had a new idea, knowledge to share, or simply wanted to teach her students, she would sound this horn. Everyone on board, except for the minimum crew required for navigation, had to proceed to the study room in the cabin ship's hold to participate in the learning session. Let's go. John put away his fishing rod without hesitation and strode towards the study room. Number 7773 watched as, flower tie. John pulled paper and a pen from his pocket, laid them on the table, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he saw John take out a brand new notebook and a golden quill from his pocket, placing them before him. Although you haven't officially joined Golden Dream, you can still participate in the study sessions. Can I say no? Just as number 7773 began struggling internally, he saw the side door next to the study room open. A beautiful lady stepped gracefully onto the podium. Her face was oval-shaped with a high nose bridge and thin lips. Her light blue eyes resembled clear spring water. Her brown hair was parted slightly to the left, tied in a simple yet elegant knot at the back of her head, falling smoothly over her fair neck and chest. She wore no hat, dressed in a fitted beige coat adorned at the collar with a large, palm-sized decoration of white lace flowers. Paired with the coat was a dark pleated skirt, its folds connected and slightly puffy. On her feet were deerskin short boots similar in color to her hair. Today, we'll study the legends of the Black Emperor's treasure and the various clues for finding it. Edwina's gaze swept from left to right, like a teacher checking if all students were present. Soon, she noticed number 7773 sitting stiffly upright, with the notebook and quill laid out before him. Excellent. Learning leads to progress. Even the slightest progress is enough to change a person. She turned, erased the words filling the blackboard, and wrote a few large characters with chalk anew. The Legend of Solomon's Treasure. Not long ago, I obtained a clue pointing to the Black Emperor. Based on my deductions, similar clues will proliferate during this period. Below, I'll briefly analyze these clues and their underlying implications. Finally, I hope everyone will share their views and discuss how we should handle this incident. I encourage you all to study diligently and think deeply, so you'll have sound methods to deal with similar problems in the future. Can this even be discussed openly in class? Watching Edwina spread open a book on the podium and pick up chalk to write, a thought surged in No 7773's heart, one that frightened him yet was impossible to suppress. I'll stay on the ship and participate in the learning sessions too. Chapter 200. Life Isn't Easy. Open black lens bracket note to readers. For reading Taiwanese novels, visit our reliable domain. Close black lens bracket. Tuga Port, Bansi Island. Docking. Just as Lamont left the inn and headed for the hilltop altar near the town, the sky suddenly darkened, followed immediately by unexpected flashes of lightning and thunder. A torrential downpour drenched him. From the change in weather to the rain, it took less than 10 seconds. The rain came so suddenly that there was no time for any preparation, not even mentally, before clothes were soaked through. In the pouring rain, Lamont noticed no one actively seeking shelter. Not even an umbrella or raincoat appeared on the streets. He thought back carefully and realized the bar he had just visited also lacked any rain-sheltering equipment. It seemed the people here had no concept of seeking refuge from rain in their minds. The red-robed priests of the god of weather knelt right where they were and began to pray. According to local legend, all heavy rains and harsh weather are blessings from the god of weather. No one dares to avoid this blessing. Sea Wolf, Jason, who had been following behind, also stood in the rain. His clothes were thoroughly drenched, yet he seemed even more spirited. Beyonders of the sailor pathway naturally have a better affinity with water. The three of them walked in the rain, following the moss-covered stone path of the town, step by step up to the god of weather temple on the hilltop. According to Tosha Wolf, Jason, this was the Beander item trading venue of Tuga Port. All items could be sold here, appraised by the temple's priests to ensure transaction safety and fairness. This was a low hill only 500 meters high. The temple on its summit was even more rudimentary and squat, lacking the grandeur and sanctity expected of a religious structure. At the temple entrance stood a warrior wrapped entirely in leaves and vines, revealing the lean muscles of his limbs. On his face and forehead, yellow and red paint formed a crossed sword pattern, looking both imposing and comical. Seeing Lamont approach to enter, this warrior naturally lowered the spear he was leaning on with his right hand, blocking the doorway. Under Lamont's surprised gaze, he deftly gestured a cross shape and asked in fluent Lonis, sacrifice, prayer, or trade. Compared to the half-baked Lonis of the port's bartender, this one seemed a bit too proficient. Seeing Lamont didn't answer, the warrior called out again in Lonis, whatever you're doing, the £5 entry fee for Mars can't be skipped. Also, don't just stand at the door if you're not busy, you're holding up others' trades. Lamont looked back down the path and saw several men dressed as pirates struggling upward through the heavy rain. Seems business is quite good. Lamont fumbled in his pockets for a while and realized the cash he carried was running low. When he left Backland, he had withdrawn £100. After buying the boat ticket and various expenses along the way, he now had less than £10 left. I wonder if the island has a branch of the Backland Bank. After some searching, Lamont finally found a £5 note and handed it to Mars, whose face was painted. Mars took the note, skillfully rubbed his index finger hard over King George's portrait, and only after seeing no color fade did he tuck it into the large palm leaf woven pouch at his waist. This was a method to distinguish genuine loan banknotes. On officially printed notes, unless scraped with a knife, it was very difficult to cause blurring or damage to the image. Banknotes issued by Loan and Phanepoten were renowned for being extremely difficult to counterfeit, to the point that counterfeit notes were almost never seen. This left the vast majority living in Backland without this basic anti-counterfeit awareness. Seeing Mars's action now felt somewhat novel. Probably a result of receiving many counterfeit notes from the Intis and Frac Empire. I need to conduct some trades. Mars slightly lifted his spear, signaling Lamont to pass. Then he shouted something in the local dialect toward the back before pointing to the rear hall and saying to Lamont, if selling, the 5th room in the back. Beveled is waiting there. Watching Lamont enter the dilapidated hall, Mars lowered his spear again and called out Tosha Wolf, Jason and, one-eyed, Anderson. £5 per person. The two shook their heads in perfect unison, stepping under the corridor to shelter from the rain, showing no intention of entering. The moment Lamont stepped across the temple threshold, he felt an extremely subtle gaze sweep over him. Before he could react, the sensation vanished. He walked slowly into the dimly lit hall. Miraculously, it remained dry inside, as if a separate world from the storm outside. In the center of the hall stood a statue of the god of weather. This was a nearly 5-meter-tall statue. Compared to the young, handsome, arrogant, and conceited sculptures on the streets, this man appeared more spiritually restrained and clear-minded. He was clad entirely in blood-red armor, wearing blood-stained war boots and a black iron crown wreathed in mist. In his right hand was a blood-stained spear, his left hand pointed forward as if commanding a vast army. His facial features were also shrouded in the mist emanating from the crown, not clearly visible. Even without activating his spiritual senses, Lamont could feel this statue was not merely a sculpture but truly represented the deity's might. He could even sense the surging power and fighting spirit within the statue. Compared to the deities in the northern continent who only revealed their holy symbols, the power of this god of weather was simple and direct, leaving no room to doubt his existence. He lowered his head respectfully, bypassed the statue, and went to the rooms at the back. 1, 2, 5. This is the one. Lamont gently pushed the door, it creaked open on its own. He found the interior surprisingly decorated like a bank. The room was partitioned in the middle, leaving a counter window about half a meter high. New high-backed chairs were placed on both sides, looking just like a real bank. Against the wall were several sets of sofas. A man with fair skin, handsome features, and gold-rimmed glasses sat at a desk behind the window, writing busily. On the desk before him were thick ledgers, various stamps, and pens, much like a bank manager in Backland. "I am beveled. Do you have anything to sell or purchase?" The man looked up from the thick ledger with a professional smile. "I guess you must have worked at the Backland Bank before." Lamont casually sat on the high-backed chair, looking into the room through the window. Apart from bundles of books and various sundries, there didn't seem to be any other noteworthy people or items inside. "I previously passed the entrance exam for Backland Financial University and served the Royal Bank of Lowen for 11 years. Due to matters of faith, I ultimately decided to return to my hometown." Beveld's voice carried the Backland accent Lamont was very familiar with, along with a sense of excitement at meeting someone from there. "I also lived in Backland for a while. Unfortunately, survival there isn't easy," Lamont remarked with a hint of sigh. "Indeed, it's not easy. I struggled there for nearly 10 years without saving enough to buy a house. Instead, I overextended my life. Only after returning to the embrace of the god of weather did I feel the meaning of life." Beveld's voice was full of piety. "I wish to sell some formulas and Beander characteristics. Do you have reliable appraisal methods?" Lamont touched the Don Paladin Beander characteristic in his pocket and looked through the window. "All transactions will be conducted under the witness of the god of weather. He is absolutely fair." Beveld's voice was calm. Thinking of this, a suddenly interesting setting came to mind. In a world where Beander powers exist, especially in Lowen and Phanepoten, their Beander powers make it difficult for them to over-issue currency. In other words, they are almost immune to the various financial crises caused by currency over-issuance seen in real-world societies. This makes it hard for their ruling classes to exploit the common people through financial means, forcing them to rely on overt plunder and oppression. This overt plunder and oppression are, in turn, suppressed by the churches of the seven gods. This is why these countries can exist for centuries, even millennia, without economic collapse, because their currency has always retained its value. Although their common folk may die easily from unnatural causes, their economic pressure isn't that great. Earning £1 means the purchasing power of £1, it won't shrink to only buying a box of matches 10 years later. The counterexample is Intis. Before the Russell Revolution, their monetary system was nearing collapse, forcing the god of steam and machinery and the eternal blazing sun to abandon the Sauron family and choose Russell. If I had to choose which Beander pathway is most suitable for long-term rule of a nation, I would definitely pick the Arbiter. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.